Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 101. The First Blood. Or Blast from the Past, literally. Land of Fire. Despite the size of the Akatsuki's army, it seemed that they were afraid of going all out. They sent white Zetsu clones in relatively small squads, sometimes supported by 1 or 2 reanimations. The Alliance's initial guess was that Akatsuki was testing the waters, so to speak, before sending a larger attack force. And said larger attack force came sooner than they expected, and definitely not in the way they imagined. The sensor division detected a large mass of chakra traveling underground, and immediately realized that an army of Zetsu wanted to go under them unnoticed. Unfortunately for them, such thing wouldn't happen. Kuratsuka managed to move her 2nd Division en route to intercept this large attack force. It would be the first true battle of the 4th Ninja War. Everybody, stand back, and prepare to attack when I force them out. The young Tsuchikage commanded, as she took a step forward, and made several hand seals, before slamming both hands into the ground. Earth release, opening earth rising excavation. The effect was immediate. The ground in front of Kuratsuka started to violently shake, as cracks started to form, with large chunks of earth being violently displaced. From said cracks, hundreds upon hundreds of white Zetsu clones were hurled into the air, much to their shock and confusion. Everybody, attack now! Kuratsuka ordered, before clapping her hands together. I'll oversee the battle from above, and provide aerial support. Earth release, lightweight boulder jutsu. Kuratsuka's feet stopped touching the ground as she elevated into the air, slowly at first, faster later, and in a few seconds, she was a good 20 meters above the battleground, which provided her with perfect view of the battle to happen. This was one of the 2 jutsu she had now that identified as the Tsuchikage, since only those who wore that hat were made privy of their secrets. The lightweight boulder jutsu was created by the first Tsuchikage, and only passed it down to his eventual successor, Mu, which in turn passed it down to Onaki, and Onaki down to her. Some ninjas asked why isn't the jutsu taught to every IWA ninja? With an air force, IWA would reign supreme over the rest of the ninja villages. However, the Tsuchikages pointed out that making such thing would risk the jutsu to fall into the hands of foreign ninjas, which in turn would create an air force of their own. Hence why it was decided that only the Tsuchikages would be the ones to have this jutsu. And from here, I can attack without fear of retaliation, Kuratsuka said to no one in particular, as her gloved hands weaved hand seals. Fire release, blazing meteors. The young Tsuchikage breathed a volley of massive fireballs at the white Zetsu clones, some of them who had just gotten up and prepared to attack, resulting in a chain of explosions that engulfed them in domes of fire, making the ground shake even further. Seconds after this, the 2nd Division engaged the Zetsu army in close combat. Mountain Graveyard. So far, there were only 2 people left on the unofficial Akatsuki headquarters, Orochimaru, who was directing and coordinating all the zombies on the different battlegrounds, and Obito, who was keeping an eye on the unreliable Sannin. That moment, a white Zetsu clone emerged from one of the walls next to Obito. "Boss, I have bad news," the clone began. "The division that was traveling underground towards Konoha has been busted. They're engaged with the enemy as we speak, and are in need of reinforcements." "A pity. Though it was a result I was expecting," Obito said, shaking his head. "Tell the special divisions to move towards the battleground." "Understood, boss," the clone said, as he vanished into the wall. "Orochimaru," Obito told the Sannin, who made no effort to acknowledge the Uchiha. "You should send several of your reanimations there if you have some nearby." "Of course, Obito-kun. I have this group stationed near their position that will be of great help," Orochimaru gushed, as he made a hand seal. "Bloodline Limit Squad, proceed to the designated coordinates. Land of Fire. 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Niji prepared the Hyuga clan's signature combo as several white Zetsu clones converged upon him. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. 64 strikes. Each Zetsu didn't take more than a 2 or 3 well-placed strikes to go down. They wouldn't die, but they would be knocked out for quite some time, allowing the alliance some time to breathe. And Niji didn't seem to be the only one having an easy time with them. Konoha whirlwind. With a roundhouse kick so powerful it raised a gust of wind in every direction, Lee beheaded several Zetsu clones ganging up on him. It seems that Akatsuki plans to beat us with quantity rather than quality, Lee commented. These creatures don't put much of a fight, not even in large numbers. Yeah. Tenten agreed, as he impaled an attacking Zetsu with a Naginata. I remember fighting them Alonist Hakukun and Karen when we rescued Rin. They weren't very strong back then, and they didn't get any stronger in the meantime. Still, you better not drop your guard. Guy warned them, as he also clobbered 2 Zetsu clones. This might be an enemy ploy to make us confident, and strike us down with greater force. Suddenly, Niji's Byakugan picked up something. A mass of chakra coming from below. The earth suddenly started to rumble. What's going on? An earth jutsu? Lee asked. No. Something's coming from underground. Something big. Niji warned. The ground burst open across the battlefield, and more Zetsu joined the battle. However, these Zetsu were not like the ones they've been fighting until now. They were twice as tall, had an extremely muscular upper body, and had 4 massive arms sprouting from their shoulders. There was a moment of shock that spread among the whole battlefield, as the allied ninja tried to process what was this new enemy. Just, what the hell are those? Tenten asked, clutching her Naginata. I don't know. But I saw similar beings during the Akatsuki invasion of Konoha, Niji told her. Be careful, their chakra levels are much higher than the normal clones. Alright, let's test then if they're as strong as they really look. Lee excitedly said, wasting no time and dashing towards the closest of the larger Zetsu clones. Lee, wait. Don't go on your own. Tenten cried, as she and Niji went after him. Konoha drop. Lee leaped forward, spinning vertically midair, and delivered a falling kick to the big Zetsu's head. Despite the power behind the attack, the Zetsu barely reacted to the kick, and smiled heavily at Lee. Gritting his teeth, Lee tried to punch him in the face, but his much larger enemy caught the green-clad ninja's fist in his massive hand, and squeezed it hard. Does it hurt, Konoha scum? The giant Zetsu taunted, his smile unwavering. Not as much as this. Lee let out a short squeak as the giant Zetsu hurled him upwards with his immense strength, ready to smash Lee against the ground and turn him to pulp. Konoha strong hurricane. Suddenly, there was a green blur, and the arm the giant Zetsu was using to grab Lee was severed from the rest of his body, allowing Lee to land on the ground safely. Thank you, Guy-sensei. Lee energically said. This is why I told you to keep your guard up, Guy said in a mostly chastising tone. It's obvious that the enemy has more assets under their sleeve than mere numbers. It might be the case, as I'm picking 4 more chakra signatures, Niji warned his teammates. More mutated Zetsu clones. Tenten guessed. Niji shook his head. No, these appear to be humans. Reanimations, if I were to make a guess. Just 4, but each of them has an exceptionally powerful chakra. Alright, whatever comes, we'll deal with it as a team. Keep your guard up, and cover each other's back. Guy told his students, who nodded in return. On another part of the battlefield, Sasuke and Itachi were fighting together against the coming horde of white Zetsu clones, and as anybody would expect, they weren't having any trouble dealing with them, numbers be damned. Even the larger variants only proved to be a slightly bigger challenge to the unstoppable Uchiha duo. How are you going, Sasuke? Itachi asked, as he tossed a bunch of shuriken in an arc. Each of the steel stars embedded themselves inside a Zetsu clone's forehead, ending their lives instantly. Good, good. Sasuke replied, as he dodged a mighty blow from a mutant Zetsu, packing so much power it opened a small crater on the ground. These things provide a better challenge than the normal ones. Challenge this, Uchiha. The huge Zetsu growled, his voice low and guttural. Wood release, great spear tree. Sharp, thick roots emerged from underground, and lunged at Sasuke, trying to impale the youngest Uchiha. Sasuke merely jumped back while making several hand seals, and then pulled several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. He infused the shuriken with fire chakra before tossing them forward. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Scarlet Claw. The burning shuriken flew forward, easily cutting through the growing roots, leaving a trail of burning wood behind, before stabbing themselves into the mutant Zetsu's skin. Greyog! The abomination screamed as the burning metal stars cut his flesh open. I take that back, this guy isn't much of a challenge either, Suzuki cockily said, as he made more hand seals. Let's finish dash. Plasma release, Light of Death. Suddenly, the mutant Zetsu's upper body blew up like a bomb, his burning flesh splattering around him, as an orange chakra beam pierced through him. However, said beam didn't stop there, as it continued its way towards a dumbfounded Suzuki. What the dash? Suzuki! Itaki yelled, as he rushed towards him. Almost instinctively, Suzuki activated Susanoo, and purple ghostly ribcage formed around the younger Uchiha, enveloping him like a protective barrier, just in time before the beam could reach him. The beam produced a huge explosion upon hitting its mark that engulfed the Uchiha, before the shockwave violently hurled his body backwards, landing on his back with a couple of thuds. Suzuki! Itaki repeated, struck by panic, as he rushed to assist his younger brother. The explosion left multiple burns across his body and clothes, but given that he was trying to get back on his feet, the harm wasn't as bad as the older brother feared. Suzuki! Are you okay? I've been better, the younger brother sourly replied. Where did that Itaki? Watch out! Plasma release, Light of Death. As Itaki turned around, he started to make hand seals as fast as his hand allowed him. Water release, Water Bullet Jutsu. Just like Itaki expected the moment he heard Suzuki's warning, another orange chakra beam was coming at them. This time, however, Itaki managed to form a jutsu to counter it in time. Exhaling a stream of water from his mouth, Itaki's jutsu met the destructive beam before it could strike either of the Uchiha. However, the beam proved to be the stronger attack, as it pushed Itaki's water jutsu backwards, generating clouds of steam as a side effect. What? I could swear that jutsu has a fire component, yet my water attack is failing to stop it. Itaki thought in distress as he poured even more chakra into his jutsu. Itaki's salvation, however, came in the form of Suzuki, who joined his brother as he made more hand seals. Lightning release, Thunderbolt. A mass of lightning bottles flew from Suzuki's hand, combining with Itaki's water stream. The electrified water was able to push the orange beam back, which quickly lost its momentum, and disappeared. Thank you, Suzuki, Itaki replied, panting a little. How did you know that lightning could stop that jutsu? It didn't look like an earth jutsu. Though that would explain why water was ineffective. It wasn't. That's plasma release, a combination between fire and lightning. You had the right idea with the water jutsu, but the lightning component of the combination needed to be neutralized in some way as well, Suzuki explained. Wait, plasma release? Wasn't the clan that had that blood limit wiped out during the Warring States period? Itaki asked. That's right, Uchiha scum. A new voice said. But the gods were kind enough to return me to the land of the living so I could avenge my fallen clan. Itaki and Suzuki turned around to see a man in his late 30s, wearing dark red clothes under a black antiquated armor. He had pale skin, black hair tied into a slipknot, and the cracked skin and black eyes common in reanimations. Let me guess, you're a member of the Sotoka clan, aren't you? Suzuki guessed. The man smirked. It's good to see that we haven't been forgotten. Yes, my name is Akashi Sotoku, last head of the Sotoka clan. So, Orochimaru got his hands on DNA from somebody who died before the ninja villages even existed, Itaki said in realization. I have to admit that the man is quite methodical. Right now, I wish he wasn't, Suzuki dryly replied. Akashi started to make hand seals. He held two fingers in front of his eyes, which started to crackle with orange sparks. Now turn to ashes. Plasma release, Light of Death. Akashi jabbed his two fingers forward, releasing another orange beam of destruction. Suzuki and Itaki decided that it was best to dodge this time, and jumped in opposite directions. Akashi's beam carved a furrow on the ground as it moved while creating a wall of fire, and killing several white Zetsu clones and alliance ninjas that were accidentally caught in its wake. Such destructive jutsu! Itaki said in awe. Plasma is the combination of fire and lightning, Sasuke explained. The two most destructive basic elements form the most destructive bloodline. Fighting this guy isn't going to be easy. If I can get close to him, I can seal him with the sword of Totsuka, Itaki replied. Sasuke, you should fall back and see a medic nin to treat those wounds. There's no way I'm going to leave you alone against this guy, Sasuke insisted. Besides, my wounds aren't that bad. They sting a little, but I can continue. You cannot beat me, Uchiha. I have returned from the grave to punish your kind for your sins. I'm the demon of the Sutoka clan. Akashi boasted, as he prepared to attack once again. Meanwhile, at another part of the battleground, Maki's team was fighting alongside other ninjas against the hordes of White Zetsu. While the strongest ninjas could dispatch them with ease, in large numbers they proved to be a formidable challenge. And a particularly large number of them were heading towards the Suna ninjas. Alright Yokata-chan, time for our combo. Matsuri said, as she took a step forward, as she started to make hand seals. Right behind you, Matsuri-chan. The bubbly Suna Kunoichi replied, mimicking Matsuri. Fire release, great dragon fire. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yokata exhaled a stream of flames from her mouth, while Matsuri exhaled a powerful gale of wind from her. Both attacks merged, the wind fanning the flames, resulting in a massive wall of fire that caught the incoming White Zetsu clones. Some of them were able to jumbo back, and others were smart enough to hide underground, but those closest to the fire were engulfed by it, their bodies quickly reduced to ashes. Good job, girl. That will give us some room to breathe. Maki praised her two students. Indeed, the girl's combination attack broke the Zetsu's charge and sent them into a disarray, which was taken advantage by their fellow allied ninja. Everybody, move. We need to push these creatures back. An IWA ninja said, as he led a charge towards the dazed White Zetsu clones. Let's dash. But his words died on his throat as a round, orange fireball landed upon him, resulting in a huge explosion that engulfed both him and a few ninjas close to him. When the explosion ceased, they could see that the bodies weren't charred or carbonized but mummified. As if the water inside their bodies had been instantly boiled. What was that? Yokata asked. Where did that attack came from? Mikoshi asked. Maki, however, already saw the effect of such attack before, and much to her worry, had a pretty good idea of what they were going against. Everybody, behind me. Maki ordered, and paled upon seeing more of those weird fireballs were about to fall on a group of ninjas in front of her. Maki, however, could only save a couple of them. Clothing binding jutsu. Maki shot two bands of clothes from inside her sleeves, wrapped the melsevs around the waists of two kunoichi, one from Kiri and another from Kumo, if their uniforms were any indication, and yanked them backwards a second before another explosion could claim their lives. Thanks, nice save, the Kiri kunoichi replied, panting a little. It was a close one indeed. You have nice reflexes, the Kumo kunoichi praised. I'm Ran, by the way. Ruka, the Kiri kunoichi said. Maki replied. And these are my students. Unfortunately, we'll have to leave the introductions for later. We're not out of danger yet. Maki looked at a figure that walked through the cloud of smoke raised by the explosions. Once she was visible, they could see it was another woman. Pretty tall, with green hair styled in a bun, two bangs framing each side of her face, said bangs colored orange. She was wearing a sleeveless black top, a white obi tied around her waist, and short black pants. You were lucky to escape my wrath, Kiri scum. But luck won't smile upon you a second time, the woman said, as she formed a couple of those fireballs on each hand. As she walked towards the group, her eyes rested on Maki, and stopped on her tracks. Wait a minute, those purple marks. Maki, is that you? Indeed I am, Pakura-sensei, Maki replied. After your death, I always wished to be able to see you one last time. Needless to say, I'm regretting that wish. Pakura-sensei. Maki's three students shouted in unison, before Mikoshi asked, the legendary Pakura of the Scorch release was your sensei. How is that you never told us about that? Matsuri asked, sounding almost indignant. I had my reasons. I promise I'll explain you later. Maki said, her eyes never leaving Pakura. However, you need to go away. Face an easier opponent, leave her to me. She's an extremely dangerous foe. What? Yukata asked, indignant. You can't ask us to leave you alone against her, sensei. I'm not asking, I'm commanding you to. Don't forget that you're my subordinates, the Suna Jonin said in a scathing tone. Now stay away from Pakura and the other reanimated enemies. Let the more experienced ninjas handle them. We better listen to Maki-sensei, Mikoshi said, thought there was some resignation on his voice. Come on, girls. Maki-sensei will be okay. Now that they didn't have an unified front, Matsuri and Yukata were forced to give up, and she and Mikoshi leaped away, leaving Maki and the other two kunoichi alone against the Scorch Release user. You did the right thing sending your students away, Maki. They looked a bit too young and green, and I'd hate killing fellow Suna ninjas, Pakura said, as her eyes drifted towards Ruka. That Kiri scum, on the other hand, I'll be more than happy to send her to the afterlife. Displaying astounding speed, Pakura dashed towards the dumbstruck Ruka with a fireball on each hand, who yelped in shock, before once again being yanked away by a strap of cloth, removing her from the jutsu's way. Pakura saw in surprise and anger that Maki and Ran had jumped in the opposite direction, while the former wrapped a strap of cloth around Ruka's waist. Whoa. Thanks again. Ruka said. Second time you saved me in less than 5 minutes. Why did you save her? Pakura angrily demanded. She's a Kiri ninja. I died to Kiri ninja. Your father died to Kiri ninja too. Hell, that was the reason you wanted to be a ninja to begin with. Times have changed, sensei, Maki solemnly said. In case you didn't realize, the 5 great villages are fighting together under a single banner against an enemy that threatens the whole world. The same enemy that took you from your rest in the afterlife and turned you into their slave. We can't allow old grudges to get in the way. Yeah, and they will stab you in the back once they no longer need you. Pakura hotly repeated, as she started to make hand seals. Scorch Release, Blazing Heat Wave. Pakura started to glow with a golden-orange light, before said light burst into a wave of intense heat that exploded upwards, burning the grassy ground as it expanded. The trio of kunoichi found themselves forced to jump backwards in order to avoid the lethal attack, but Ruka made several hand seals as well. Water Release, Water Wall. Ruka expelled a torrent of water from her mouth, but much to her shock, the water evaporated instantly, turning into a cloud of steam, while barely stopping Pakura's attack. A water jutsu. You must think you're so clever, you Kiri bitch, Pakura seethed. No wonder you chose to stab me in the back when you fooled me into dropping my guard. You scum can't beat me in a fair fight. This time, it was Ran who decided to attack. She quickly made a couple of hand seals, before pulling out several shuriken. Lightning Release, Lightning Shuriken. The Kumo kunoichi tossed a handful of steel stars at Pakura, which crackled with electricity as they fell towards its target, making whirring noises. Pakura, however, was going to respond in kind, her hands flying through hand seals. Wind Release, Breakthrough. Pakura exhaled a powerful wind current that not only stopped the shuriken with ease, but pushed them backwards. And you aren't that much better, Pakura said, looking at Ran with disdain. You should know that Scorch combines fire and wind beats lightning. Damn it. Ran gritted her teeth, before looking at Maki. Maki-san, how do we beat her then, if our elemental ninjutsu is useless against her? Scorch Release is a combination of fire and wind, but what most people don't realize is that it's not fire, but extremely hot air, Maki explained. That's why water on its own is useless against it. In order to beat heat, you need cold. So, Ice Release? Ran asked. Ruka's face lit up. The Konohakiri ambassador, Hakuyuki, has Ice Release. She said in realization. However, all enthusiasm left her just as quickly when she realized of something else. But he's been assigned to another division. Fortunately, we won't need Haku-kun to win this battle for us, Maki confidently said. Next time Pakura-sensei attacks, prepare another water jutsu. Ran, you get ready to attack. But the last time I did that, it didn't work. Ruka protested. Don't argue, just do as I say. Nobody knows Pakura-sensei better than I. Maki firmly stated. Here she comes. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. Pakura dashed towards the trio of kunoichi, holding a sun-like orb on each hand, and Thursday sting them forward. The allied kunoichi jumped back, while Ruka and Mai started to make hand seals. Water release, water wall. Wind release, gale palm. Ruka exhaled another torrent of water towards the incoming golden orbs, while Maki clapped her hands before thrusting them forward, releasing a powerful gale. Maki's wind fanned Ruka's water stream, turning it into a tornado of water that filled the air with thousands of tiny droplets. And much to Pakura's surprise, her orbs of heated air quickly shrunk until they finally vanished, leaving nothing but a cloud of steam behind. What? Pakura asked. Ran, now. Maki urged. The Kumo Konachi quickly rushed towards the momentarily shocked Pakura as she made hand seals as fast as her dexterity allowed her, before unsheathing her tanto, which began to crackle with electricity. Lightning release, thunder blade. In two swing motions, Ran's electrified blade slashed Pakura's forearms, producing two small bursts of ash and paper bits. Ruka then pulled out a kunao with an explosive note attached, and threw it at Pakura's feet. The explosive tag detonated instantly, blowing up Pakura's legs and hurling her backwards. Yes. We did it. Ruka cheered, pumping her fists into the air. We took down such a legendary kunoichi. I'll go and seal her right now with my jutsu, Maki said. You two stay close and cover me. You got it. As you say. The trio of kunoichi walked towards Pakura, who was lying on the ground, motionless. As expected, her arms and legs were slowly regenerating. But they wouldn't regenerate in time for her to continue the fight. Sorry, Pakura-sensei. It pains me seeing how you weren't even allowed to rest in peace. But don't worry, this will be over. Maki, watch out. Explosion release, landmine fist. The trio of allied Lunoichi jumped back in time just before another reanimated ninja landed between them fist first. When his fist touched the ground, it produced a huge explosion that would have obliterated them hadn't been for Pakura's warning. When the cloud of the explosion dispelled, they could see it was a man with long spiky brown hair and a square jaw. His uniform and forehead protector tied on his arm identified him as an IWA ninja. Damn, Pakura, why did you have to warn them? The new ninja said, clicking his tongue. You just robbed me of a 3-for-1. You almost killed my apprentice, Gari, you piece of shit. Pakura said, as she finished her regeneration. If you weren't dead already and I had control over my actions. But our situation is nothing like that, so your threats are empty, Gari nonchalantly said, before turning at the trio of allied kunoichi. You should do like me and try to make the best of a bad situation. Since we are forced to fight, why not have some fun? Are all explosion release users this deranged, or it's just you? Pakura angrily asked. Did she said explosion release? Ran asked. I don't like the sound of that, Ruka whimpered. Pakura alone proved to be a formidable opponent. There's no way we can match two immortal ninjas with bloodline limits, Maki assessed. Let's fall back and see if we can join forces with other ninja. We will engage them when our odds of victory are better. Ruka and Ran nodded in agreement, and the trio of allied kunoichi leaped back in order to rejoin with their comrades, followed by the two reanimated ninjas. As the other battles raged on, Guy's squad continued to fight against the white Zetsu clones. On top of the larger variants, a new kind of Zetsu had appeared. This kind of Zetsu had their right arms replaced by a mass of interwoven wooden vines, cropped by a flower. Their backs had sacs of an unknown substance connected by more vines to the arm. Their method of attack involves firing yellow projectiles of what appeared to be corrosive spores compressed into small bullets. Here comes another volley. Niji warned. Everybody, watch out. And as the Hyaga said, a rain of corrosive bullets fell upon the allied ninja. Many were able to dodge the deadly projectiles, while others weren't so lucky, and the spores ate through their skin. Niji, do you locate the snipers? Tenten asked, trying to look around while fending off incoming normal white Zetsu clones. "We can't fight like this. I just found some of them hidden among the trees," Niji said, fighting as well. "In that case, guide us to them so we can stop them from harassing us from afar," Lee shouted, as he delivered a roundhouse kick to a group of clones. "Sure, follow Wo," Niji said, as he jumped back, barely avoiding a lightning bolt from striking him. "I'm picking up a new chakra signature. Very powerful. Everybody, stay on guard." Wind started to blow, as more lightning bolts came somewhere behind the trees. Between the Zetsu snipers and this new enemy, the allied forces were on a pinch. However, Niji wasn't going to let the enemy control the pace of the combat. "Lee, Tenten, Guy-sensei, I'm going to make this new enemy to come out," Niji called, as his body shimmered with chakra. Gate of opening, open. Multiple vacuum palms. Thursday sting his arms back and forth, Niji shot a barrage of vacuum shells at the point where the lightning release user was hidden. And just like Niji expected, he, or better said, she, was forced to come out from her hiding spot into the open. A woman with dark skin and long white hair, wearing a Kumigaku flak jacked under a long and elegant light blue battle kimono. Guy and Lee prepared to attack, their bodies also glowing with chakra as they started to open celestial gates. "Lee, now," Guy said, as he and his protege leaped at her. Double Konoha dash. Tempest release, blades of light. The Kumo reanimation generated two swords which appeared to be made of light, and swung them at the green-clad ninjas. Even if they were mid-air, Guy and Lee were able to dodge the attack by sending a burst of chakra through their feet, allowing them to change direction and maneuver around the attack, before they landed on the ground again. "We avoided her in time," Guy said, looking at the swords of light with narrowed eyes. He didn't know what they were, but they looked dangerous. "Lee, are you okay?" Lee appeared to be unscathed, but a small cut opened on his cheek, and a thread of blood trickled down from it. Lee wiped the blood from his finger, before staring at their new opponent. "I am, Guy-sensei. But it's been a close one," Lee commented. They were soon joined by Niji and Tenten, the two of them already on fighting stances, ready to face the new opponent. "In all my years as a ninja, I've never seen anybody able to dodge my Tempest release jutsu like that," the woman said. "One has to be faster than lightning in order to do so." "Yes, all of us train to be as fast and strong as our bodies allow us to be. And then some," Guy told the woman. "Tempest release," Niji repeated. "The combination of wind and lightning. It produces jutsu with unmatched cutting power and speed. That's the bloodline limit of the Tokimune clan. I see you know about us. Even if Kumo isn't that big on clan culture or promoting clans over the individual. You can all me Seiyu Tokimune," Seiyu said, making a bow. "I have nothing against you, Konoha ninjas, but I'm afraid I have no choice but fight you to the best of my ability. The commands of the one who resurrected me are impossible to ignore. Tempest release, Razor Starfall." Seiyu clapped her hands together before making a hand seal. Silver sparkles started to appear around her body, before they shot forward in the form of a barrage of glowing needles. "Everybody, behind me," Niji warned, as he started to spin in place while releasing chakra from every single point of his body. Heavenly spin. Niji turned into a spinning dome of chakra that successfully deflected the incoming barrage of glowing needles. When Niji's spinning started to lose speed, the green-clad Jonin knew they had to go on the offensive, or else their foe would control the pace of the fight. "Good job, Niji, now it's our turn to attack," Guy excitedly said, as he rushed towards the white-haired woman, with Lee and Tenten behind him. "I'd advise you not to get close to me if you expect to come out of this fight alive," Seiyu calmly said, as she made more hand seals. Tempest release, blades of light. This time, two blades made of light appeared on each hand of the Kumo reanimation, and swung them to strike the incoming Guy and Lee. However, much to her surprise, Tenten appeared in front of her, a katana crackling with electricity on each hand, and parried the twin blows. The two kunoichi struggled against each other, until Tenten's swords were cut in half. "Your speed is impressive, and you had the foresight of channeling elemental chakra through your weapons to counter my attack," Seiyu praised, even if her tone didn't change. However, with just one element dash. Double Konoha whirlwind. Both Guy and Lee delivered a brutal kick to the Kunoichi's chest, sending her hurling backwards, and making her to release her energy swords into the air. However, rather than falling on her back with a loud thud, Seiyu used the force of the kicks to do a backflip, and landed gracefully on her feet. And as a final touch, she casually caught the swords of light as they landed. Clever maneuver, Seiyu praised once again. Will you be able to do it again? Tempest release, all-cutting crescent moon. Seiyu swung her light swords in arcs in opposite ways, creating a crescent-shaped energy blast that flew forwards in a straight line, slicing that trees and rocks that it found in its way like they were made of butter, without losing any kind of momentum. Guy's team paled upon seeing the destructive power of such attack. Everybody, watch out! Niji shouted, warning not only his teammates, but the allied ninjas that were fighting Zetsu clones and other reanimations around him. Do not let that jutsu touch you under any circumstances. Thankfully, most ninjas that heard Niji were able to disengage and jump away in time in order to avoid the attack. Others weren't so lucky, and were caught in the area of effect. While some allied ninjas and Zetsu clones only lost either an arm or a leg, the less fortunate ones were cleanly cut in half, dying almost instantly. The cutting power of her attacks is too great. Any idea on how are we going to counter it? Lee asked, as he eyed the Kumo reanimation. Tempest is the combination between wind and lightning. We'd need wind and fire to stop it, Niji replied. And sadly, the only member of our squad that uses elemental ninjutsu is Tenten, and she only knows lightning jutsu. In that case, we have no option but dodge her attacks and try to get close to her, Lee guessed. We already did it once, I'm sure we can do it again. Meanwhile, Seiyu made a chain of hand seals as she prepared her next attack. Unfortunately, this jutsu isn't as easy to block as the ones before, Seiyu warned, and slammed her hands into the ground once she made all the seals. Tempest release, slash of the white tiger. Suddenly, 5 vertical blades of light emerged from Seiyu's hands, moving forward. They grew in size as they advanced, while carving 5 furrows onto the ground. The gap between each blade also grew bigger as they moved, with arcs of lightning jumping between each blade. The effect was as if a giant beast was slashing the ground with an invisible paw. I'll try to stop it, Niji said, as he rushed forward to meet the deadly attack in the middle. Gate of healing, open. Gate of life, open. Niji, wait. Lee tried to stop his teammate, but it was in vain. Heavenly spinning lotus. Niji turned into a blue and green chakra dome of spinning chakra, much larger than the normal heavenly spin, and moved to intercept the attack. The 5 vertical blades crashed against the spinning dome, both attacks trying to grind each other, until the former started to push the latter back. Niji released even more chakra and increased the rotation speed in return. Even tally, it proved to be too much, and the 5 blades of light shattered in a million dots of light. Still, Niji didn't stop. He advanced towards the Kumo reanimation, carving a large furrow as he moved. A heavenly spin that allows the user to move while he's casting it. I fought many Hyagas when I was alive, yet none of them managed to push their clan's taijutsu to such levels, Seiyu complimented, as she started to make hand seals. Let's see if you did something about that glaring weakness of yours. Lightning release, lightning flash. Seiyu's body crackled with electricity for a second, before it was engulfed by a massive and bright flash of light. The effect was immediate, and Niji abruptly stopped spinning, tripping on his feet before falling to the ground, hands clutching his eyes. My eyes! Niji shouted in pain, as tears of pain streamed from his hurt eyes. I see not. Disappointing, Seiyu said mostly to herself, shaking her head. She started to make hand seals again. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to dash. Suddenly, several kunao landed around her, stabbing themselves into the ground with a thud each, followed by Tenten, already making a hand seal. Each kunao had an explosive tag attached to them, which was already burning, and a couple seconds later, Seiyu found herself engulfed by a chain of explosions. Well done, Tenten. Guy praised, as he and Lee landed behind her. Lee quickly but carefully helped Niji back on his feet. Thanks, but I'm afraid something so basic won't be able to keep her down, Tenten said, her eyes fixed on the cloud of smoke. And indeed, just like she said, a powerful gust of wind dispelled the cloud of smoke, revealing Seu, her arms wide open, and her damaged body slowly regenerating. "It's okay, you already did enough," Guy told Tenten, before turning at Lee and Tenten. "Stay with Niji until his sight gets better." "Yes, Guy-sensei," Tenten replied, nodding. "She's a formidable opponent, Guy-sensei. Won't you need our help?" Lee questioned. "You're right, Lee, she's a magnificent adversary. But don't worry, since now that I saw how her jutsu works, I know the perfect way to counter it," Guy told him, as he pulled out a pair of nunchakus from his backpack. "Tenten, I need you to stay close to seal that reanimation once I incapacitate her." "Understood, Guy-sensei." "Please be careful," Tenten said before she and Lee took Niji away, leaving Guy alone against the white-haired woman. Guy walked calmly towards the Kumo reanimation, a confident grin on his face, while skillfully twirling his nunchakus around. Seu saw this, and raised an eyebrow. "So, you plan to beat me all by yourself?" Seu asked, cocking her head to the side. "No matter how good you are with those weapons, they won't be enough to beat my bloodline limit." "Then I'll be more than happy to prove you wrong," Guy excitedly said. Gate of Pain, open. A blue aura appeared around the green-clad Jonin the moment he opened the fourth gate, as chakra poured from every pore of his body, raising gusts of wind in every direction. "An impressive power-up. Let's see if it can really help you," Seu replied, as her hands started to fly through hand seals. Tempest Release, Deadly Light Blossom. Seu pulled several shuriken from her ninja tool pouch, and infused them with both lightning and wind, before tossing them at Guy. The two elements combined, granting the shuriken a star-shaped aura, greatly increasing their cutting range. It reminded Guy of Naruto's Raisin Shuriken. They even made a similar loud whirring noise. Guy rushed forward, while channeling chakra through his nunchakus, while he made them spin at an even faster pace, producing a strong wind current. Using his enhanced weapons, he quickly deflected the incoming elemental shuriken away, careful they weren't towards areas with allied ninjas fighting. You deflected my all-cutting shuriken?" "Impossible!" Seu cried, as she made more hand seals. "This is something you won't be able to deflect." Tempest Release, Razor Starfall. Casting her hands forward after clapping them together, Seu sent a storm of light needles towards Guy. Guy had to admit she was right, there's no way he could deflect projectiles so tiny, some of them would slip past him. Fortunately, he had another way to counter the attack. "I don't need to deflect your jutsu if it never gets close to touch me," Guy said, as he started to twirl his nunchakus at an even faster speed, before facing them towards Seu. Winds of youth, blow everything away. The nunchakus spun so fast, they started to raise a very powerful gust of wind, taking the shape of two tornadoes. The light needles caught in the wind quickly slowed down, until they disappeared completely. None of them managed to reach the green-clad Jonin. "The Razor Starfall too? How can you nullify all my jutsu?" Seu asked in disbelief. People tend to look up to ninjutsu and underestimate taijutsu, and they don't realize that there's more to taijutsu than just punching and kicking. Guy shouted, as he took a fighting stance. "I let you attack me twice, now I believe it's my turn to strike." Guy crossed the gap between the two of them in less than a second, and swung his nunchaku at the Kumo reanimation. However, the white-haired woman was fast enough to generate a blade made of wind and lightning on each hand, parrying Guy's swings. "Don't think I'm harmless in close combat just because I'm a ninjutsu specialist," Seu said, as she and Guy traded blows. "I would never dream to underestimate an opponent, much less one as formidable as you," Guy replied. "But this is over now." In a quick motion, Guy crouched and delivered a low kick to her claves, making her fall on her back. But before her back touched the ground, Guy kicked her once again into the sky. He then leaped after her, and wrapped his arms and legs around his body. The two of them started to spin as gravity pulled them towards the ground. Front Lotus. Guy released Seu just before she smashed against the ground, opening a crater when she crashed down. Her whole body appeared to be shattered, with all four limbs separated from her body. It slowly began to regenerate, but not in time before stopping them from sealing her. "It is done," Guy said, looking at his fallen opponent. Tenten. Team Guy's only kunoichi landed besides her teacher a few seconds after being called. Without being told what to do, she immediately pulled multiple ceiling tags, some chakra suppressing and others body immobilizing, and started to place them on Seiya before she could regenerate completely. You were a fantastic adversary, Konoha Ninja, Seiya praised Guy. I wish I could have fight you in life, under different circumstances. My feelings are the same, Guy replied. I know the enemy brought many past ninjas who would be a formidable opponent. Too bad everything that's at stake will stop me from enjoying beating such foes. Take joy in peace, not in battle, Konoha Jonin, Seiya told him, as she felt the seals disabling her body and chakra. Now do me a favor, and help end this war, so my fellow Kyumonin can return home safe. It's done, Tenten said. What should we do with her? Somebody should take her to the rear guard, so she can be properly safekept, Guy told her. Why don't you do it yourself, sensei? Opening the gates must have leave you a little winded, while I'm still pretty fresh, Tenten suggested. What? And leave my students alone in the middle of a battle? That would be mostly unyouthful, and there's no way dash. Explosion release. Guy was silenced when he noticed the glare Tenten was shooting at him. Guy-sensei, you did a lot here. So take her away and rest a little. Niji, Lee and I may be your students, but we aren't little kids anymore. We will be fine, Tenten chastised the older man. A good ninja always recognizes a battle he can't win, Guy said in resignation, but in good humor. He threw Seiya's body over his shoulder, and leaped away. I'll be back as soon as possible. Allied Ninja HQ. Inside the Allied headquarters, Supreme Commander Jiraiya and the military experts and advisors brought by the other villages were contemplating the course of the battles, and daising strategies according to them. A multitude of sensory ninja had been linked together through a machine, and were using their expanded senses to monitor how the battles were going. So far, there were only minor skirmishes going on, with the exception of Kuratsuka's 2nd Division, which were fighting a large force of Akatsuki, and Kaobi concierge a real battle. Supreme Commander, news from Kuratsuka. Ao shouted. The 2nd Division is losing ground against the enemy. New mutant variants of the Zetsu clones with increased strength and ranged capabilities are giving them some trouble. Plus several reanimated ninja with powerful bloodline limits. Even if one of them have been defeated, the number of casualties has been high. Should we divert some troops from other divisions in order to reinforce her position? Onaki suggested. Even if he was trying to hide it, one could tell he was worried for his granddaughter. I suspect that's what the enemy is expecting us to do, Cho replied. Then they'll move to attack our less reinforced positions. We can't allow them to do that. While I agree with Cho-san, Shikaku said. We can't afford to lose ground so early in the war. We need to find a way to reinforce their position without compromising our other fronts. Jiraiya, however, smirked confidently. That's why I decided to keep our strongest asset in standby, since I knew something like this could happen. Cho looked at Jiraiya. You plan on sending her, don't you? Indeed, Jiraiya said with a nod. Send a message to Tsunadeheim. She and a few of her medics must head towards the 2nd Division's position in order to reinforce them. Let Akatsuki be the ones to taste the power of the Rinnegan. Chapter 102. Battle Among the Flames. Or. The Land of Fire, on fire. Forests of the Land of Fire. The first battle of the ninja war continued, with neither side appearing to gain advantage over the other. Akatsuki had superior numbers, but most of the allied ninjas were individually stronger than the white Zetsu clones. Plus, the allied ninjas also had the chakra golems, whose armor resisted all but the strongest of the physical attacks, and their seals allowed them to absorb elemental ninjutsu. And thus, they were excellent at dealing with the white Zetsu clones. At least the normal ones. Some Zetsu brutes noticed the golems, and went to destroy them. While the golems were strong, the mutant Zetsu had enough muscle to tear their armors apart. These pieces of scrap will help the allied ninja no longer. A Zetsu brute yelled, as he was about to trash yet another golem. Wood release, wood binding jutsu. Suddenly, multiple vines emerged from below the giant Zetsu, and tightly wrapped around his arms, legs and body, leaving him completely immobilized. "What the? I'm sorry, but Dad said those golems are quite expensive," a white-haired girl said, just as she landed in front of him. "And Dad says that we must take care of expensive stuff." The golem wasted no time, and slammed its fist into the Zetsu's head, blowing it into multiple chunks of white flesh. The rest of the body lifelessly fell back on its back after the girl undid her jutsu. Nodding to herself in satisfaction, Kaido went to look for more targets. Lava Release, Scorching Rocks Jutsu. Kuratsuki expelled a large amount of lava from her mouth, which took the shape of multiple burning boulders, spreading in an arc towards the enemies surrounding her. Some found their marks, while others missed, before falling to the ground below. However, while she was casting the jutsu, she felt a foot smashing against her back, and talons trying to pierce her flak jacket, interrupting her attack and sending her tumbling down. "Shit!" Kuratsuki loudly cursed as she tried to regain her balance midair. As she did, she saw more aerial enemies diving at her. Right now, the Tsuchikage was fighting against yet another type of white Zetsu, one that had leather wings instead of arms, which allowed them to fly. On top of that, their feet ended in long and sharp talons, which was their main method of attack, but it wasn't the only one. "Yes, you dumbass, come to me if you dare," Kuratsuki said as she started to make hand seals before she clapped her hands together. When she brought them apart, a cube made of white light appeared between them. Dust Release, Atomic Dismantling Jutsu. Kuratsuki sent the cube towards the incoming Zetsu, which increased its size tenfold in less than a second, catching the flying Zetsu within. The cube then flared with white light, and the Zetsu were no more. "That takes care of that group," Kuratsuki said, panting a little. Looking around, she saw dozens of those flying Zetsu converging upon her. "A shitload of them remains. And they can attack me from pretty much any direction. Time to break out that jutsu then," Kuratsuki said, as she started to make hand seals. Lava Release, Lava Chakra Armor. The air around Kuratsuki started to ripple as heat built around the young cage, before her body flashed with a bright red light. The next instant, her whole body was covered in an armor made of molten rock, leaving only her eyes exposed. "All right, all set. Come on assholes, come here and see if you can touch me," Kuratsuki taunted. Much to her surprise, the flying Zetsu did so. Kuratsuki merely raised an ire bow, and smiled under her mask of lava. "Your doom, then. Plasma Release, Light of Death." Once again, Akashi fired his destructive orange beam at the Uchiha brothers, who dodged it by jumping in opposite directions. The beam carved yet another furrow as it moved, but this time it didn't kill anybody as collateral damage. Both the White Zetsu clones and allied ninjas learned to get away from the Sotoku clan head, and let Itaki and Suzuki deal with him. "Suzuki, I'm going in," Itaki said, as he rushed forward, katana in hand. "Cover me." "You got it," Suzuki replied, as his hands flew through hand seals. Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Suzuki exhaled a volley of fireballs in a wide arc forward, which forced the reanimation to jump back in order to avoid them. Taking advantage of that moment, Itaka's body flickered next to him, and brought his sword down. However, Akashi was fast enough to block it with a kunai. "You're fast, Uchiha, but you won't catch me off guard so easily," Akashi boasted, as he pulled another kunai and swung it at Itaki. The older brother parried it, before delivering another swing that was dodged. The two of them exchanged blade swipes, though it was clear that Itaki was the superior swordsman, and slowly pushed Akashi back. "Your plasma release jutsu have an impressive destructive power, but they have a glaring weakness: they can't be used in close range," Itaki said, as he pressed his attack with more powerful sword swings. "Don't you dare underestimate me, Uchiha. We of the Sotoku clan aren't one-trick ponies reliant on our bloodline limits," Akashi boasted. Akashi delivered a swipe with one of his kunai, which Itaki was ready to parry. However, in the last second, the kunai started to crackle with electricity as lightning chakra was channeled through it, allowing it to cut Itaki's katana as if it was made of paper. Even if Itaki was able to dodge the electric kunai, the second kunai, wreathed in flames, plunged into his chest, just below the neck. "Got you." Akashi said with a sadistic smirk, as he dug the kunao even deeper. Itake! Sasuke yelled, as he rushed to aid his brother. Itake, however, smirked, much to the reanimation's confusion, before the older Uchiha burst into a murder of crows that started to fly around him, cawing loudly, and pestering him with pecks. What the, oh, I get it, this is a fucking genjutsu. Akashi said, as he dispelled it. Too late. The real Itaka said, as he appeared behind him, his Susanoo already formed. A sword of golden flames appeared in one of the red chakra construct's arms. Sword of Totsuka, seal. As he delivered a swing of his flaming sword, Akashi turned around, revealing an orange ball of energy that crackled with chakra. Plasma release, light of judgment. Akashi tossed the sphere at Itake, which exploded upon touching the Uchiha's Susanoo. The chakra construct managed to absorb most of the blast, but it was shattered to pieces, and the resulting shockwave hurled Itake against a nearby tree. You think you can catch me off guard with one of those accursed genjutsu of yours, Uchiha? Akashi said, angrily boasted. We know how to deal with your kind. That's why your miserable clan had to ally with your longtime enemies in order to dash. Lightning release. Thunderblade. Crackles of electricity alerted Akashi of Sasuke's attack, and he turned around just in time to parry Sasuke's swing of his electricity-enhanced sword with a kunao empowered the same fashion. Ah, the runt, Akashi said, rolling his eyes. So, you don't want to see your brother die? Do you prefer if I kill you first, then? That moment, Sasuke's Sharingan morphed into their advanced form, as the air around them started to become much hotter. Amaterasu. Akashi burst into black flames, and the youngest Uchiha jumped backwards in order not to be burned by them, as he flinched when the memory of his near-kill of Naruto washed over his body like a blanket of anguish. However, before he could cry victory, there was a small burst of smoke, and the black flames weren't consuming the plasma release user, but a mere log. A replacement. Shit. Sasuke cursed, as he looked around, lamenting having to force himself to relieve that trauma for nothing. Sasuke, to your right. Itaka called. Sasuke turned to said direction, just in time to see an orange light glowing brighter. Plasma release, light of judgment. Once again, Akashi threw a sphere of plasma at Sasuke, who dodged it the best way he could. Unfortunately, just like his brother a moment ago, he was unable to avoid the ensuing shockwave, and was hurled away. Through rather than smashing against a tree, the younger Uchiha landed on the ground on his back, bouncing multiple times before. Shit, that was. Sasuke grunted, as he tried to shake away the pain from his body. Unfortunately, he wasn't going to have time to nurse his wounds. Plasma release, light of death. Saki's Sharingan watched in horror as another orange destructive beam carved a furrow in the ground as it moved towards him, leaving a trail of flames. Even if caused him no small amount of pain, Sasuke made a hand seal and molded some chakra, and was able to use body flicker to dodge the attack before it could reduce him to cinders. Damn it. I could use Sakura or Karin right now. Sasuke complained, as he held the left side of his body. He swore he would never take his teammates for granted ever again. Sasuke. Itaka said, as he landed beside him. Are you okay? I've been better, Sasuke replied, coughing some blood. If just one guy can do so much damage, I can't imagine a whole clan of them. There's a reason as for why they were exterminated, Itaka pointed out. We can't beat this guy on our own. We better fall back and get some help from the main body of the division, Sasuke suggested. We can't do that. His jutsu are incredibly destructive and have a very wide area of effect. We would risk causing even more casualties to our side. We have to defeat him ourselves, Itaka stated. You're very confident in our chances, Itake, Sasuke dryly said. I am. I know your potential, Sasuke, and if we fight together, that reanimation won't have a chance against us, Itake assured. Can you use Susanoo? A little. I still haven't mastered it yet, Sasuke replied. I can use it, but I won't be able to keep it for long. In that case, save it if you are unable to dodge that man's jutsu. I'm alive thanks to my Susanoo cushioning the blast of that attack, Itaka said. I can end this fight in one hit. If I can stab him with the sword of Totsuka, I can seal him permanently, and won't come back even if he's a reanimation. I don't think you'll be able to get close enough to him for that, Sasuke observed, at least not before he obliterates your Susanoo like he did before. No, if he doesn't see me coming, Itaka said. So, that means I'm going to be the distraction, don't I? Sasuke asked. It was something he wasn't looking forward to. No. Both of us will be, Itaka cryptically said. Confusion will be our greatest weapon, and his downfall? Not far away from there, Maki continued the battle against her resurrected sensei, who now had the help of another reanimation. Despite trying to fall back and ask for help, the zombies wouldn't let them go much further. The Suna Jonin decided it was for the best to go all out. Selling art, cloth binding armor. Whips of cloth wrapped around Maki's limbs and body, covering it completely, and leaving only her eyes visible. Huh, what's that? Gari asked, cocking his head in mild annoyance. You plan to copy the second Tsuchikage style or what? See if your Tsuchikage can do this. Maki boasted, though she immediately realized that trying to compare herself to a cage would make her sound ridiculous. Multiple cloth razor whips. Many whips made of cloth emerged from under Maki's bandages, and lunged themselves at the two reanimations, like a bunch of angry snakes hungry for their prey. Pakura and Gari were able to dodge the attack, yet Maki was able to redirect half of the razor whips towards Pakura and the other towards Gari, and this time they were unable to dodge them. Yes. Maki cheered. However, victory was still far from her reach. Even if she aimed at their vital spots, zombies had none, and could still go on. Pakura grabbed the cloth whips, and focusing her chakra, used them to channel a stream of fire that spread through the cloth whips towards Maki. Realizing she made a mistake, Maki broke the whips that tied her to both Pakura and Gari, and jumped backwards in order to avoid being burned. Too late, mummy gal. Gari said, as he leaped towards her, glowing fist reared back. Explosion dash. Lightning release, Thunderblade. A white and dark blue blur crossed between the two of them, accompanied by the sound of crackling electricity, and Gari saw how his arm was cut away from the rest of his body. Got you. Ran said, gripping her electricity-infused tanto. Shit. Gari said, as he broke his momentum for the sake of jumping back. He looked at his sliced arm, which was starting to slowly regenerate. Quickly, let's try to overwhelm him now that I crippled him. Ran called, as she and other nearby ninja went to chase him. The reanimated explosion release user ran away. Maki sighed in relief, as her eyes focused on Pakura. Good. With that IWA ninja out of our hair, our chances of sealing her are all the greater. While Maki's reasoning was right, greater chances didn't necessarily translate into good chances. And Pakura, weaving more hand seals, was about to show that. Several flaming orbs appeared around her, and start to spin around her body, their speed progressively increased essaying. Maki and Raku added defensive stances. Ruka, let's counter this. Together, like we did before. Maki said, as she started making hand seals. You got it. Ruka replied. Scorch release, blast wave ring. The orbs spun so fast, they almost looked like a ring of fire. Said ring then exploded outwards in a wave of blazing winds. However, the two kunoichi were ready to counter this. Water release, water wall. Wind release, great breakthrough. Once again, the combination of wind and water created a powerful torrent that managed to stop Pakura's jutsu from advancing, creating yet another cloud of steam result of the heated air coming in contact with the cold water, blinding all combatants. Ruka, get close to me. Back to back. Maki called, pulling the other kunoichi towards her. She'll take advantage of the cloud of steam to ambush us. We can't let our backs exposed. You got it. Ruka said, as she obediently rushed to Maki's side. Knowing Sensei's hatred of Kiri Ninja, she'll attack Ruka first, Maki thought, as she looked around. The moment she makes her move, I need to act quickly if I want to catch her before Ruka is injured. Sorry for using you as bait like this, Ruka, but this is our best chance to beat her. Long seconds passed by, and Pakura didn't seem to make any attempt at attacking them. The cloud of steam started to slowly dispel, restoring their visibility and depriving Pakura of a chance to ambush them. "Don't lower your guard, Ruka. That's what Pakura-sensei is expecting us to do," Maki whispered. Ruka merely nodded. Then, it happened. The sound of footsteps. Light and soft, but still audible. And just like Maki was expecting, they came from the direction Ruka was facing. It was now or never. "I got you, sensei," Maki triumphantly thought, as she made a hand seal. Multiple razor cloth whips. More whips made of cloth emerged from under Maki's bandage, and circling around Ruka, lunged themselves at the attacking Pakura. The bandages stabbed themselves into the undead Kunoichi, stopped her on her tracks just before she could get close to the Kiri Kunoichi. "We caught her. Attack now, Ruka," Maki commanded. "Understood," Ruka said, as she hastily made several hand seals. Water redash. But then, much to the two Kunoichi's shock, Pakura exploded in a fiery blast, violently hurling both women into the air, while burning their clothes and some their skin, before they fell back into the ground with a loud thud. Maki's cloth armor protected her from the blast, and while injured, she could continue fighting. Ruka couldn't say the same. Even if the Kiri Kunoichi was still alive, the injuries caused by the explosion were too grievous to allow her to continue fighting. An explosive clone. Pakura-sensei knew that I would expect her to attack from Ruka's side, and send a decoy to bait me, Maki frustratingly realized, as she fought off the pain and battled to get back on her feet. However, Maki didn't have time to contemplate on her blunder, as she saw in horror Pakura, this time the real one, she presumed, leaping at her with 3 flaming orbs spinning around her body. She couldn't fight and protect the injured Ruka at the same time. In their current situation, she could only think in one course of action. Sealing art, protective cloth dome. Sealing art, hardening seal. Whips of cloth shot from Maki's body, and wrapped themselves, forming a dome around her. As the dome formed, glowing seals started to appear on the pieces of cloth, solidifying and hardening it in order to resist external attacks. One of Pakura's orbs smashed against the cloth dome, making the seals to glow even brighter, but it was unable to breach it. Not that it was going to stop the reanimation from continue attacking. "I'm sorry, Maki, it pains me to be the one to end your life," Pakura sorrowfully said as she continued bombarding the barrier with more scorching orbs. "But I have no choice in my actions." Meanwhile, not far away from that, Maki's students, Matsuri, Yukata and Mikoshi, following their sensei's orders, stayed away from the zombie ninjas, and resigned themselves to fight against the White Zetsu clones exclusively. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Wind release, Wind Scythe. Manipulated attack blades. Streams of fire, blades of wind, and flying kunao and shuriken all found their mark, killing or severely maiming many of the White Zetsu clones. Though, no matter how many of them took down, more rose to take their place. It felt like their numbers had no limit. "I'm starting to get a little tired," Yukata complained. "I know, but we have to keep fighting. The more of these things we kill, the easier time we'll have sensei and the stronger ninjas fighting the zombies," Matsuri encouraged, as she kicked a Zetsu clone coming close to her. "And if we can beat them, then getting rid of these things will be much easier." Mikoshi was going to say something, but the bespectacled youth then saw something through the corner of his eye. He looked up, and saw a multitude of greenish-yellow projectiles arcing towards them. "Everybody, take cover!" he shouted. "Get close to me," Matsuri said. As Yukata and Mikoshi did, Matsuri pulled out her Johyo, and made it spin above her and her teammate's head as she channeled chakra through it for added power. The next second, a rain of projectiles that appeared to be made of concentrated powder peppered the area, hitting allied ninja and White Zetsu clones alike. While the projectiles had a corrosive effect on the human ninja and the ground as well, as multiple holes were opened by the missiles that missed their mark, the White Zetsu clones were unaffected. Thanks to Matsuri, both her and her teammates avoided being hit, as Matsuri's spinning Johyo deflected a couple of missiles that would have hit them. "What kind of jutsu is that?" Matsuri asked, as she shook some of the corrosive powder from her weapon. "I don't know, but it was like nothing I've seen before," Mikoshi said, quickly adjusting his glasses. "It came from the west." And I'd say it was cast by more than one ninja. Maybe we should try to find the enemy who used that jutsu and get rid of them, Matsuri suggested. Otherwise, it's going to make fighting these creatures all the harder. Yokota and Mikoshi nodded. However, before they could move, the ground started to shake, and a Zetsu brute emerged from underground. He let out a powerful, inhuman roar, while raising his four muscular arms in an intimidating pose, making Yokota to let out a high-pitched shriek. It seems the enemy read our minds, and didn't want us to interfere with their snipers, Mikoshi dryly noted. Let's get rid of this guy as well, Matsuri said, unimpressed. Come on Yokota-chan, between the three of them, it will be piece of cake. If you say so, Matsuri-chan. The terrified raven-haired girl whimpered. The Zetsu brute made the first move, and charged towards the trio of Suna ninjas, each of his steps making a booming noise. Closing the gap in less than 2 seconds, he tried to smash Matsuri with a vertical slam with two of his arms, but both she and her teammates jumped backwards, and the giant Zetsu's fist only hit the ground, cracking a crater of moderate size open. Such strength! If that thing hits us, we're done. Mikoshi observed with some unease. Agree. Let's keep our distance and fight from afar. Matsuri said, as her hands flew through hand seals. Wind release, breakthrough. Brown-haired girl exhaled a powerful gust of wind at the large Zetsu variant. However, much to her surprise, the mutant Zetsu made a couple of hand seals as well, before opening his mouth and breathing a stream of fire at her. The fire was magnified by Matsuri's wind jutsu, and soon the brown-haired girl saw a massive wall of fire ready to engulf her. Matsuri-chan! Yokota yelled. However, Matsuri already found a way out. Rather than cancel her jutsu, she aimed it towards the ground. The stream of wind she was blowing propelled her upwards, elevating her above the torrent of flames just it passed under her position. However, before she could sigh in relief, she saw much to her horror that the mutant Zetsu was also in front of her, one of his fists reared back. When did he jump dash? Her thoughts were interrupted by the incoming punch, which sent her flying back against the ground. She managed to cover herself with her forearms just in time, and the armored vambraces on her forearms prevented her bones from breaking. Still, that didn't make the fall any less painful. The mutant Zetsu landed with a loud boom, and dashed towards the fallen Kunoichi. It's time for you to die, Sunas come. The giant Zetsu roared. That moment, several kunai with explosive notes attached to them landed around the mutant Zetsu, detonating a second after that, engulfing the large creature inside a chain of explosions. As this happened, Mikoshi and Yokota rushed to aid their unofficial leader in their sensei's absence. Matsuri-chan, are you okay? A worried Yokota asked. Let me heal you, Mikoshi said, as he placed his hands over Matsuri's worst bruises, and applied the mystical palm jutsu. Yes. I think so. Matsuri said, as Mikoshi's healing slowly alleviated her pain. She looked at her vambraces, which had been completely shattered, and removed them completely, leaving her arms bare. But yes, that guy is as strong as his appearance suggests. Not to mention resistant. Look. Mikoshi said. When the clouds of dust and smoke raised by the chains of explosions dispelled, the Zetsu was still there. There were some wounds and burns across his body, but not only did they barely affect the monster, but were slowly beginning to heal. Nothing but a direct hit with powerful attacks will bring him down, Matsuri deduced, as she stood back on her feet once Mikoshi finished patching her up. Maybe a combination between more explosives directed with Mikoshi-kun's blade manipulation and Yokota-chan's fire jutsu, aimed for the head. Easier said than done. That guy's as fast as he's strong, Mikoshi pointed out. Then I'll force him to stop. When I give you the signal, attack, Matsuri said, as he pulled out something from her ninja tome pouch and put it inside her mouth. Matsuri-chan, what do you plan to do? Yokota asked. Matsuri didn't reply. She pulled out her Johio once again, and started to spin it as she ran towards the giant Zetsu. The mutant creature smirked widely upon seeing the Suna Kunoichi running towards him. What, you didn't have enough? Hehe, very well, if you're so eager to die. The Zetsu brute said, as he took a fighting stance. Matsuri threw her weapon at the giant Zetsu, the dart at the end of the rope easily stabbing into the Zetsu's surprisingly soft flesh. The giant Zetsu, however, grabbed the rope, and pulled Matsuri towards him with all his might. Something that Matsuri already expected, as the force of the pull didn't offset her balance, while pulling out a kunao with her free hand. Once she reached close combat distance, Matsuri brought the kunao down at the Zetsu's head. Unfortunately for her, the Zetsu was quicker, and grabbed her wrist with one of his arms, while using his two lower arms to grab Matsuri's body. "That was a mistake, little girl," the Zetsu said with a grin. "Now die dash." However, before the mutant creature could tear the Sunaku no Ichi in half, Matsuri spat what she holding inside her mouth, hitting the Zetsu's left eye, before said object exploded into a cloud of smoke. "Arg! My eye!" The giant Zetsu screamed as he unwittingly dropped Matsuri. The Sunaku no Ichi quickly pulled out two more kunao, and stabbed them on each of the Zetsu brute's knees, forcing him to fall on them. "Mikoshi-kun, Yukata-chan, now!" Matsuri called. Blade manipulation. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Multiple kunao with explosive tags attached to them flew towards the Zetsu, before finding their marks, sinking themselves into either his face, or around his head. It was then followed by a stream of fire that detonated said explosives. Multiple chunks of white flesh were splattered everywhere, signaling the fact that the giant Zetsu had indeed been destroyed. "Yes. We brought him down," Mikoshi shouted, pumping his fist in triumph. "Matsuri-chan. That was so brave," Yukata said, as she rushed towards her friend. "I don't think I would have been able to do that without freezing completely." "Thanks. Though, I was quite terrified. That thing could have ripped me in half easily," Matsuri replied. "Not to mention, I had to make sure the smoke bomb didn't burst inside my mouth and dash." Matsuri's words were interrupted by the sound of nearby explosions. It wasn't less the explosions themselves which happened quite often around them and more where said explosions came from. "That's where Maki-sensei is fighting," Yukata said in a whisper. Turning at said direction, they recognized their sensei's protective cloth dome, with Pakura relentlessly bombarding it with her orbs of heat. Maki's students didn't need to speak. A shared look and a nod is all what they needed before the three of them headed to assist their sensei. Maki was resisting as best as she could her former sensei's onslaught. So far, her defensive seals were resisting, but she could feel them eating more and more bits of her chakra each time Pakura hit the cloth dome. And while Maki would eventually run out of chakra, Pakura didn't have to worry about that. "Come on, somebody. I need some help," Maki cried, hoping a nearby ally could lend her a hand. Said cry for help was going to be addressed. "Don't worry, sensei, here we are," a female voice said. "Matsuri, no," she cried. This time, she no longer feared for her life, but for her students' lives instead. Wind release, Wind Scythe. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Ignoring her own safety, and that of Ruka's, Maki undid the dome, and saw her three students facing one of the most dangerous ninjas Suna had ever produced. Making a couple hand seals, Pakura generated 3 of her scorching heat orbs, which started to spin around her body. Maki's eyes widened in horror. "Get away from her!" Maki shouted. "Come close to me, now!" Thankfully for her, her students listened, and fell back to their sensei's position. "Are you okay, sensei?" Yukata asked a bit worried. "I am. But Ruka isn't," Maki replied, as her eyes drifted towards the fallen Kirikou no Ichi. "Mikoshi, can you help her? Her wounds appear to be much more serious than what I'm capable of healing, but I'll do my best," the bespectacled boy said, as he kneeled beside Ruka and started to treat her wounds. Meanwhile, Matsuri and Yukata placed themselves at each side of Maki, and adopted fighting stances. "So, what's the plan, sensei?" Matsuri asked. "So, your students returned," Pakura observed, and fixed her eyes on them. "You should have listened to your sensei. This fight is too big for you." "Maybe. But we aren't going to fight alone. We're going to help Maki-sensei to beat you," Matsuri proudly stated. Totally," Yukata added, her love and pride in her sensei overcoming her fear, even if barely. You better take them away from me. I don't want to kill the next generation of Suna ninjas, and I don't think I'm able to hold back, Pakura warned them. I did try, but they're way too stubborn for their own good, Maki replied, as she inched close to her two students. Too stubborn for their own good? Why does that sound familiar to me? Pakura asked, sending Maki a taunting look. However, said look was replaced by one of worry and even horror. Maki, watch out, I'm going to attack again. Pakura leaped forward, her three orbs of heated air spinning around her. Maki didn't have to tell Tajiri and Yukata to put some distance. Beware of her jutsu. Scorch Release is nothing like any other elemental combination. It works by boiling the water in your body, leaving you a mummified husk, Maki warned them. Don't worry, sensei, we will be okay. Yukata assured her. Being confident is good, but this is Pakura we're talking about. Even without her bloodline limit, she is still one of the most powerful ninjas Suna has ever produced, Maki insisted. I will fight her head on. You two cover me and attack when you see any openings. Understood, Matsuri replied. You got it, sensei. Yukata added. All right, Maki took a deep breath, and closed her eyes for a second. After opening them, she shooed her former teacher a determined stare, and charged forward. Here I come, sensei. Pakura didn't reply, and merely summoned another 2 orbs of heat on each hand. Just like how Maki was expected. And now that Pakura had her hands occupied, Maki sent several whips of cloth at the undead Kunoichi's ankles, which tightly wrapped around them. However, Pakura quickly infused one of the orbs into her hand, and making a chopping motion, the cloth whips were swiftly cut. Pakura repeated the process with the other hand, and tried to punch Maki. Aiming for my legs when my arms were busy, Pakura recollected. Smart, but you aren't the first one to try that. Even if Maki managed to jump aside just in time to dodge the fiery punch, she could feel the unpleasant heat warming her skin way too much. Her cloth armor wouldn't prove much protection for such attacks. Our turn, Matsuri-chan. Yukata said, the Ditzy Kunoichi realizing that Pakura was wide open, as she formed hand seals as fast as she could. Fire release, flame cannon. Certain kill treasure tool meteor. Matsuri launched her Johio at Pakura once again, while Yukata exhaled a fireball in tandem. It didn't appear that the undead Kunoichi was in position to dodge, but just like Maki said, Pakura didn't become one of Suna's finest by relying exclusively on a powerful blood limit. Scorch release, heat blast. Aiming one of her hands aside, Pakura released the heated air infused into her hand in the form of an explosion that propelled her sideways, avoiding both attacks. No. Matsuri cried. Not bad, girls, not bad, Pakura praised. Maki trained you good. But dash. Pakura was interrupted when Yukata's fireball, just before passing her, split into 3 smaller fireballs, 2 of them turning to each side, and another turning upwards. One of those smaller fireballs managed to hit Pakura in the legs, blowing one of them. Yes. Direct hit. Yukata cheered, pumping her fist into the air. Pakura made a backflip, and landed on her good leg, while waiting for the other to regenerate. Now that she can't move as good, we should press the attack. Matsuri urged. Agreed, Maki said. But let not change the strategy. I'll deal with her directly. And when I tell you, attack again. Use those very same attacks. The same. But Pakura-san will be ready for dash. Do not question me, just do as I say. Maki insisted. I know how to defeat her. I hope whatever plan you have, Maki, it will be good to bring me down, Pakura said, still standing on one leg. And honestly, you should listen to your students. The same attacks won't work twice. Maki didn't reply. She generated 2 whips of cloth from the bandages under her wrists, and channeled chakra through them, making them rigid, solid, and sharp, like blades of cloth that could be used as if they were swords. Maki engaged her former sensei in close combat, harassing her with powerful and fast swipes, not letting her use ninjutsu. She will try to hit my other leg in order to make me lose my balance completely, Pakura thought, seeing through her former student's movements. I'm sorry, Maki. I thought I taught you not to use the same strategy on the same opponent more than once. And indeed, just like she foresaw, several whips of cloth appeared from under Maki's bandages, and lunged at her good leg. However, this time Pakura was ready. Rather than aiming for the whips, she changed her target. She brought her hands together, and made several hand seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire. Maki jumped backwards while covering hid her arms, but she was too close to Pakura, and was unable to dodge the wall of fire, which quickly engulfed her. All she could do was channel even more chakra through her cloth armor in order to make it sturdier. Maki-sensei! Matsuri cried. Don't worry about me. Attack, now! Maki urged, as she fell to the ground on her back, her cloth armor being on fire on multiple spots. Matsuri and Yukata followed her orders, and ignoring her sensei's plight, unleashed their attacks once again. Fire release, Flame Cannon. Certain Kill Treasure Tool Meteor. Once again, Matsuri's dart and Yukata's fireball flew towards Pakura whom, at that moment, her leg finished regenerating. I can dodge the Johio easily. And the splitting fireball, while clever, has a glaring flaw in its design, Pakura thought, as she placed herself in front of the fiery projectile. The fireball will split in three, two projectiles going sideways and the other upwards. Meaning that the best way to dodge it is standing in front of it. And Pakura's prediction turned to be true. When the larger fireball split into three smaller ones, they changed their course and passed her by harmlessly. Just as I expect, Pakura was about to say, when she caught something from the corner of her eye. What? From the ground, Maki launched yet another whip cloth at her. However, probably due her current position, Maki's aim was a little off, and Pakura only needed to sidestep in order to dodge the attack. So, you were using your students' attacks as distractions, and tried to catch me off guard, Pakura noted. Not bad, Maki, but I wasn't aiming at you. Maki furiously replied. Huh. That moment, Maki's cloth whip wrapped itself around Matsuri's Johio, who was still moving past Pakura. Maki then pulled the cloth back, making the Johio spin around Pakura, wrapping the rope against her, pinning her arms against her body, before maneuvering it back towards Matsuri, who caught it expertly, and pulled with all her might. What the ? Pakura asked, as she tried to break free. Sorry, sensei, but this is the end. Cloth binding jutsu. Wasting no time, Maki generated even more whips of cloth, which wrapped them sleeves around Pakura, starting from her legs, before moving upwards, until the undead Kunoichi was completely trapped inside a cocoon of cloth. As the final touch, Maki placed a chakra suppressing seal on the cloth prison, making sure Pakura wouldn't be able to escape. And then, Maki fell on her knees. Don't worry, sensei, she sorrowfully said. Soon you'll go back to your eternal rest. The solemn moment, predictably, didn't last, as Maki heard her two female students rushing towards her. Sensei! Yukata cried in joy. We did it! Matsuri shouted, elated. We beat Pakura of the Scorch Release. They won't believe when we tell them. Yes, we did. Good job, girls, Maki congratulated her students. However, this battle is far from over, and we can't let the enemy free Pakura-sensei. Now go and take her to the rear guard for safekeeping. The ninja there will know what to do with her. You got it, sensei. Yukata said, still high from the victory rush. We'll come back as soon as we can, Matsuri promised. The two girls grabbed the bandage-made cocoon, and leaped away. Maki meanwhile decided to return with her remaining student, and check how Ruka was doing. Plasma release, Light of Death. The head of the disappeared Sotoka clan fired his signature jutsu at the Uchiha brothers. However, rather than a straight line, he instead moved it in a wide arc, in order to hit both Sasuke and Itachi. Both brothers used the body flicker to quickly evade the attack, which carved another furrow into the ground, burning the grass around it. The creepy voice in my head told me to decapitate you and collect your Sharingan. Akashi gleefully said. And you know what? I agree with him. Many were the fools who tried to steal the Sharingan for their own, Itachi replied. So far, none of them had succeeded. Technically speaking, one man did. The very same man that was now controlling Akashi like a puppet. But Itachi doubted that Orochimaru would have been able to get his hands on a Sharingan without taking advantage of some chaotic event like the Uchiha insurrection. Still, Itachi hoped Orochimaru wasn't listening at that point. "There's a first time for everything," Akashi replied, and Itachi had to suppress a flinch. The undead Sotoku clan head made more hand seals, before firing one of his signature jutsu. Plasma release, light of judgment. Itachi pumped chakra into his legs, and leaped into the air just as the orb of plasma hit the ground where he had been standing on, resulting in another explosion. The shockwave pushed Itachi higher into the air. Something the Uchiha was counting on, but his enemy saw as a mistake. Itachi bit his thumb and started to make hand seals. "You can't dodge while you're in midair," Akashi boasted, as he pointed his index and middle fingers at the older Uchiha. Plasma release, light of death. Summoning jutsu. Itachi thrust his hand down, creating a sealing array midair, followed by a burst of smoke, just before the destructive beam pierced it. After a couple seconds, Itachi emerged from said cloud, riding the back of a giant crow. "Sasuke, now is your chance," Itachi shouted from the sky. "I'm way ahead of you," Sasuke said, as he appeared right behind Sotoku, ready to deliver a swing from his electrified katana to the undead's neck. Akashi, however, proved once again to have excellent reflexes and reaction time when he turned around and parried the blow with an electrified kunai. "Trying to catch me off guard won't dash." Fire release, Phoenix Scarlet Claw. Alerted by several whirring noises coming from above, Akashi jumped back just in time to avoid a flurry of fire-infused shuriken from pelting him. He gritted his teeth and looked at the flying Uchiha with eyes full of hatred. "Oh, so you plan to blindside me from above? You think you're so smart, don't you?" Akashi growled, as he started to make hand seals. Another sphere of plasma appeared between his hands. Plasma release, light that burns the sky. Thursday sting both arms upwards, he tossed the sphere into the sky in Itachi's direction. The giant crow managed to evade the attack easily, and it lost between the clouds. Panic creeped through Sasuke after his Sharingan analyzed that jutsu. "Itachi," Sasuke warned. "I know," Itachi calmly replied, as his eyes drifted towards the clouds above him. "He didn't hit me because I wasn't his target. Get ready, whatever comes now, it's not going to be pretty." Not far away from there, Natsuhyaga was fighting alongside other allied ninjas against a large group of white Zetsu. Her lack of power meant that she wouldn't be of much help against the stronger reanimated ninjas, so she had to deal with the Zetsu clones and made sure they wouldn't get in the way of the ninjas fighting the undead. She lamented not being able to fight at Itachi's side, but she tried to find some comfort in the thought that what she was doing was also important as well. Still, she couldn't help but worry about Itachi and Sasuke, to some extent, and take advantage of her Byakugan in order to steal a peek at how the Uchiha brothers' battle was going on. So far, what she saw didn't fill her with hope. The reanimation Itachi and his brother were fighting not only possessed a ridiculously destructive jutsu, but the man seemed to be motivated by an intense hatred towards the Uchiha, which made the fight rather difficult for the brothers. She saw him prepare an attack that carried an absurd amount of chakra, and tossed it towards Itachi, riding on a giant crow. Much to her relief, Itachi evaded the attack. "Good," she thought. "Come on Itachi, I know you can defeat this opponent. I have faith in Dash." However, Natsu's thoughts were interrupted when her Byakugan noticed something. The last attack the undead ninja had used against Itachi didn't merely disappear into the sky, but its chakra spread evenly among the clouds above them. Her already naturally pale face lost all trace of color when she realized what was going to happen. "Everybody, take cover," she warned. Sadly, not many people heard her among the chaos of the battle, and the few who did simply asked her what was going on. The answer came in the form of the dark blue and gray clouds turning reddish-orange, before golden beams of energy started to rain down from above, creating huge blasts upon impacting. The golden meteors and the explosions they caused didn't seem to discriminate between allied ninjas and white Zetsu clones, catching both of them in their blasts. Soon, most fighters were more CONV earned with dodging the lethal attacks rather than fighting the enemy. "What the hell is this?" an IWA ninja asked. "Who cast this jutsu?" Akiri Kunoichi cried. Who cares, run for your lives. A Konoha ninja shouted in desperation. Some ninjas with earth affinities tried to create protective domes made of rock in order to shield themselves from the rain of fiery death, but the meteors blasted through them as if they were nothing. Others tried to use fire, water, and lightning ninjutsu to counter the meteors, to varying degrees of success. Even making them detonate prematurely was better than letting them land. From what I can see, the meteors have a mix of fire and lightning chakra, meaning that water jutsu are the best way to counter them, Natsu thought. Unfortunately, unlike Hinata-sama and Hanabi-sama, I don't know how to use elemental ninjutsu. Maybe Hinata-sama should try to encourage our clan to stop looking down on traditional ninjutsu and relying on the gentle fist exclusively. Her thoughts were interrupted when her Byakugan caught another meteor that was about to land close to her. She ran away as fast as her legs brought her, seconds before the meteor crashed where she stood seconds before. Even if she managed to avoid the initial explosion, she was caught in the shockwave, which violently hurled her forward, crashing against a small group of allied ninjas. Thankfully, neither she nor the ninjas that unwillingly cushioned her fall were hurt from the hit. If we survive this battle, that's it, the former branch house member grimly thought. The fuck's going on? Kuratsuki yelled. On the good side, the firestorm coming from the clouds was doing a magnificent job clearing the sky out of those annoying flying Zetsu clones. On the bad side, Kuratsuki risked sharing their fate. She was trying to dodge the incoming meteors, but was having a hard time maneuvering. I need to get rid of the lava armor, it's hindering my moves. She thought in realization, and with a single hand seal, the lava armor clinging to her body fell apart, and dropped to the ground below. Even if she could fly more freely now, the short distance the meteors were coming from also made dodging them much harder, forcing the Tsuchikage to return to ground level. Needless to say, Suzuki and Itaka were also taking the brunt of what was Akashi's most powerful jutsu. And given that they were closer to the reanimated ninja than the rest of the army, more meteors were landing around them. Thanks to their training, skill, and the Sharingan, they were able to predict the trajectory of the meteors and jump to a safe place. However, they were nearly caught by the explosions more than once. The explosions dug multiple craters into the ground, spread flames, and brought down trees struck by the meteors. Soon, Suzuki and Itaka were surrounded by fire and fallen trees, with no place to escape. This is your end, Uchihas. Akashi boasted, before letting out a sadistic laugh. Now disappear the same way my clan did. Suzuki and Itaka continued their deadly dodging game, as the two of them tried to desperately come up with a plan to stop the deranged and powerful undead ninja. Given his jutsu, he created the perfect conditions for my Kirin. However, as long as his jutsu is active, I won't be able to use it, Suzuki thought, as beads of thought trickled down his face. It was hard to tell if it was due the increased heat or his growing desperation. Probably both. And to add insult to the injury, the guy didn't even move. Given that it's his jutsu, maybe the meteors won't hit him. Hey, that's it. Knowing what to do, Suzuki gripped the handle of his katana, and rushed towards the enemy, dodging the incoming meteors as best as he could. Itaka saw what his little brother was doing, and chased after him. Suzuki. What are you doing? This is no time for such reckless actions. Itaka called him. We already tried caution, and it didn't work. Suzuki shouted back, as he slowly bridged the gap between him and the enemy. His Sharingan gleamed in anticipation upon seeing how close he was. And this won't work either, brat. Akashi shouted. Suddenly, a meteor landed in front of Suzuki. Even if the Uchiha managed to stop in time to avoid the initial blast, the shockwave hurled him backwards. Itaka managed to grab Suzuki, but the force of the impact made him drop on his butt. His Susanoo quickly formed around the two of them, the Yata mirror appearing on the left arm raised upwards to shield themselves from the falling rain of fiery death. Damn it Suzuki, what the hell are you thinking? Itaka was about to ask, before he noticed something with his Sharingan. Oh, I see. Very smart, Suzuki, he whispered. You must be a truly exceptional Uchiha in order to master Susanoo to such degree, Uchiha, Akashi said, as his tone seemed to reflect genuine admiration. That will make my victory over you all the sweeter. And no, that jutsu won't save you from the destructive power of my bloodline limit. Destructive indeed. Be careful you aren't hit by your own attack, Sasuke taunted. Akashi laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha. You dumb Uchiha. My jutsu won't target me. The area of effect around the initial casting point is completely safe. I knew you guessed that, given that you were trying to get close to me, but I shouldn't have expected so much from your clan. Are you sure about that? Itachi asked, smirking confidently. Akashi knew the Uchihas were trying to play a mind game on him. Still, he couldn't repress the urge to look up and prove the Uchihas wrong. He was confident he could spare a quick glance, since his hated foes weren't close enough to attack him. So his eyes moved up. What? And much to his shock, he saw a meteor that was about to land right on top of him. Akashi let out a yell and jumped away just in time to avoid being obliterated. However, there was no explosion when the meteor hit the ground, much to his confusion. It took him a couple seconds to realize what had happened. A fucking genjutsu. I knew it was a trick. He shouted in anger, before making a hand seal, and send a burst of chakra through his body. However, as he was doing that, he didn't realize that he had jumped out of the safe zone, and another meteor landed near him. This one did result in an explosion that sent him flying away. However, his flight was interrupted when he saw a blade made of golden flames erupting from his chest. What the? He babbled, as he turned around. He saw that Itachi's Susanoo was now holding a sword made of golden flames in one of its right hands. A gourd formed in the other right hand, as he felt pulled towards it. How? Yes, I figured out how your jutsu worked, Sasuke explained. Though I didn't want you to get close to you in order to get away from the meteors, but to put you under a genjutsu, whose purpose was to make you leave said safe zone. That's how you used that jutsu of yours, right? You stay in one spot and watch how the meteors burn everything else to ashes, Itachi continued. But if somebody made you leave that zone, you aren't used to dodge your own attacks, are you? Shit. Akashi cursed, as he was slowly absorbed into the gourd. Don't worry, your suffering will end soon, Itachi said, as he stood up. In the meantime, you shall be sealed. Once the deranged undead ninja was completely sealed, his jutsu was cancelled, and meteors stopped falling from the sky. Finally. His constant yammering was even more annoying than those meteors, Sasuke said, as he got back on his feet, and shook his clothes from possible dust. This fight is over, but the battle is far from being won, Itachi said. Come on, I'm sure there are far more reanimations out there that need to be sealed. Sasuke nodded, and the two brothers returned to where the main battle was taking place. Meanwhile, back in the thick of the battle, Ran and a few other allied ninjas were trying to beat Gari. Bodies kept piling around him the longer the fight went on. Some tried to overwhelm him with numbers, but such tactic didn't work given the former IWA ninja's bloodline limit, whose jutsu had a wide area of effect. This didn't go unnoticed to the undead ninja's enemies, as the allied ninjas were becoming more and more hesitant to attack him, given the sheer power of his jutsu. What's wrong, guys? Don't tell me you're afraid of me. Gari mockingly asked. His taunt only made the ninja around him take a step back. Well, if you're not going to move, don't mind if I take the initiative. Explosion release, devastating napalm. Gari slammed both hands into the ground, generating a row of explosions in a straight line, killing the ninjas directly caught in the explosions, and tossing those near them around the place, Ran among them. The Kumoku no Ichi tried to get back on his feet, but much to her horror, Gari had decided to target her as his next victim. Don't think I forgot about the arm you sliced off. Gari shouted, ignoring the fact that said arm grew back shortly after, as he prepared another explosive jutsu. Exploak. Suddenly, Gari was yanked mid-air by an invisible force, pulling him towards an unspecified point, until he felt a strong hand clamp over his neck. What? Gari asked, realizing that the one holding him by his neck was an attractive blonde woman with a piece of cloth covering her left eye. It didn't take him long enough to recognize her. Tsunade. Ding ding ding, winner. Tsunade mockingly said, before placing her other hand on Gari's head. Ningendo. Using her Rinnegan powers, Tsunade ripped Gari's soul out of his body, which started to fall apart into dust and ashes the moment she dropped it. Satisfied with her one-hit kill, Tsunade looked around, seeing allied ninjas fighting White Zetsu clones and reanimations. Soon, she was joined by more ninjas, all of them medics, such as Shizun and her female students. It seems that we arrived just in time, Tsunade-sama, Sakura mentioned. Not in time. I can see quite a lot of dead bodies littering the battleground, Shizun pointed out. Yes. However, that doesn't mean we can save those who are still alive. Spread out, and help those groups who are having the more troubles. Tsunade ordered. Her subordinates nodded, and did as she asked. Now, let's see what else I can do. Shurado. Tsunade pointed her arm at an incoming group of White Zetsu clones. Said arm morphed into a mechanical cannon, which started to gather light particles, before it fired a powerful blast of chakra at the group, instantly obliterating the White Zetsu directly hit, and greatly damaging those around them, sending them in every direction. Damn, that was even better than during the training. Tsunade cheered, as her arm morphed back to normal. Though this Rinnegan shit consumes quite a lot of chakra. Fortunately, there's plenty of food around here. I'm not much of a fan of vegan buffets, but guess I can't complain. Bansho Tenin. Tsunade spread her arms outwards, as she used the Deva path to telekinetically pull two normal White Zetsu clones to one of her arms each, just like she did with Gari. The moment she touched them, she started to quickly drain their chakra. The more chakra they were drained of them, the Zetsu started to wither and shrink as if they were plants that have been deprived of water for far too long, before they were reduced to piles of dust. Ah, that hit the spot, Tsunade said with a smirk of satisfaction. Oh look, there's a tormented soul that's in need of salvation. And a good beating since we're at it. With Tsunade's arrival, the tide of the battle was turned in the allied ninjas' favor. The reanimations and White Zetsu clones, even the stronger variants, were simply no match for the power of the Rinnegan. Once all reanimations were destroyed by Tsunade, the remaining White Zetsu decided to flee. Or were ordered to flee. Not that it made any difference. And thus, the first battle of the Fourth Ninja War came to an end with a victory for the allied ninja forces. Despite the victory, it left some people with a bittersweet taste in their mouths, wondering if they would have been able to win had Tsunade not showed up for help. After that, Kuratsuki ordered for her division to set up camp in the middle of the battleground given that the battle has cleared most of the trees and rocks so the medics of Tsunade's division could start properly healing the wounded. Meanwhile, at the Mount-on graveyard, Obito didn't say anything or react in any way when one of the Zetsu informed him about their defeat. He merely teleported away, leaving Orochimaru alone in the cave they were using as an improvised command center. Though, despite being on the losing side and losing all the reanimations he had deployed for the battle, Orochimaru was nothing short of yet due the discovery he had made. Kukyaku, so they gave the other Rinnegan to Tsunade, the Sannin said to no one in particular. That may complicate things, but also simplify many others. If I play my cards right, I might be able to get my hands on not just one but both Rinnegan. Chapter 103. Aftermath of the First Battle. Or Sibling Strife. Moon. When they exited the cave where the other end of the chakra portal was located, they were greeted with a sight not unlike Earth, mountains, rivers, forests, the kind of environment you would see on Earth. Couple that with a blue sky with the sun bathing the lands above in its light, and one would think they didn't left Earth. Of course, they didn't take long to realize that they weren't on the moon's surface, but under it. And the sun that provided light wasn't the same sun that illuminated the Earth, but an artificial construct, probably created and/or powered with the Otsutsuki super weapon. When Hinata looked at it with the Tensagen, she could see a chakra barrier surrounding it. The Otsutsuki super weapon must be there, but I have the feeling that charging headfirst will result in a messy death. We should better look around and try to gather information that may help us in our endeavor, she thought. With the vast area of vision the Tensagen provided her, Hinata found several villages around the place, and thus they decided to inspect one of them to see what they could find. Thanks to size giant ink birds, they managed to arrive there in a minimal amount of time. For safety reasons, at Shisui's insistence, they decided to land in the outskirts of the village. You know, I told you that the village is completely empty, Hinata insisted. There are no enemies waiting to ambush us. I know, but better safe than sorry, Shisui replied. I know that your Tensagen can see very far and nothing we know can hide from it, but there's no harm in being cautious. I agree with Shisui-san, Nori added. This is the enemy's domain. Not just that, but we're very far away from the Earth and thus, there's no way of communication or getting any reinforcements. Let's watch our step. Understood. I know what's at stake, Hinata assured them. Alright, I think we should split to cover more ground. The village isn't too big, so we won't be that far away from each other. Make sure there's always a ninja with you in case enemies appear. Everybody with a Byakugan, keep it active at all times in case Tonari's minions decide to pay us a visit. They all nodded at Hinata's instructions, formed small groups, and scattered around the abandoned village in search for clues. Forests of the Land of Fire, 2nd Division Camp, nighttime. As night fell over the Land of Fire, Kuratsuka's 2nd Division had just finished setting up their camp for the night. The mood was, overall, cheerful. Despite the number of casualties has been higher than most would have expected, those who weren't mourning the loss of their comrades and friends were celebrating that the war started with a victory for the Ninja Alliance, calling it a sign of a good omen. The wounded were being treated at the tents that formed the makeshift infirmary, and those assigned guard duty kept watch over the outskirts of the camp until their replacements would take their place in a couple hours. Those who were neither injured nor on watch duty were free to relax, eat something, and spend time with their friends if they were lucky enough to be in the same division as them. The commander of the division, Kuratsuka, had no such time to relax, unfortunately. As soon as the camp is set up, she had a ninja from the Yamanaka clan, wearing a helmet that concealed half his face which was connected to a machine, which would greatly expand the range of his abilities, link her up with HQ so she could deliver her report on the battle. Congratulations on your first victory as a commander, Kuratsuka, Onaki's voice said in her head. I knew you wouldn't disappoint us. Thanks, Gramps. Though I just wish I could feel the same, Kurtosuke replied. I had the feeling that without Tsunade's intervention, the course of the battle would have been much different. What matters the most is the result of the battle, Jiraiya's voice intervened. And that's that we won. Though that only means that the enemy is going to push back even harder now. Kuratsuke, what information have you gathered on the enemy? I think I'll need to write it down in order to include all the details, but I'll try to give you a summarized version. First of all, the White Zetsu clones. You said that the clones used in the attack on Konoha were all human-looking, right? Indeed. Though some of them could merge into a single creature to form a much stronger being, Jiraiya replied. Did you encounter such variant? None of my ninja reported such thing happening, though one of the Zetsu variants we fought was much larger than normal, with large muscles and additional limbs, Kuratsuka began. Maybe they merged before the battle began. A new voice, one belonging to an older woman, offered. I find that unlikely, Cho-san, Onaki replied. Since my granddaughter alluded to more than one Zetsu variant. Right. Other than the larger ones, which we called brutes, there were Zetsu clones whose right arms, and only the right arms, looked like some sort of mass of tangle vines with sacs, ending in a cannon shaped like a flower. They could fire projectiles made of compressed corrosive spores from great distance. We called those snipers. We can only assume that the Zetsu are undergoing mutations in order to make them more specialized fighters, Jiraiya said. Anything more? Yes. Some Zetsu grew wings that allowed them to fly. Some of them call them flyers. I call them miserable sons of bitches, Kurtosuke growled. I was planning to oversee and direct the battle from above, but those fuckers completely wrecked my plans. An air force. As much as it's painful to admit, that's a smart choice on the enemy's part, Cho said. Though now that we know that, we can take the proper steps to counter it, Jiraiya said. If that's all about the Zetsu, what about the reanimations? I believe there were many. Indeed. Ninjas from many villages, all of them with powerful bloodline limits, Kurtosuke began. We managed to capture and incapacitate about half of them before Tsunade's arrival, who took care of the other half. Then, using the Rinnegan's abilities, Tsunade was able to permanently destroy the ones my ninja were able to capture before. If I know Orochimaru, I'd dare to say that he didn't even send his strongest minions yet, Jiraiya contemplated. And is merely testing the waters. I know from his attack on Konoha that he can resurrect former cages. This time he might not be as inclined as to send them from the get-go, and may save them for later. Kurotsuki rolled her eyes. If these ninja with bloodline limits that made a number on her forces was just Orochimaru testing his forces, she didn't want to imagine what she had to face when the Snake Sannin decided to go all out. She hoped that Tsunade would be close to lend her help. Still, she decided to bite her tongue. "What are your orders, Supreme Commander?" Kurotsuki asked. "For the time being, remain there and hold your position," Jiraiya told her. "Send a warning if you are under attack again. I'll send you a toad if I need you to move your division or just a fraction of it. Now, you and your ninja should take a rest as long as peace lasts. Though, make sure you don't fall prey to night attacks." Oniki reminded her in a mildly worried tone. Those undead ninja can fight constantly without needing to rest, so Orochimaru may think in a night raid. "Don't worry, Gramps, I already assigned many ninja to night guard shifts." "I'm not new to this," Kurotsuki said, rolling her eyes for a second time in a short span and feeling thankful that her grandpa couldn't see her doing it. Kurotsuki out. As she felt the mental link vanish, Kurotsuki exited the tent, and headed to get a much-needed snack. Kurotsuki wasn't the only one who wanted to fill her stomach after spending so much energy and chakra just a few hours ago. Many ninjas were also enjoying an admittedly not all that tasty, but very nutritious dinner composed of ration bars, surrounding the many bonfires scattered around the campsite, illuminating the place with an orange light. "First day of the Fourth Ninja War, and we're still alive," Matsuri mentioned, before taking a bite of her ration bar. "I guess if we can keep this up until the very end, we will be good." Mikoshi and Yukata nodded, before the only boy of the team decided to share her thoughts. "Easier said than done, given all the trouble Pakura gave Maki-sensei," Mikoshi spoke. "Not to mention the other reanimations. And we'll need to win battles without Tsunade's help. She can't be in every battlefield at once." "Hey, we were doing pretty good, aren't we?" Yukata replied. "Why are you being such a downer?" "I'm not being a downer, I'm being realist," Mikoshi insisted. "We barely dash." "Yukata is right, you now," a new voice said. The trio of Suna ninjas turned their heads at the source, and saw their sensei taking a seat close to them. "Keeping a high spirit is paramount to win a war. Your teammates need you at your best, Mikoshi-kun. Think how to best keep them alive, not how we're doomed." I will." "Sorry, Maki-sensei," Mikoshi said, bowing his head. "It's okay, no need to apologize." "I know how you feel," Maki said. "You guys are young, and have been Thursday-stead into a war. It's normal to be afraid. What it's not acceptable is to wallow in fear. That's what your friends and teammates are for. You can rely on them whenever you need them. See? Everything's going to be okay as long as you have us to take care of you," Matsuri said, as she ruffled the bespectacled boy's hair, in an attempt to lighten the mood, much to his annoyance. "By the way, Matsuri, this is for you," Maki said, as she handed the brown-haired girl a medium-sized item wrapped in cloth. After undoing the cloth wrapping, Matsuri's eyes gleamed with joy upon seeing what her sensei gave her. "New vambraces." Matsuri squealed, as she wasted no time and put them on, despite the fact that they weren't in battle. "The supply caravan arrived not long ago. They brought us lots of new kunao, shuriken, body armors, and medical supplies. I asked if they also had vambraces, and fortunately, they also brought some," Maki explained. "Thanks a lot, Maki-sensei," Matsuri replied. "Don't worry, I'll make sure this ones last longer before they break." Maki let out a weary sigh. "Please don't do that. Your life is worth much more than some mere forearm guards. If you need to break them to live, do so," the Suna Jonin said, before clearing her throat. "So, this was your first battle in a real war. How are you feeling right now?" "I'm still a bit shaken from before, but I feel better now," Yukata replied. "Same as Yukata-chan. I was kind of afraid. And I still am, since we'll be called into battle again," Matsuri replied. Though I'm not as uneasy now as I was before the war began. I know what to expect now. Mikoshi began, his lips quivering, sounding a bit hesitant. All the people dying around us, even if most of them were ninjas we didn't even know, it was horrifying. It is, Maki sadly agreed with a nod. And before you ask, no, it doesn't get better the more you see it. If it does get any better, then you should start worrying. I see, the bespectacled boy said. I was so glad I could keep that Kiri Kunoichi alive until the real medics arrived the scene. You mean Ruka? Yes, I'm sure she's really grateful to you, Maki earnestly told him. Sensei, you fought in the Third War, did you? Yokota asked. You had to be around our age when that happened. You're right about your latter assessment, but no, I didn't fight during the Third War, Maki confessed, surprising her students. I was a mere genin, and genin aren't allowed in the front lines. At least, in Suna's case. And what did you do while it happened? Mikoshi asked. Patrol the village alongside other genin, and sometimes I was made part of the groups that provided escort to the supply caravans to the front lines, Maki explained. It was a job I hated, and thought that I could do more in the front lines. Boy, was I naive back then. It's normal to think that. After all the training we undergo in the academy, and then under a Jonin sensei, when we do small jobs even a civilian could do, it feels like our talents are being wasted, Mikoshi said. Though a war might be going too much in the opposite direction. Exactly, Maki agreed, nodding. What do you think about us, sensei? Do you think we're ready? Yokota asked. Maki chuckled in response. It's a bit late to be asking that, isn't it? Maki asked, making Yokota look a bit uneasy. She did catch the hidden meaning behind that question, though. As my students, keeping you alive is my responsibility, and sometimes I feel afraid that you might die out there, maybe because I didn't train you as well as I could, or because I'm not there to protect you. Today you three showed me it's not the case. In fact, I might have been the one biting the dust if it wasn't for your timely arrival. Yay. We're useful. Yokota cheered. Maki smiling happily upon seeing that her words managed to soothe the raven-haired girl. Of course we are. All of us did a good job during our first day of hell, Matsuri interceded. Let's keep doing our best so we can help end this war as soon as possible. Meanwhile, not far away from there, another team was also enjoying some food in peace across another bonfire. One of those team members was also being in the company of his girlfriend, whom he hasn't been with in some time. So, how do you feel, Niji-kun? The redhead asked. I'm fine. Just like I was the other 5 times you asked, Niji told Karen, trying to resist the urge to roll his eyes. You treated me yourself. Do you doubt your medical capabilities so much? I know. But you used the celestial gates. And your body is quite the wreck when you do that, Karen replied. I want to make sure you're at your best. You can breathe in relief knowing that that's the case, Niji insisted. Gai-sensei, though, might be a completely different story. He had to open up to 5 gates. Not only did he need more medical attention, but he'll have to remain bedridden for the next day, at the very least. Karen's expression turned into a scowl upon hearing that. I don't like the 8 gates at all. They may give you a power boost, but given the backlash, I'd say they aren't worth it. They can signify the difference between life and death, Niji rebuked. I only try to use them as a last resort against opponents my current power and skill are not enough to beat. If you're looking for a power boost, why don't you ask Naruto to teach you Sage Mode? It's pretty neat, and carries almost no risk, Karen explained. Naji quirked an eyebrow. No risk? Didn't you say that you could turn into a statue if you don't control it properly? That's mostly at the beginning, Karen said with a dismissive hand wave. Once you learn to control the nature energy and properly mix it with your chakra, it's pretty easy. I'm afraid that, for the time being, that won't be an option, given that we're in the middle of a war, Niji replied. But I may take on your offer once the war is won and we return home. Karen seemed to be satisfied with her boyfriend's answer, and didn't press the issue any further, letting the 2 Konoha ninjas fall into a comfortable silence. Gay spent a couple minutes watching the fire and enjoying their food. Once Karen finished, she took out a paper and a pencil from her backpack, and started to write something. "What are you writing?" Niji asked, noticing what his girlfriend was doing. "Writing a letter to my mom, just so she can know that I'm fine," Karen told him. "Though I won't be able to tell her about the details of this battle. Mail is screened to avoid intelligence leaks." "Wait, why are you writing her? Isn't she part of the medical division?" the Hyaga asked. "I remember she told me she works at the hospital as a medic nin." Karen shook her head. "Mom knows some healing jutsu, and her chakra has the same regenerative properties as mine, but unlike me she isn't a medic ninja, but a normal medic. Normal medics aren't made part of the army, so she was left in Konoha, working at the hospital. And truth be told, I'm glad for that. That way I won't have to worry about her when I'm in the battlefield. She will worry about you as long as the war lasts, though," Niji pointed out. "I know. That's why I'm writing her," Karen said, this time she being the one repressing an urge to roll her eyes. "Though, now that you bring the topic, what about your dad? I think he's here, right? As in, here in the war, not here in the same division as us." "He's part of the 1st Division, alongside Hikari-sama," Niji replied. "While I do worry about him like any son would, I'm confident in his ability and skill to get out of every battle alive. Not that he's alone, though. He had many comrades to rely on." Karen nodded, as she continued writing her letter to her mother, with Niji sometimes stopping her to ask what she was writing in particular, and even offering some input about what she could tell Mariko. After that, Niji and Karen continued talking with each other until they were too tired to remain awake, and returned to their respective beds. "Today, you used the Rinnegan for the first time in real combat, Tsunade-sama," Shizun observed, as she adjusted the microscope. "How was it?" Tsunade and Shizun were alone in one of the many medical tents that had been used before to attend injured ninjas. Now that the tent was free, Tsunade had her first apprentice do a check on her body, to see if there was any negative side effect. Conan's words about how only a selected few could use the Rinnegan never ceased echoing in her head. Technically, she was among those selected few, but better safe than sorry. "So far, I didn't feel any different than before," Tsunade said. "Rinnegan jutsu puts a heavy toll on my chakra pools, but as long as I use the Preta path to keep them full, I believe there's no risk." "That's something that intrigues me," Shizun continued, as she began her analysis. "How can you do that? You aren't an universal chakra receptor. You shouldn't be able to absorb chakra like that. Maybe the Rinnegan converts the foreign chakra to match mine before it's absorbed into my body." The Slug Princess guessed, though not even she was too convinced about her hypothesis. "I mean, it works, and that's what matters." "So you didn't suffer any form of exhaustion," Shizun told her. "I already told you I didn't," Tsunade replied. "Hell, those punks weren't able to land a single hit on me. This little eye is sure something." "Careful, Tsunade-sama. You don't want to go mad with power, do you?" Shizun advised, though there was a hint of mockery in her tone. The blonde Sannin rolled her eyes. "You know that I take little joy in fighting. I only volunteered to get that eye because I'm the best one to take on that burden," Tsunade insisted. "Once the war is over, this eye will go into the fire, and I'll get my original eye back. And enough chit-chat, focus on your job, Shizun." "I'm doing that right now," Shizun replied, adjusting the microscope. Red blood cells seem to be okay, as long as leukocytes, triglycerides are at a normal level and, wait, what's that? Worry crept through Tsunade's back as she heard Shizun say that. "What?" "There's some sort of unknown enzyme here," Shizun said, as she increased the focus of the microscope. "An unknown enzyme? What is it doing? It is a benign or malign one?" Tsunade asked, sounding more worried. "No, wait, it's not unknown. It's similar to another enzyme present in both Rin and the White Zetsu clones," Shizun said, as she continued her observation. "And it's doing the same thing as that other enzyme. It's taking dead cells, and using them to create new cells." "But, that's..." Tsunade began. "Yes. The basis of your grandfather's regeneration, which also slowed down aging," Shizun said. As we speak, those enzymes are rejuvenating your body. Wow, but wait, that can't be the Rinnegan's doing, right? Tsunade asked. Then, a realization hit her. Of course. Those Zetsu guys I kept draining of their chakra. How many of them did you drain, Tsunade-sama? Shizun asked. Hell if I know, I stopped counting after 25, Tsunade nonchalantly said, shrugging. Still, this is a wonderful news. Can you tell if the change is permanent, or it will fade over time? I can't tell right now. I'd need to make periodic checks during a long period in which you don't absorb any more chakra from those Zetsu, something you won't do as long as the war lasts, Shizun said. Though I'm inclined to think it might be permanent. We know those Zetsu clones were made from your grandfather's DNA, and you're his direct descendant. It is possible that your Senju chakra assimilated the chakra of the Zetsu clones and acquired some of its capabilities. Tsunade walked to a nearby table with medical instruments on it, and grabbed a small scalpel. Let's make a small experiment, Tsunade said, as she made a small cut on the palm of her hand. Blood started to trickle. As both women watched, they saw that the wound didn't close, and blood continued flowing. Eventually, Tsunade healed the wound herself with the mystical palm jutsu. No regeneration. Rin would take less than a minute to heal such a small wound. Hey, you just absorbed them today, maybe the healing factor hasn't set already, Shizun said. If you drain more, you may accelerate the effect. And it may reverse the permanent damage caused to my body by my creation rebirth, Tsunade said in awe, before she smiled again. Heh, I had a feeling it was me who had to get this eye. I'm never going to ignore my gut feeling ever again. Karen wasn't the only member of Shizun's medical squad taking advantage of their deployment to spend time with her boyfriend, as Sasuke and Sakura were also making each other company while resting in front of a large bonfire. Before that, the Pinkette spent quite some time healing the youngest Uchiha's wounds from his battle, which prompted her to ask what did he do to end up so bruised and beaten up. Sasuke told Sakura about his fight alongside Itachi against the resurrected Akashi Sotoku, and his deadly and destructive plasma release blood limit. So, you had to fight a guy that carried the bloodline limit you tried to emulate, Sakura recounted. There's no way that can be a coincidence. Yes. Some might say that fate has a strange sense of humor, Sasuke replied humorlessly. Sakura merely shook her head and smiled. Come on, don't be that mad. You already beat that guy, isn't that what matters? Itachi did most of the job, Sasuke complained. I was mostly in the way. If I could only control the main Sharingan better. That's not what you just told me, Sakura countered. Weren't you the one who risked his life to put that guy under a genjutsu, which allowed your brother to deal the killing blow? I wouldn't have needed to do that if I had a better hang of my powers, Sasuke repeated again. We might know, we will fight against even stronger opponents in the future. And a clumsy improvised tactic won't be enough then. I need to fight alongside Itachi as his equal, not be a burden for him to protect. Sakura frowned, and crossed her arms. Sasuke, that's not true, she said in a somewhat chastising tone. And I'm sure Itachi doesn't see you that way. Itachi doesn't see me through an unbiased perspective. He's my older brother. Plus, whatever he thinks doesn't matter if it stands opposed to the truth, Sasuke replied. Sakura sighed, and decided that her boyfriend was way too stubborn to make him change his opinion on himself. If she wanted to help him, she'll have to take a different approach to the Uchiha's problem. Does the main Sharingan still makes you relieve? She swallowed a little, as she herself shivered at the memory, despite the fact that she wasn't even there. That moment 3 years ago. Yes. Shisui told me that the flashbacks would cease once I learned to forgive myself. But no matter what I do, they persist, Sasuke said, drifting his gaze down. You still feel guilty for that, huh? Sakura said, placing a finger under her chin. Did you talk with Naruto about the incident? Many times. He told me that he understands why I did what I did, that I didn't have any other options, and that he would have done the same have our roles been reversed, Sasuke replied. Did Itachi and Shisui told you what they did to forgive themselves in order to soothe their consciences? Sakura continued. Shisui swore to use the power he had awakened to help others, and to be the best person he could be. Itachi said that, while he will mourn father and all the Uchihas he killed, he didn't regret his actions since they were for the good of the village, and continues to serve the village as best as he can as a proud Konoha ninja, Sasuke said almost mechanically. Sakura guessed he was repeating what his Kousing and older brother had told him without understanding it much. And knowing that, what have you done then? Sakura asked. Sasuke turned at Sakura, and looked as if somebody had dropped on his head a bucket of ice-cold water. What do you mean what I have done? Sasuke repeated. You told me what Itachi and Shisui did. Did you do anything in particular? Any kind of resolution or vow? Sakura asked. Sasuke took a few moments to gather his thoughts before he could answer, despite his answer couldn't be any shorter. No, was all he said. Maybe that's the problem. That you lack a clear goal to set your mind to. Something that will set you on a path to redemption, Sakura explained. But, what I'm supposed to do? I already told you that neither Naruto nor his family are mad at me and understand what I did. According to them, I have nothing to atone for. Sasuke replied, his frustration building up. Unlike Itachi and Shisui, I awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan without killing anybody, either directly or indirectly, yet I'm the one having the most trouble getting over it. It would be almost comical if it wasn't so frustrating. Yes, it looks like it. And I can tell that you aren't somebody who doesn't deal with frustration, Sakura pointed out. Though, if you want my opinion on the issue, I think you're tackling this backwards. What do you mean, backwards? Sasuke asked. Don't you see? You're so focused on getting over the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, that you can't see the path in front of you. Take a look at what your brother and Shisui did. They overcame their trauma of the Mangekyo Sharingan not because they aimed to do that, but as a side effect of setting a different goal. Try to emulate them. Set a goal. And you'll see how in the end, you can leave that moment behind. Then what could be my goal? Be a better person. Sasuke asked. Am I not good enough? You're a wonderful person, Sasuke-kun. But once again, you're tackling this from the wrong angle, Sakura insisted. Forget about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Do a little introspection. Look inside yourself, and the solution will appear before you. You make it sound so easy, Sasuke said. I know it's not. I'm not even an Uchiha, so I can't even begin to imagine what you must be going through, Sakura replied. I'm only making educated guesses based on what I know about you and your clan. That comment made Sasuke smirk a little. You were always quite the smartass. And proud of it. Sakura said in a faux haughty tone. Though, if this troubles you so much, maybe you should talk about it with your brother. Where is he, by the way? Sakura asked, looking around, expecting Sasuke's older brother to be sat near him. Itachi doesn't have that much time to spare with me lately, Sasuke said, as he narrowed his eyes at a certain point. Sakura followed his gaze, and finally located Itachi on another bonfire. He was talking with a young Hyuga woman, probably the same age as him. They were sitting very close to each other, not unlike Sasuke and Sakura, and talking and laughing together. The two of them appeared to be having a nice time. It wasn't hard for the pinkette to notice that something more than mere friendship was building between them. She's cute. I think they make a nice couple, Sakura said, smiling at the sight. Do you know her? Natsu Hyuga. Former branch house member. Chunin of average ability. She mostly worked as escort and caretaker of the younger main house Hyugas, such as Hinata and Hanabi, Sasuke said, as his eyes glared daggers at the woman sharing a good time with his brother. Such hostility didn't go unnoticed to the pinkette. Whoa there. I only said if you know her, not her professional record. Plus, why do you act as if she's your natural enemy? Has she behaved in an unpleasant way to you or something? No, not really. She's been nothing but polite and gentle towards me, Sasuke replied, his voice almost growling. That doesn't make sense. Come on Sasuke, do you think that Sakura was about to say, before she stopped herself as a realization waned upon her. Her mouth curved into a wide, cheeky grin. Ah, I see what's going on here. You dislike that woman because he stole your brother from you, don't you? Sasuke frowned upon hearing the Pink's suggestion. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I'd indulge in such childish behavior? Sakura's eyebrow arched even more. Do you really want me to answer that question, Sasuke-kun? His girlfriend asked in a half-mocking, half-taunting tone. Come on Sasuke-kun, I'm so stoic and don't give a damn about anything. Facade you put on might fool others, but you can't fool somebody who has been with you for so long. Especially as close as we are now. Deep down, you're somebody who wears his emotions on his sleeve. I think you're mistaking me for somebody else, Sasuke replied, crossing his arms, as he averted his gaze in annoyance. Blonde, whisker marks, loud and obnoxious. Some girlfriend you are if you mistake me with him. Har har, Sakura pretended to laugh. Yes, Naruto is also somebody very earnest, the only difference is that he doesn't bother to hide it. Deep down, he and you aren't that different. And right now, you're mad that somebody else is hogging your precious brother's time from you. What do you know? You're an only child, Sasuke spat back. Perhaps. But like I said before, I'm quite smart, and I have eyes, Sakura insisted. You always told me how Itachi was always there for you, as long as he wasn't busy with a mission. I believe that the fact that Itachi only spent time with you made you take him for granted. Sasuke didn't say anything, but Sakura found his silence pretty telling. At least, until Sasuke decided to say something. Maybe I do, Sasuke finally admitted. When I was little, Itachi was the person I admired the most. And I still do. However, he was always busy with high-profile missions and training, and I could barely spend time with him. Then the Uchiha insurrection happened, Sasuke said, flinching a little upon recalling that memory. And Itachi went from being my older brother and my role model to being everything I had, alongside Shisui. I noticed that, even if Itachi's workload wasn't any smaller, especially after becoming the Hokage spy master, he made more effort to spend time with me. Sakura placed a comforting hand on her boyfriend's shoulder. Come on Sasuke-kun, that woman isn't going to steal your brother from you. Shisui-san married Shizune-sensei, and you have me. Don't you think your brother deserves to have somebody special too? I suppose he does, Sasuke admitted. Plus, how would you feel if Itachi was mad at me for dating you? Sakura continued. Sasuke didn't say anything, he merely let out an unintelligible grunt of annoyance. Yeah, thought so. I hope you don't suggest me to befriend her next, Sasuke said, dreading the answer. Why not? She and Itachi might end up dating after the war is over. Wouldn't be the most logical action to try to at the very least, try to be on good terms with her? Otherwise, your relationship with your brother is going to suffer as a result, Sakura told him, making the Uchiha to sigh. And his reaction makes Sakura frown. Come on Sasuke-kun, don't be such a sourpuss. You said she's pretty nice, right? She is, he confirmed. Then try to put those childish thoughts and try to get along with her, Sakura said, as her face illuminated when an idea dawned upon her. Oh, I know. When we have time, the four of us should go on a double date. That way, not only you'll get to know Natsu better, but you can also spend time with your brother while we're at it. What do you think? That doesn't sound half bad. Sasuke's underwhelming response made Sakura stand up and scowl, as she placed both fists on her hips. Not that bad? That's all what you have to say. She complained. Sasuke, however, managed to smile a little. Good. It's, indeed, a good idea. Befitting a smart ass of your caliber. Sakura's scowl disappeared, replaced by a happy smile. She sat alongside Sasuke once again, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. That's what I wanted to hear. Not far from there, the aforementioned older Uchiha brother was also enjoying some relaxing time with a girl he had hopes she would become his significant other. Still, Itachi didn't hold his breath. Despite he and Natsu clicked from the very beginning, he was aware that it was the conflict around them that brought them together, and wasn't sure if the relationship would continue during times of peace. That didn't mean that neither Itachi nor Natsu were going to enjoy each other's company for the time being, though. How are you doing, Itachi? Natsu asked. I heard from the medic nins that they spent quite some time with you. Itaka smiled reassuringly at her. Nothing too serious. Just a case of chakra exhaustion. The fight against the Sotoka reanimation pushed me to my limits. I can't imagine what it has to be fighting against somebody of that power, who on top of that regenerates endlessly and has an infinite supply of chakra, Natsu commented, shaking her head. That jutsu with the fireballs raining from the sky was his, right? Itaka nodded. Indeed. He was a nightmare to deal with. I shiver to think of the ninjas who fought that clan way back in the Warring States period. Not just one, but a whole clan of them. But in the end, you won. Natsu added, hoping to cheer Itaka up. The Uchiha smiled, and nodded. I won indeed. Though admittedly, I don't think if I could have won if it wasn't for my foolish little brother's stunt. Foolish? What did he do? Natsu asked. He managed to figure out how that last jutsu worked and how he could exploit it to our advantage. But doing so involved running through a zone where those meteors fell non-stop, Itaka explained. Natsu gasped, and covered her mouth with her hands. Don't worry, he's okay. I made sure nothing bad happened to him. Natsu exhaled in relief. That boy is sure reckless. That, he is. I think he was counting on me to realize what was going on, and fortunately for both, I did, and between the two of us we managed to defeat him, Itaka replied, before letting out a sigh. I think I need to have a talk with Sasuke about doing something like that again in case we're forced to face such a formidable enemy. It was risky indeed. But if in the end you got the desired result, isn't that what matters? Natsu asked. Itaka's eyes looked at her with genuine surprise. Sometimes, the safe path isn't the best route. Sometimes, you need to take a risk if you want to gain something. Itaka chuckled in response, making the Hyuga frown a little. Did you find anything I said funny? Natsu asked. Or do I look like the kind of person who doesn't like risks? The latter, Itaka admitted. I'm sorry if my assumption offended you. No, it's okay. I don't look the part, do I? Natsu replied, chuckling as she relaxed a little. I confess that I'm not somebody who took many risks in my life. Not that I had the chance to take them, given the circumstances of my birth. But I did see others taking risks, some of them for my sake and others in the same situation. If it wasn't for them, I would still be a slave in all but name to the main house. You talk about the recent reforms of the Hyuga clan under Hinata, Itaka pointed out. Natsu nodded. Hayashi-sama was a good clan head. Strong and competent, who wanted to keep our clan as powerful as it was. But even if he knew that the clan division was wrong, he was too afraid to upset the status quo. The Hyuga was a clan attached to traditions, and believed that making reforms of such scale would cause infighting. And weaken the clan from the inside, Itaka continued, earning a nod from the Hyuga. Exactly. However, Hikari-sama and Hinata-sama knew that the clan couldn't be strong if it continued divided as it was. They worked to undo that division, first by abolishing the branch and main houses altogether, earning the ire from our more traditionalist clan mates, Natsu explained. And then we took an even greater risk when we allowed Hinata-sama to use her new power on us so she could remove the caged bird cursed seal. But in the end, both risks paid off. I'm glad that they did. I did hear that life as a branch house member was awful, Itaka observed. It was, Natsu confirmed. But sometimes, risks are too great, and not worth the potential reward, Itaka began. My clan took the risk of launching a coup d'état against Konoha, hoping that it would allow them to claim the respect and power they were owed. Not only did it fail, resulting in most of the clan wiped out, but it greatly weakened Konoha as well. Hell, Konoha would have been weakened anyway had the coup been successful. Natsu shook her head. Those situations couldn't be more different. The branch house was genuinely oppressed under the main house. The Uchihas just wanted more power. And accept my apologies for badmouthing your dead clansmen. Apologies accepted, but they weren't needed to begin with, since you only spoke the truth, Itaka replied. What I'm saying is a risk worth taking, if the price are the lives of many people. It would depend on the risk. And the lives. Are they willing to take the risk, or is that choice taken from them? Natsu replied with a question of her own. I think one is free to risk their own life as they see fit, but shouldn't endanger the life of others. That's a good answer, I admit, Itaki replied. But would you agree with a loved one putting their life at risk, regardless of how good the outcome may be? You were afraid of losing your little brother, aren't you? Natsu guessed. It's normal that you feel that way. I don't have siblings, but I can't imagine dash. It's not just that, Itaka cut her, shaking his head. After losing mother and father, Sasuke is all what I have. The only thing that could be saved from the old Uchiha clan. After I failed to stop the insurrection from happening, I had no option but quell it by cutting half my clansmen down, including my own father. I just can't let more Uchihas, much less my own brother, to meet their end before their time comes. I can't do it. I try not to let my worry show up in front of him but dash. Shhhh. Natsu whispered, interrupting the Uchiha as she moved close to him and placed her arms around his shoulders. It's okay, Itaki. Like I said, it's perfectly normal to feel afraid for your brother. He's young and confident, and his strength and skill might make him overestimate his abilities. But I saw him in action, and he's as powerful as you are. Not as powerful as you think. He still has trouble mastering the Mangekyo Sharingan, and his inability to overcome the trauma that awakened it's driving him mad, Itaki explained, before he let out a weary sigh. This is why I didn't want him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, since I feared it would cause Sasuke more troubles than it's worth. I'm afraid that he isn't in the best state of mind to be in the middle of a war. You mastered yours. Didn't you offer him some advice? Natsu asked. Both Shisui and I did. Though, in this matter, it's something he has to figure out himself. Our advice can only help him so much, Itaki explained. You are pretty close, aren't you? Natsu asked. Especially after such tragedy. Maybe not as close as he'd want. Our relationship has been a little complicated since then, Itaki explained. Though I want to believe things have been getting progressively better. I do believe they got better too, Natsu replied with a nod. That would explain why your brother hates how I'm spending so much time with you. Yeah, that would wait, what? Itaki interrupted himself. Sasuke hates you? When did you get that idea? His disposition towards me has been pretty cold. He wants to be civil, but can't suppress his hostility completely, Natsu explained, much to Itaki's consternation. Was he rude to you? Did he tell you to get away from me or something like that? Itaki asked, fearing the answer. Natsu, however, merely laughed. No, not at all. I think that deep down, he knows he's being silly. But he's doing a poor job hiding it. In fact, he's been glaring at me for quite some time. Much to the annoyance of his girlfriend. What? Itaki asked again, as he looked at where Sasuke was. It appeared that Sasuke noticed, and quickly pretended he was looking elsewhere. And just like Natsu said, Sakura was trying to keep his attention on her. He let out a sigh, and shook his head. That boy. I think I'll have to talk with him about us. Don't be too rough on him. I'm sure that he'll warm up to me in time, Natsu insisted. But I do believe he does want your attention. Maybe he feels safer if he thinks his big brother is close. Though, now that I think about the stunt he pulled earlier, maybe he wants to impress you and earn your admiration. Sasuke already has that, and he knows it. Or he should know, Itaki replied. One way or another, I better talk to him soon. At least, before we're deployed for another battle. Chapter 104. Return of the Blood Mist. Or the Not-So-Magnificent Seven. Turtle Island. Again. Fu vehemently insisted. Killer Bee chuckled as he shrugged in a condescending manner. Girl, I already told you, you can't win, I beat you so hard, your head will spin. Killer Bee rapped. I said again, goddammit. Fu protested. Finally, Killer Bee complied, and the two of them placed a few good meters from each other, and adopted a fighting stance as if they were going to battle. They eyed each other, as their muscles tensed, ready to strike. The Konoha and Kyumo ninjas nearby gathered once again to witness their clash. Then, in a blur, the two of them disappeared, reappearing in the middle, ready to strike each other. Lariat. Fu and Killer Bee hit each other with the latter's signature physical attack, and they remained like that for a second that felt more like a minute. Then, Fu found the air knocked out of her lungs as the force of Killer Bee's strike overpowered her, and was sent rolling backwards in a somewhat comical way. "Ow yeah." Killer Bee wins again, his foe writhes in pain. "We." The Jinchuriki rapper said, raising his arm with his hand forming the sign of the horns. "Yug. I'm far more stronger. Why I can't beat you?" Fu protested as she repeatedly hit the floor with her fists in a childish manner. One may ask the reason behind this odd clash of strength. While they were taking a break from their Jinchuriki training, Bee asked Naruto and Fu about how they became Jinchuriki. Much to his surprise, both of them were made Jinchuriki almost as soon as they were born. Naruto shared with his fellow Jinchuriki the story he heard from his birth parents about Obito's attack the day of his birth. Fu, on the other hand, was made a Jinchuriki because her parents were killed during a skirmish with IWA ninjas, and since she had no other family, she was a convenient choice. Killer Bee also told them his story. How he was chosen to be A's partner when he was the only one to match the power of his lariat, and a few years after that, he was made the next Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails after the previous host was killed by the beast itself. However, the part that drew Fu's attention the most was the lariat. She liked the move, asked Bee to teach it to her, and then challenged Bee to a duel of lariats, thinking that her superior muscle mass would be enough to beat her senior Jinchuriki. And much to her frustration, her assumption couldn't be more wrong. Again. She insisted. While Fu and Killer Bee continued with their little duel of strength, Naruto decided to end the break and continue with his Jinchuriki training alone in one of the shores. Killer Bee had showed them a tailed beast's most powerful move, the tailed beast ball. However, before they could do it, they had to learn how to transform into the tailed beast itself, something they were unable to do so soon after taming their respective beasts. Still, Naruto wasn't somebody to throw the towel when things turned difficult, and decided that he'll master the tailed beast ball even if he couldn't turn into a tailed beast yet. Even then, Naruto and Fu had made great progress in their training. Without the tailed beast's corrupting influence, tailed beast chakra proved to be incredibly malleable on top of powerful. Naruto was able to create multiple limbs of golden chakra, either with the shape of arms or tails, or create a single gigantic arm of chakra around his actual arm, in a way that reminded of the Akimichi clan's partial multi-size jutsu. Fu was also able to sprout multiple limbs, albeit these ones were more solid than Naruto's chakra constructs, and could give them the shape of insect and arthropod limbs, such as the blade of a mantis, the claw of a scorpion, the sting of a wasp or the jaws of a stag beetle. Despite how powerful and versatile such abilities were, Naruto wasn't satisfied. He wouldn't be unless he could master the tailed beast ball. Not just because it would put them a step closer of ending the war, but because of his own pride and stubbornness, even if he wouldn't admit such a thing. Okay, here we go. 63 times the charm, Naruto tried to motivate himself, as he created 4 arms of chakra. He used them alongside his real arms to focus the chakra into a single point. Soon, red and blue particles started to gather, mixing together, forming a dark purple sphere. 80% negative chakra, 20% positive one. I can do it. Naruto grew optimistic as the sphere began to grow, but said optimism quickly vanished and was replaced by worry and frustration as the growing sphere started to ripple and break down. No. Naruto said, before firing the ball prematurely into the sea, where it harmlessly exploded. Shit. Nice one, brat. If you keep this pace, you might be able to master it before you die of old age, Kurama snarked. Shut up, you furball. Naruto replied out loud. Instead of mocking me, you could give me some tips, you know. What tips I could give you? What you're trying to do is like walking to me. What kind of tips can you give somebody who is learning to walk other than put one foot in front of the other? The fox asked. Besides, I don't even use the tailed beast ball the way you do. Maybe that's the problem. How do you do it, then? Naruto asked. Didn't you notice when you fought me? You're so unobservant, the Nine-Tails chastised. I gather the chakra between my jaws. Then depending on what I want to do, I either fire the ball directly, or swallow it before releasing the explosion in the form of a blast wave. Naruto imagined trying to do as Kurama said, which ended with the ball exploding and blowing up his head from his body. Naruto shuddered. I'm not going to do that. There must be another way to use the tailed beast ball. I know there is, Naruto said, as he continued his attempts. Border between the lands of fire and land of frost. It didn't take long for the Akatsuki army to make another incursion into Allied territory. A large Akatsuki army had been spotted marching towards the land of frost, probably to invade the land of lightning. This time, not only with an army of white Zetsu larger than the one the 2nd Division faced, but it also included moon puppets and an even greater number of impure world resurrection zombies. And on top of that, it was commanded by one of the remaining Akatsuki members, Kisame Hoshigaki. Jiraiya ordered Mei Terumi's 3rd Division to move and intercept this army before they could make further progress into the land of lightning. It was suggested to form a blockade and let the enemy smash against them, but Mei shot down the idea due to their inferior numbers, and opted to break the enemy's formation as it advanced. Mei herself and the swordsmen of the mist would lead the charge, followed by the division's chakra golems for additional support, and the rest of the army would follow suit. Commander, I must insist, Kitsuki had said. Being outnumbered, a defensive approach is the most sensible solution. A defensive approach is the kind of tactic the enemy is expecting, Mei had replied. And we're going to show them how in Kirigakure we value quality over quantity. This division has 6 of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. In both large battles and small skirmishes, their power is best employed on the offensive, not on the defensive. And while it sounded reckless, the plan worked. With the sheer power the Mizukage and her swordsmen packed, the 3rd Division broke the ranks of the White Zetsu army and cut through them like a knife through butter. We halted their advance. Mei called, as she started making hand seals. Continue fighting until they're pushed back. Boil release, corrosive armor. Mei released a cloud of burning mist from her mouth, which surrounded her body completely, her silhouette vaguely visible. As she moved, so did the corrosive cloud around her. Many hapless Zetsu lunged at her the moment they laid their eyes on her, but their flesh was quickly consumed by the burning mist, reducing them to piles of smoking white goo. The Mizukage smirked upon seeing the result of her jutsu. After her, it was the swordsmen of the mist's turn to showcase their power and skill. Ameirai was the first one to arrive at her leader's side. She flashed a sharp grin upon seeing a large contingent of white Zetsu clones charging forward. Oh boy, look at all these dumbasses walking to their deaths. She happily shouted, as her swords started to crackle with electricity. Thunder Sword Ninja Art, Eye of the Storm. The red-headed swordswoman started to spin with her arms spreaded forward, as the electricity created by her baldies quickly enveloped her, turning herself into a moving electric twister. All the white Zetsu who dared to get close to her ended up with at least 2 limbs cleanly cut off. Haha. What about that, huh? Still wanting more? Ameirai boasted, once her spinning stopped. Despite all the Zetsu she had killed or maimed, many more appeared to take their place, not intimidated in the slightest by the kunoichi. I see you want more. Well, I'm more than happy to oblige. Blunt Sword Ninja Art, Earthbreaker. Before Ameirai could go on again, Miyaki leaped from behind, and delivered a powerful blow with the hammer half of the helmet splitter, which glowed blue with chakra, resulting in a massive quake, shattering the land and sending a handful of Zetsu flying in every direction. Hey, those were mine, you asshole! Ameirai protested. Go somewhere else, this is my zone. This isn't a competition, Ameirai, Miyaki chastised. This isn't a game either. We stand a better chance if we fight together. Bah, these creatures are nothing but rabble, Ameirai scoffed. Where are those reanimations? My blade yearns for a more worthy challenge. You're going to have your challenge soon, Suijutsu said, as he landed near the 2 women. Our scouts have reported that several reanimations are heading towards our position on small groups. Good. Let them taste the wrath of Kirigakure's blades. Ameirai said, her vigor flying high. To battle. Die. a Zetsu brute said, as he brought down all four of his arms down in a slam. Doso was able to jump back just in time before being turned into bloody pulp. More of these monstrous creatures, he said, as he landed near his teammates. Let's be careful, one hit from them could mean the end of us. Just as Doso said that, the Zetsu brute let out a feral roar and charged forward, using his upper limbs to walk as if he were a primate. As this happened, Kin dashed to the side. Don't worry, I have a new jutsu I can use to stop them in their tracks, she said, as the mutated Zetsu rushed past her, before thrusting both hands forward. Shadow hidden snake hands. A multitude of snakes emerged from under Kin's bracers, and wrapped themselves around two of his arms and the shoulder they were connected to. Much to her teammates' surprise, Kin was able to stop the mutated Zetsu's charge, if only because all the poison the snakes injected into him through their fangs. Still, it didn't take long for the aberration to shake the effects off, and moved his other two arms in order to grab the snakes coiled around him. Come on guys, Kin urged. Attack before dash. Wood release, wood binding jutsu. Multiple Wadden roots emerged from under the Zetsu, and wrapped themselves around his other two arms, immobilizing them completely. Dosu and Zaku saw it was Rin who had come to their aid. The bandaged ninja decided that this was their best chance to strike the monster down. Zaku, cover me, I'm going in, Dosu said, as he rushed forward. You got it. Heh, Kin isn't the only one who has new tricks under her sleeve, Zaku said, as he placed his hands as if they were holding an invisible orb, and fired air streams, condensing the air into a sphere. When the sphere reached a large enough size, Zaku thrust his cupped hands forward. Airwave blast. The air missile hit the Zetsu brute in the head with such force it pushed him backwards, however he was held in place by Kin's snakes and Rin's wooden roots. Before he could recover, though, Dosu was already onto him. Resonating sonic cage. Just like he did when he fought against a similar monster in Konoha, Dosu slammed both his fists against the giant Zetsu's head, creating a cage of clashing, high-intensity sound waves, making the creature's head explode into gelatinous goo. Kin and Rin released their bindings, letting the monster to fall lifelessly on his back. Okay, one down, many more to go, Dosu noted, before his one eye rested on Rin. Thanks for your assistance, Rin-san. Your help shortened this battle considerably. Rin smiled at him. I felt you guys could use a hand. This creature dash. Hearing a new attack incoming, Dosu's eye suddenly widened. Everybody, watch out. His teammates and Rin jumped in a different direction just in time to avoid a man with a shaggy afro wearing an IWA uniform could skewer them with one of his wrist-mounted blades. Rin was ready to counter-attack, until she realized who this man was. This has to be a freaking joke, she said in shock. In front of her, ready to attack again was Kako, one of the two IWA ninjas that captured her during Team Minato's mission to destroy Konobe Bridge. There was no way that the very same ninja who kidnapped and tortured her with genjutsu was back from the dead and in front of her by mere chance of fate. You know, I'm not really sure what happened after you escaped me and Taisuke, Kako said. But it doesn't matter. You're not getting away from us. Rin, watch out. Dosu warned her once again. But in her distracted state, the medic nin was unable to react in time. Earth release, rock crusher. Suddenly, many large rocks fell from the sky upon the hapless brown-haired Kunoichi, quickly burying her under a huge pile of stones. Another IWA reanimation, a tall and broad-shouldered man with black hair and a very intimidating face appeared besides Kako all of a sudden. Good job, Taisuke. That girl isn't going anywhere, Kako noted with a smirk. Taisuke merely nodded, and looked at the Chunin of Team Anko. Indeed. We should take care of those other Konoha brats as well. More kids. Is Konoha so low on manpower that they have to send kids to the front lines? Kako commented with a chuckle. Dosu, Zaku and Kin all adopted defensive stances. I don't take joy in beating up children, but dash. Suddenly, the pile of rocks Rin was buried under exploded without warning, shattering them, and showering the area in tiny pebbles, and raising a small cloud of dust. I'm so sick of tired of people trying to kidnap me, Rin growled, as she walked forward. Upon stepping out of the cloud of dust, everybody could see her eyes were yellow rather than brown, and there were deep green marks under her eyes and on her forehead. She made a hand seal. It's payback time. Wood release, deep forest emergence. The ground beneath the undead IWA ninjas started to shake, and before they could react, multiple wooden roots emerged from underground. They jumped away, but no matter where they landed, more roots emerged, until they finally ran out of space, and the roots reached them and wrapped them sleeves around the two confused men, immobilizing them completely. The hell? That little girl has wood release. Taisuke roared, as he tried to break free. Can't move. Kako said, as he futilely struggled to break free. Panting with anger, Rin turned at the ex-Oto ninjas, which flinched upon seeing the enraged sage. However, her expression and body were visibly relaxed. She let out a sigh of relief, and smiled. Wow, that was so cathartic. I feel so good. Kin let out a whistle. Damn, that was brutal, girl. Remind me not to get on your bad side. That's the power of a sage to you, Dosu observed. Before anyone could say anything, though, they heard another whistle. One the ex-Oto ninjas recognized. Anko-sensei is calling us, Dosu said. Some other reanimation must giving her some trouble, Zuko deduced. Let's go. The members of Team Anko and Rin nodded, and head in the direction of the Snake Mistress. While Anko's students and Rin were fighting against one of those giant Zetsu, their sensei was also in the heat of the battle, facing a couple of moon puppets, bombarding her with constant golden chakra blasts. That's all you can do, you oversized toys? Anko asked, dodging the attacks as she tried to come closer. She knew her taunts would have no effect on a mechanical enemy, but she was too used to trash-talk her enemies. As she ran, she made several hand seals before pulling a shuriken. Fire release, shadow clone flaming shuriken jutsu. Anko breathed fire into the shuriken, giving it a cloak of flames, before tossing it forward. The moment the burning steel star left her hand, a dozen more appeared around it. The moon puppets, however, proved to be more skilled than what Anko or other living ninja judged them by expertly dodging the flaming shuriken, or parrying them with small beams of golden chakra. Once the attack was neutralized, one of the moon puppets cupped its hands and summoned another sphere of golden chakra ready to throw at Anko. However, thanks to all the noise going around the battlefield, the puppet was unable to hear a chakra golem getting close. The much larger golem grabbed the puppet by the head, and started to slam it against the ground multiple times. Now's my chance. Shadow hidden snake hands. A multitude of snakes emerged from under Anko's sleeves, and wrapped against the other puppet's neck before he had the chance to assist its brother. Anko then pulled the puppet towards her, quickly slapped an explosive tag on its thorax, and threw it against a nearby bunch of Zetsu. The ensuing explosion ended the puppet's existence, as well as the white Zetsu clones unfortunate enough to be close to it. Bam! Multi-kill combo. Anko cheered. Man, too bad there was no one to record that swift move dash. Anko was interrupted by a pair of Fuma shuriken flying at her from above. The Snake Mistress, however, was able to gracefully dodge them by making a backflip, and the giant steel starts merely hit the ground. A reanimation wearing an Otogakuer uniform landed besides the shuriken, and pulled them from the ground. Anko was ready to fight this new foe when she realized who he was. Wait a second. Mizuki? Is that you? Anko asked, narrowing her eyes a little. Exactly. Mizuki triumphantly said, as he pulled the second Fuma shuriken from the ground. You thought you had killed me, but thanks to Orochimaru-sama, not only I live once again, but I am immortal. Anko raised an eyebrow, feeling more surprised rather than shocked or disgusted. Orochimaru turned you into a zombie, one that isn't even in control of his own actions, and you're grateful to him? Boy, you have issues. Didn't you hear what I say? I'm immortal now. Not only alive forever, but I can't be killed. Mizuki boasted. Okay, a few things wrong with that, Anko began. First, you aren't immortal. We have ways to permanently kill a reanimation. And second, even you'd live forever, you'd do so as Orochimaru's slave, who would release the jutsu and thus send your spirit back to hell once you are no longer useful to him. Hell, I'm surprised that he bothered bringing you back from the dead, given how mediocre of a ninja you are. You spout nothing but foolish nonsense. But what can I expect of somebody who feels unfortunate to have been blessed with Orochimaru-sama as sensei? Mizuki asked. Seriously, did Orochimaru wired your brain to shower him with praise or what? Anko asked, now being annoyed. Enough chit-chat. Let's see if you can back up those words with actions. Fight me, and try to defeat me if you can. Mizuki said in a boastful tone, as he adopted a fighting stance. No, you aren't worth my time. But you know what? I know the perfect adversaries for you to fight against, Anko said, before putting 2 fingers on her mouth, and let out a loud and sharp whistle. In mere seconds, her students, as well as Rin, landed besides her. Naturally, Mizuki's presence didn't go unnoticed for the 3 former. You called, Sensuo. Mizuki-sensei? Is that you? Zaku asked. Upon seeing his former students, Mizuki looked like he was going to explode. The fuck? What the hell are you 3 doing wearing those Konoha uniforms? They're my students now, Anko stated, lazily placing a hand on her hip. And they're going to kick your sorry ass. Those 3 useless failures. Please. Even if I wasn't immortal, they wouldn't even be able to touch me. Mizuki boasted again. Useless failures. Kin repeated, as her left eye began to twitch. If we were failures was because you didn't to teach us shit. Zaku loudly protested. Now we're going to show you how much we grew under Anko-sensei. Oh, so you little shits think you already surpassed me? Mizuki asked, chuckling confidently. I'd be more than happy to prove you wrong. As the Chunin of Team Anko prepared to fight, Rin was going to join them, but Anko grabbed her shoulder, stopping her from doing so. You don't want me to help them? Rin asked her former classmate. Anko shook her head. They're more than able to beat him. Besides, your wood release and sage power would be better used on their stronger reanimations. Like that one. Is that an Uchiha? Yep, I think it's an Uchiha. I remember the custom uniform they wore during the uprising. Alright, let's go then, Rin said, before both Kunoichi leaped away. Blast Sword Ninja Art, Bombardment Wave. Kumarai swung the splatter in a wide arc, releasing a multitude of explosive tags that flew at the enemies in front of him, which he took no time to detonate. Despite the chain of explosions took down quite a few White Zetsu clones, his main target evaded the attack. A reanimated middle-aged ninja with silver hair, squinty eyes, and wearing a black flak jacket similar to those used by Konoha ninjas. You'll have to do better than that to match the power of the Uchiha, Kiri scum. The Uchiha reanimation said, as he started making hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. The Uchiha exhaled a huge fireball at the masked swordsman, who once again swung his sword in another wide arc. Blast Sword Ninja Art, Exploding Barricade. The explosive scroll unraveled around Kumarai, before it ignited, resulting in a chain of explosions whose blasts were directing outwards, creating a protective field of destruction around Kumarai. The explosions managed to negate the fireball, however, the Uchiha reanimation took advantage of the ensuing cloud of smoke to close the gap between the two of them. Kumarai raised his sword once again, but the Uchiha proved to be faster, and with a roundhouse kick, smacked the splatter out of Kumarai's hands, and taking advantage of the building momentum, kicked Kumarai with his other leg, sending him a few meters backwards. You swordsmen of the mist think yourselves so great with your tricked-out swords, don't you? But you take the sword away, and there's nothing left, the Uchiha taunted, before pulling out several shuriken and tossing them at the masked Kiri ninja. Kumarai rolled to the side in order to avoid the steel starts, before leaping back to his feet. The same could be said about the Uchiha and your Shari-nan, Kumarai replied. Though in the end, both the splatter and the Shari-nan are tools. It doesn't matter how powerful they are, but how skilled is the ninja who uses them. You'll find I'm plenty skilled, the Uchiha zombie replied. Let's see it then, Kumarai said, as he made a single hand seal. Water release, hiding in the mist jutsu. In a few seconds, a very dense fog covered the small area the two ninjas were using to fight. I'm deprived of my sword, and you're deprived of your superior sight, Kumarai said. Let's see who is the best of us. Idiot. Blinding me is useless if you keep blabbering like that. The Uchiha thought, as he silently rushed towards, then pulled a couple of kunai and lunged one forward to where Kumarai was. Die. However, his kunai didn't cut any flesh, but was parried by another kunai. Though it was less the interception rather than who stopped his attack who surprised the Uchiha. What? Because he found himself looking to a clone of himself, even if the clone had a dark blue tint to his skin and clothes. The clone then pushed the kunai out of the Uchiha's hand and delivered a swing with the other. The zombie and his clone started to trade swings, with neither of them gaining the upper hand. As the reanimation realized, much to his anger, the clone was just as skilled as he was. You said you needed more than what I had to match the power of the Uchiha. So I hope you don't mind I used some of your power for that, Kumarai's voice said from behind. Shit. The Uchiha zombie said, as he pushed the clone back, and turned around for the inevitable attack. There was a loud clang, and the Uchiha saw that what he parried wasn't a normal blade, but the splatter. And while you were busy fighting that dark mirror shadow clone, I took the chance to get my sword back. Now do the polite thing, and please stay put until somebody seals you. Kumarai detonated the explosive tags on the sword, blowing the Uchiha's lower half of his body, while the remaining upper half was launched backwards inside a ball of smoke. Any seal master nearby, can you guys take care of that smoking hot Uchiha? Kumarai asked. Meanwhile, not far from there, two swordsmen of the mist battled as well. However, unlike the others, these two were on opposite sides of the war. I'm impressed that you seeked to fight me again after the beating I gave you and your flunkies in Kiri, Kisame said, laughing a little, as he swung Samehada with one hand at Zabuza. The former demon of the mist parried, and with an expert twist of his wrist, pushed Samehada aside before lunging at his blue-skinned opponent. However, Kisame managed to skillfully dodge Zabuza's onslaught. That was more than 2 years ago. I knew that our blades would cross again, and thus I've been training non-stop for such battle. Zabuza said, as he delivered several powerful swings, which made Kisame fall back. You can't dash. However, Kisame was interrupted when the corner of his eye caught the sewing Nilda flying at him, and with a wide swing, he managed to deflect it just before it could pierce his body. The owner of the sword, Suijitsu, landed a few meters away from Kisame, as he pulled the wire attached to his sword to get it back. It wasn't the end of the attack, as the next second, Kojuro and Ameirai attacked him from 2 different directions, while Zabuza and Suijitsu placed themselves in the 2 possible directions Kisame could jump to in order to avoid the attack. However, contrary to what many believed, there was more to the blue-skinned ninja than a mere fancy sword. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Kisame expelled a truly massive amount of water from his mouth, forming a torrent that expanded in every direction, and violently dragged Ameirai and Kojuro backwards just before they could strike him down, while forcing Zabuza and Suijitsu back as well. Kisame smirked upon seeing the result of his work, but the smirk disappeared when the water he had created formed several tentacles which wrapped around his arms and body, and started to pull him down, burying him into the earth. Miyako, now! Kumarai's voice called. I got it! Miyako said, already leaping towards Kisame, ready to cut him down with the axe half of the helmet splitter. Kisame struggled against the water tentacles, until he felt Samehada sending a burst of chakra through his body, and the tentacles disappeared, as if they never were there. His limbs now free, he was able to parry the admittedly powerful blow from the blue-haired Kunoichi. Distracting me with a genjutsu while you go for the kill, Kisame said in realization. Clever. It would have worked on any other ninja, but Samehada can disrupt my chakra if an enemy attempt to ensnare me with an illusion. That illusion already served its purpose. Miyako said, as he moved to strike the axe with the hammer half of her weapon. However, before she could do such a thing, Samehada burst into a mass of dark blue razor-sharp scales, shredding the bandages that were wrapped around it. The scales grew longer and sharper, threatening to impale the Kunoichi, forcing Miyako to fall back. As you can see, it didn't, Kisame replied, his grin only growing wider, as he swung his sword again. Samehada's hilt stretched to great length, while the sword dashed at a seemingly random rock. Said rock, however, rippled before it disappeared, revealing Kumarai, who jumped back to avoid being caught by the sentient sword's jaws. The hilt then retracted back to its normal length. And hiding from me won't work. Samehada can smell your chakra. Shit, not even all of us together can dash, Suijitsu began, before he realized of something. He looked at Kumarai with an indignant expression. The fuck? You can talk. Yes, we can beat him. A new voice said, as the Mizukage landed between her loyal swordsmen. Kisame might be powerful, even more with same Hata, but he can't stand against the combined power of all 7 of us. As soon as Mei said that, 2 reanimations, other 2 Uchihas, given their activated Sharingan, landed behind Kisame. I'm not fighting alone either. I'm part of a larger group, you know, Kisame said. That pair of Uchihas won't make much of a difference, Kumarai confidently said. I was able to beat one on my own. With my fellow comrades, they have even less of a chance. Kisame, however, laughed. I wasn't talking about them. Summoning Jutsu. The Uchihas slammed their palms into the ground, and after 6 bursts of smoke, 6 more coffins appeared. Each coffin was marked with the kanji of water on their respective lids. Said lids then fell forward with a thud, revealing their contents. 6 Kirigakuer ninjas. The allied swordsmen of the mist and their Mizukage were unable to hide their surprise. Those are. Kojuro stammered. The previous swordsman of the mist, Miyako finished. The first 3 coffins had 3 people that a couple years ago were still alive, Jinpachi Munashi, Kushimaru Kuriareri, and Jinin Akabino, all of them killed during the Kirigakuer civil war that ended with the victory of the rebels. Hey bitches, we're back. Jinpachi boasted. Ready to avenge our deaths and get back the swords that you stole from us. Kushimaru added. Jinin Akabino didn't say anything at first, until he spotted Miyako wheedling the helmet splitter. So they gave you my sword in the end, girl, Jinin said. Make sure you don't dishonor it. I'd die before letting that happen, Jinin-san, Miyako said. Of the 3 remaining, one was a man that resembled Zabuza, and even dressed in a way similar to him, albeit he was unmasked, had a cross-shaped scar under his right eye and a red, grid-shaped tattoo covering his lower jaw. Juzo-sensei. Zabuza muttered. Well, do my eyes deceive me? It's little Zabuza. Though I see you aren't so little now, hee. The man named Juzo laughed. His stare hardened as his eyes rested on the executioner's blade. I see you have my sword. It's my sword now, old man. Zabuza replied defensively. No, it's not. You didn't earn it. You were supposed to take that sword after killing me yourself. Yet instead, you waited for somebody else to do your job for you, didn't you? Juzo said in a taunting manner. Ah, Zabuza. When they told me about the massacre at the academy, I was overjoyed. I thought I found a worthy apprentice, for only those who know about extensive bloodshed can wield the executioner's blade. But you turned out to be such a disappointment. You think I need to kill you so I'm worthy of my blade? Well, guess what, it seems that it might not be too late for that, Zabuza replied, adopting a fighting stance. I'm not the same confused kid blinded by anger. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Mei silently placed a hand on Zabuza's shoulder, who seemed to have a soothing effect on the man. Don't let him get to you, Zabuza, Mei whispered. Keep your head calm. You're better than him, and you know it. Oh, look at that, you ended up tamed by some weak woman. It seems there's no limit of how much of a disappointment you can be, Juzo mocked. At least I wasn't killed by a mere genin. Zabuza fired back. Is there any more disgraceful way for a jonin, much less a swordsman of the mist, to die? While Zabuza continued trading angry shouts with his former sensei, Suijitsu, and Kojuro focused on the second of the 3 remaining coffins, which held a man that greatly resembled Suijitsu, including the shoulder-length light blue hair and purple eyes. A person Suijitsu knew better than any other Kirigakuer ninja. Brother. Suijitsu said. Mainjitsu-sensei. Kojuro said as well, almost in a whisper. Suijitsu. I'm happy to see that you're alive, Mainjitsu said. And you finally got one of the 7 swords. The sewing needle, huh? That's not one I would have pictured you wielding. I know. But one must work with what is given, Suijitsu replied, chuckling a little, even if his voice was trembling. Mainjitsu's eyes drifted to the bespectacled swordsman. Kojuro, my apprentice. I'm also happy to see you, and that you still keep my sword. Even if your training wasn't complete, I have faith you made good use of that blade. I did my best, Mainjitsu-sensei. Every time I swing this sword, I do so to honor your memory. Kojuro said, almost yelling. Manigtsu smiled in return. I'm sure you do. Also, if you guys have all the swords minus same Hada, I take the rebellion was triumphant. You can bet it was. We invaded the village, and Yagura's forces ended up surrendering. Mei is the Mizukage now, Suijitsu explained. Though not everything was as clear-cut. Turn out Yagura was controlled by Akatsuki, who also captured him for his tailed beast. I see. That was very unfortunate, Mainjitsu said, shaking his head. Though, at the very least the bloody mist is no more. People from the land of water won't fear ninjas as demons anymore. Yes. We made plenty of progress on that area. Mei-sama is a very diligent Mizukage, and works diligently to show the entire world that the new Kirigakure is not what it used to be. As Suijitsu and Kojuro continued talking with the former's brother and the later's sensei, Ameirai watched in shock and anger the occupant of the last coffin step out of it. A man with long dark green hair, blue eyes, and thick lips. Where am I? The man asked, a bit disoriented. And why is a little girl holding my swords? These are my swords, asshole. Ameirai yelled back, gripping the thunder fangs even harder. Go back with the rest of those failed relics, Rega. Now the numbers are a little more even, aren't they? Kisame laughed, as he rested Same Hada over one of his shoulders. 7 and 7. Albeit one of you isn't a swordsman of the mist. Yeah, and 6 of you don't have swords. Ameirai replied, raising her swords above her head for added emphasis. Numbers mean shit when dash. However, Ameirai was interrupted when dust and ashes started to gather around the hands of the revived former swordsman, creating replicas of the 6 swords in the hands of the swordsman loyal to Mei. Everybody instinctively took a step back. You were saying? Kisame said, before letting out an even louder laugh. Back in the Akatsuki secret lair, Orochimaru was kneeled in front of a board with white and black pellets on it, that he was using to plan his fight, as well as to better monitor his undead puppets. Besides Orochimaru, the only other Akatsuki in the lair was Obito, lazily slouched against one of the cave's wall, accompanied by a small group of white Zetsu clones. Probably to act as some sort of escorts if Orochimaru decided to attack and steal the Uchiha's Rinnegan. Not that they would be of much help if he decided to do so, but for now, he would play nice. With this improved version of Impure World Resurrection, I can also create replicas of the weapons the deceased ninjas were holding the moment they were killed. And since all the 7 swordsmen died with their swords in their hands. Orochimaru thought, as he licked his lips in anticipation. Now, let's take this chance to gather 6 of the 7 swords for my collection. I can take Same Hada later, once Kisame lowers his guard. Back in the battlefield, the 6 undead swordsmen took a step forward, and flanked Kisame, whom they appeared to consider their captain, and adopted fighting stances. Mei's swordsmen took a step back, looking a little frightened or unsure, with the exception of Zabuza, who kept his cool and held his ground, and Ameirai, who coped with even more bravado, growling, and showing her sharp teeth at the enemy. Do not fear, my swordsman. Mei shouted, as she took a step forward, moving close to Zabuza. All of you proved yourselves powerful ninjas of Kirigakure and worthy wielders of those swords. The enemy only has cheap replicas wielded by criminals who fell before us in the past, and they shall fall again. Now stand and fight, and show the world the might of Kirigakure's champions. Mei's words seemed to have the desired effect, and restored the morale of her ninja, who appeared now less doubtful and more ready to fight. Pretty speech, Mei-chan. You always had your way with words, Kisame said, grinning, as he swung Same Hada. Though I think an epitaph would have been more appropriate here, given what's going to happen. Everybody, charge. Swordsmen of the Mist, attack. Show these undead relics no mercy. Zabuza called, as his fellow swordsmen charged towards the incoming enemy. Given that they were matched in numbers, the fight split into 7 one-on-one duels. Ameirai was the first one to charge, and engaged Rega, her eyes burning with hatred as if the former owner of the Thunder Fangs were her natural enemy. Suigetsu decided that he should be the one to face his brother. Miyako faced Jinin Akabino, to show him that she's worthy of the helmet splitter. Kyumarai and Kojuro teamed up against Kushimaru and Jinpachi. Juzo wanted to go after Zabuza, but his former apprentice chose to go after Kisame instead, and ended up facing Mei. "Who the hell are you, woman?" Juzo angrily asked, as he delivered a wide swing at the redhead, who dodged it with ease. "You aren't even a swordsman of the mist, yet you dare to get in the way." "I dare, yes. Because I am the fifth and current Mizukage, Mei Terumi," Mei replied, as she started making hand seals. "And my husband doesn't have time to deal with such a little annoyance like you. There's a much bigger fish to catch." Fire release, searing lash. A whip made of fire appeared on Mei's hand, which she used to flog the undead swordsman, forcing him to fall back. Still, Juzo wasn't going to let Mei set the pace of the fight. "Mizukage? You are the Mizukage? Just what happened with Kiri after I died?" Juzo said in disgust. "Oh well, let's test if you are worthy of the hat then." Jumping backwards, he gripped his fake executioner's blade with both hands, and the sword started to flow blue as it was infused with chakra, before tossing it at his opponent. Mei undid her fiery whip, as she started to make more hand seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. The Mizukage slammed her hands into the ground, erecting a wall between herself and Juzo. Thanks to the chakra it was imbued with, the sword was able to break through the barrier, albeit it did so at the cost of much of its momentum, meaning that if Mei just jumped backwards, she could avoid being hit. However, before she could do that, Juzo burst from underground in front of her and grabbed his sword as he flew. "You're mine," Juzo said, as he brought his sword down. Mei, however, was quick enough to weave a few hand seals as she jumped backwards. Boil release, skilled mist jutsu. Mei exhaled a cloud of corrosive mist at the incoming swordsman, who was stopped on his tracks as the force of the mist pushed him backwards while his body started to quickly erode. However, Juzo quickly burst into water. "Oh, a water clone. Should have seen that coming," Mei said nonchalantly, as she started to make hand seals. The real Juzo burst from underground behind her, ready to skewer her for real. "Stop acting as if this is some fucking game," the scarred ninja yelled, as he delivered an horizontal slash. Boil release, corrosive armor. Another acidic cloud burst through Mei's position, this one more powerful than the one before, corroding Juzo's body with such speed, his forearms fell off from the rest of his arms. "Shit," Juzo cursed. "Still think I'm weak? Or that I don't deserve to be Mizukage?" Mei asked, as she made more hand seals. "Not that I give a damn about what a caveman like you think. Now time to send you back to the place you belong, into oblivion with the rest of the bloody mist." Lava release, melting apparition jutsu. Mei exhaled a gigantic stream of lava at the undead ninja. Juzo tried to jump back, but the corrosive cloud eroded his legs until they broke and he fell helplessly on his back. His undead body started to regenerate, but the acidic cloud said regeneration didn't take. And thus, Juzo was buried under a pile of burning lava, leaving him completely immobile. Mei followed the attack with more hand seals. Water release, water gun. Mei spat a stream of cold water at the lava, cooling it down as it solidified into solid rock, producing several hissing clouds of steam. Once the undead swordsman was trapped under a cocoon of stone, Mei placed several chakra-suppressing sealing tags to make sure he couldn't be able to break out on his own. "That's one down," Mei said, before her eyes drifted towards the spot her husband was fighting Kisame. Zabuza appeared to be holding his ground, but given that Kisame was only using one hand to hold his weapon, it was obvious he wasn't fighting seriously yet. But that could change anytime soon. Better help Zabuza as soon as possible. Between the two of us, we can bring that monster down. Meanwhile, at another part of the battleground, Mizuki is fighting Anko's students. The turncoat ninja decided to use directly the second stage of the cursed seal, transforming him into a bulky monster of maroon skin, black eyes, and an additional pair of arms ending in a curved bone blade similar to the blades of a mantis, sprouting from his back. Fire release, cursed flame destruction. Mizuki exhaled a massive stream of blue fire from his mouth, forcing his former students to jump away in different directions. As he jumped, Zaku tried to move forward, as he aimed his palms at his former sensei. Decapitating air bullets. Zaku fired a barrage of vacuum bullets from the holes in his palms at the mutated ninja, now forcing Mizuki to be the one to retreat, as the bullets blew a trail of holes in the ground, sending bits of shredded grass into the air. Doso decided to take the opportunity to strike, and dashed towards his former sensei. Once he closed the distance, he delivered a hook with his gauntlet fist. "You think you can use those pathetic tricks against me?" Mizuki said, as his enlarged hand caught Doso's fist, squeezing it, crunching the gauntlet as well. "Do you think that I forgot how those gauntlets of yours work?" Mizuki then turned around, and tossed Doso away. However, the former Oto ninja managed to regain his balance, and making a backflip mid-air, landed on his feet. Zaku and Kin quickly rushed towards him so he wouldn't be alone against his former teacher. "Now it's my turn to attack. Feel the power of Orochimaru-sama," Mizuki boasted, as he started to make hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon bullets. A dragon head made of mud and stone rose from the ground in front of Mizuki, opened its jaws, and fired multiple mud projectiles at the trio of former Oto ninjas. However, Mizuki wasn't done. Fire release, Fire Dragon blast. Mizuki exhaled a stream of fire from his mouth, igniting the mud projectiles. Doso's one eye locked onto the white-haired man, before slamming both fists into the ground. Resonating echo tremor. Doso sent a powerful sonic shockwave through the ground towards Mizuki, carving a furrow as it traveled. "Zaku, Kin, combine your jutsu to counter his," Doso commanded. The two of them nodding in unison and taking a step forward, Zaku raising his palms forward, and Kin making hand seals. Decapitating air waves. Water release, Water wall. Kin expelled a torrent of water from her mouth, while Haku released two streams of pressurized air and sound. Both attacks combined into a watery storm, putting out all the fiery projectiles and blowing them away, creating several clouds of steam that started to expand in every direction. Then, without saying anything, Doso charged forward, his arms raised to protect his head and torso. And indeed, he managed to parry the blow of a bladed arm. "How did you?" Mizuki, the one who delivered the blow, asked. "You seem to forget about my extremely acute hearing, sensei," Doso sneered. "And even with all the noise of the battle around us, I can still sense the vibrations your feet make with every step. So that's how you knew I was getting closer." "Cheeky brat," Mizuki said, before pushing Doso back and kicking him in the chest, making him fall on his back. "But that's not going to help you." Summoning jutsu. There was a burst of smoke, followed by a brief but powerful gale of wind that dispelled the steam in the air. Mizuki then saw Kin riding atop of the head of a gigantic cobra. "Look what Anko-sensei taught me to do," Kin said in a taunting manner. "Did Orochimaru allow you to sign the snake contract? For how much you praise him, I'm going to assume he did, right? I don't need to summon some armless lizard to do my job," Mizuki angrily said, as he started to make hand seals. Fire release, Cursed Flame Destruction. Mizuki etched a stream of blue fire, so hot it burned the ground above it even if it was untouched, as it flew towards Kin and her giant snake. With an impressive speed despite its lack of limbs, the giant cobra started to quickly slither around, dodging the deadly fire jutsu Mizuki was projecting towards it. "This is my chance to strike," Doso whispered to himself, as he rushed towards Mizuki. Resonating echo tremor. Doso slammed both fists into the ground, sending a sonic shockwave underground, carving a crack in the ground as it followed. Mizuki, however, knew what Doso was trying, and would have smirked if he could move his mouth. He jumped aside to avoid the underground attack while keeping the fire jutsu active, but rather than Kin and her snake, which were moving further and further away, he directed the fire towards the much closer Doso. Air burst propulsion. Before Doso could be incinerated, Zaku slammed into his former sensei with force of a missile, using the air expelled from his hands to increase his speed. The flames disappeared, as Mizuki's air was blown out of his stomach. "You fucking dash." Mizuki's curse was interrupted when Doso quickly bridged the gap between them, and delivered a right hook at him. The white-haired man instinctively dodged, and realized a second too late of his mistake when his head felt prey of terrible nausea and vertigo that didn't even allow him to walk straight. "Kin, now!" Dosu called. Before Mizuki could regain his balance, he heard a slithering sound growing louder, and the blurry image of a snake appeared in his field of vision. Kin's giant cobra slammed Mizuki with its head, sending him flying against a tree. After that, the cobra wrapped itself tightly against the undead ninja, pinning his arms against his body, leaving him completely immobilized. "And I believe that's a wrap," Kin said, placing her hands on her hips. "Literally. Look at that, Anko-sensei was right. We were able to beat Mizuki after all," Dosu observed. "Of course we did. We're super strong. Anko-sensei said we could beat him, and we totally did it," Zaku excitedly said. "That's all good, but we just defeated one enemy. The battle is far from over," Dosu reminded his teammates, especially Zaku. "Let's bring Mizuki to the Cella Master Ninjas, and then resume the fight." Meanwhile, not far away from there, Kisame and Zabuza were fighting against each other, mostly trading blows with their huge swords. The two swordsmen never stayed still, constantly running and leaping from one place to another, being little more than quick blurs for an onlooker. "I have to commend you for your bravery facing me again on your own, Zabuza-san," Kisame began, as he delivered a vertical slash with same hata. "You can't use ninjutsu against me, since my sword will absorb it. You can't also rely on your famed assassination skills, since same hata can track your position by sensing your chakra. All you have are your sword fighting skills, while I have no such limit. That's the difference between you and I, Kisame," Zabuza said, as he parried the blow, before pushing same hata aside and lunging his executioner's blade forward. "I always relied on nothing but my own skills to get by. I don't need to use a tricked-up sword as a crutch. Still trying to hurt my ego, so I remove my greatest advantage in a fight." Kisame laughed, as he moved aside, letting Zabuza's sword harmlessly pass by him. "Come on Zabuza, we both know you're biting much more than you can chew. There's a lot of stake in this war, you shouldn't risk it so badly for your own ego. You're really confident I can't beat you, that you can afford giving advice to an enemy?" Zabuza asked, visibly enraged. "I couldn't have said it better," Kisame replied, grinning widely, as he prepared to attack again. Besides dash. Earth release, crushing avalanche. Suddenly, large boulders started to fall from the sky towards Kisame, making thundering noises as they impacted against the ground. The Sharkman tried to dodge most of them, and those he couldn't were shattered to pebbles with a mighty swing of same hata. When the attack ceased, Kisame saw Terumi landing beside Zabuza. "You know what? I think you might be right. That sword is too much for me to overcome alone," Zabuza replied, grinning under his mask. "So I decided to drop by and balancing things out," Mei added. "Oh, how cute, the lovely couple comes to face me together," Kisame laughed. "However, your Mizukage isn't going to be of much help against me. She has no ninjutsu same hata can't nullify and absorb. All she will accomplish is in giving me another source of chakra to devour." "We aren't afraid of you, traitor," Mei replied. "Besides, my husband is right. All your power and strength comes from that sword. If we take that sword away from you, the fight will be ours." "Your naivete is adorable," Kisame replied, shaking his head. "Do you think you're the first one who tried to separate me from same hata? As you can see, that tactic never yielded much results. There's a first time for everything. Even if same hata can return to you on its own, you won't be able to use it if I cut your hands off," Zabuza said, swinging his blade for added emphasis. "You're so sure of yourselves, aren't you? Okay, I'll take on your challenge," Kisame boasted as he removed his Akatsuki cloak, revealing his bare chest, and much to Mei and Zabuza's shock and confusion, he jabbed the sword into his abdomen. "What the?" Mei asked, confused. "You have no idea of all the things same hata can do," Kisame said, smiling heavily. It took a moment for the two Kiri ninjas to realize that there was no blood on Kisame's thorax. In fact, it appeared as if same hata was being absorbed into his own body. And as it happened, Kisame started to transform as well. His head grew elongated and more shark-like. his hair receded, and a fin grew on top of its head to replace it, with 2 additional fins grew on his forearms. His hands had now webbed fingers, ending in sharp claws. Same Hada and I are one now. Man, I'm hating that goddamned sword more and more. Zabuza grumbled, before turning to his wife. So, taking his sword away isn't an option anymore. Any other ideas? May smiled, and nodded, before biting her thumb. Yes, just one. I still have an ace in the hole I've been saving for this very moment. Something I have been preparing since the moment I became Mizukage, and I think this is the best moment to break it out. Summoning Jutsu. May slammed her hand into the ground, producing a burst of smoke. When the smoke cleared, there was a small blue-skinned cephalopod with a yellow spiraling shell, large eyes, and very thick eyebrows. Zabuza couldn't help but raise a non-existent eyebrow at May's supposed ace in the hole, while Kisame merely laughed. That's it? That's your trump card? Some tiny squid. Kisame said, laughing out loud. Heh, if anything, it'll make a great appetizer. I wouldn't laugh if I weren't you, Kisame. This is no normal squid, but Raisin-sama, great sage of the depths, May said. You called me, May-chan. I take this as the moment. Raisin asked. May nodded. Indeed it is, Raisin-sama. Let's begin. The small elderly squid climbed May's body until he reached the top of her head, while May herself started to make hand seals. The Mizukage started to glow with a blue light as her body started to be lit up chakra. Sage art, sage transformation. There was a burst of smoke, and when it dispelled, both Kisame and Zabuza were startled to see the result. It seemed that the squid had fused with May, and his shell covered May's head as if it was a helmet. Her long locks of auburn hair were now long, reddish tentacles that wiggled as if they had life of their own. May's teeth were now sharper, looking like her husband's or Kisame's teeth. Her eyes were yellow, and had black marks around them. After seeing Naruto's Sage Mode during the Kirigakure Civil War, I knew I had to master it as well, so I asked the squids to teach me how to do it, May explained. I kept this a secret, training on my own during the little spare time I had. Just for this moment alone. Get ready, Kisame. The shame you brought to your home village with your treachery will disappear before the day ends. Chapter 105. Water Warfare. Or Demons, Squids, and Sharks. Turtle Island. Come on, come on. Naruto said, beads of sweat running through his hair, as with the help of 4 other arms made of chakra, attempted to create a tailed beast ball for the umpteenth time. Just like his many previous attempts, the ball appeared to be stable at first, but once it reached a certain size, it grew unstable, before exploding in the blonde's face. The blast pushed Naruto backwards a couple meters, before he fell on his butt. He deactivated the golden chakra cloak, and punched the sand in frustration. Goddammit. Letting out a despondent sigh, Naruto lied on his back, though a better term would be that he dropped on it, and extended his arms, and looked at the sky. The sun shone brightly, there wasn't a single cloud, and the air was filled with the sound of the waves crashing against the shore and the cries of seagulls. Naruto could also heard steps of somebody walking towards him, but paid the newcomer no attention. Man, this sucks, Naruto moaned. What I'm doing wrong? Struggling to master your new power, Naruto-kun. The voice of an elderly man said. You aren't planning on giving up, are you? That would be very unlike you. Naruto sat up, and saw the third Hokage standing beside him. He also sat down on the sand. Yeah. The tailed beast ball, Naruto explained. It's a tailed beast's most powerful ability. You see, it's dash. Hiruzen raised a hand, interrupting Naruto. I know. I witnessed that jutsu many times in my life. Both when I fought against foreign Jinchuriki, as well as when the Nine Tails ravaged Konoha. I admit they aren't memories I treasure much. Wait, a tailed beast ball is powerful enough to wipe a large chunk of Konoha out. How did the village survive that? Naruto asked in shock. While he saw the destruction caused by the fox in pictures of the Academy's history books, it didn't look like a tailed beast ball went off there. Fortunately, your father was there to help with that, Hiruzen explained. Using his flying thunder god jutsu, he managed to teleport the ball far away before it could detonate. Hadn't he intervened when he did? I shiver to imagine the even greater death and destruction such an attack would have caused in the middle of a village as large as populated as Konoha. I can relate to that. Obito tried to pull the same shit with his half of the Nine Tails during the Akatsuki invasion, Naruto told him. Fortunately, Mom and I were there to ensure that such thing didn't happen. Hiruzen nodded, and his lips curved into a small smile. Each passing day, I'm so glad that your parents decided to return when they did. I can't imagine what would have been of Konoha if they didn't return. Especially with your birth parents' tragic demise. Speaking of which, Naruto began. I know my birth mom, Kushina, was the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Was she able to control his power the same way I do? Hiruzen shook his head. No. Kushina rarely, if ever, drew the power of the Nine Tails. Then again, her seal was far more restrictive. So was Mito's. How so? Naruto asked. What's the point of keeping a Jinchuriki, if they can't even use the power of the tailed beast within them? Back then, we believed it to be unnecessary. The other great villages were very reliant on their Jinchuriki, but Tobirama-sensei didn't want Konoha to follow that path, Hiruzen explained. He wanted the Jinchuriki to be the village's trump card, and wanted our first line of defense and main deterrent for war to be our finest ninjas. Like Hashirama was in the day, I guess, Naruto said. He had heard about the legendary first Hokage's power, closer to that of a god than a man, no wonder he was called the god of ninja, and was glad that he wouldn't never have to fight a ninja of that caliber. Yes, and Tobirama-sensei after him. Tobirama-sensei always wanted to find the most talented and gifted ninjas since they were children, and train them in order to bring out their potential to their fullest. I was one of such kids. And I continued with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Tobirama-sensei's idea was for Konoha to be known for the quality of their ninjas, first and foremost, and rely on the power of the Nine Tails as little as possible, Hiruzen explained. As Naruto processed the information, he nodded. Makes sense, I guess. Though, why would my biological dad would want me to use the power of the Nine Tails, then? If I have to guess, it would be because he knew that it was time to use that trump card, Hiruzen said, placing a couple fingers under his goatee. While I'm proud of my reputation as a fearsome ninja, I was already long past my prime, and I wouldn't get any younger. Minato knew he was going to die. One of the Sannin was a traitor, and the other two decided to leave Konoha for personal reasons. It's possible that he guessed that being your godfather, Jiraiya would come back, but still thought it wasn't enough. We needed something, anything, that would allow Konoha to keep its edge. You know, as good as the second's intentions were, depending on a few super powerful ninjas isn't that much better from depending on Jinchuriki, Naruto noted, frowning a little. Wise words. Jiraiya probably thought the same, that's why he put a bigger focus on the academy, so we could get a better and stronger generation of ninjas, rather than relying on a couple of prodigies, Hiruzen said, nodding in agreement. We still have a couple of prodigies among my generation, Naruto noted. Neji was called as such. And would have been the strongest Hyuga if Hinata didn't awaken the Tensagen. There's Sasuke as well, though that's the norm for his clan. True, true. But I believe that you're forgetting about somebody, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said with a knowing smile. Who, me? Naruto asked, quickly catching the old man's implications. The blonde scoffed dismissively, as he rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. Don't sell yourself short, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said. You learned the Raise-non, a jutsu that took your biological father years to make and your adoptive father months to master, in a mere week. And not just that, but you combined it with elemental chakra, something your biological father was never able to do. Same goes with Sage Mode. If I was a prodigy, I would have this stupid jutsu mastered by now, Naruto complained. Even prodigies have their limits, Hiruzen said. Like I said before, there were many things your father, considered one of the strongest and most skilled ninjas Konoha ever produced, was unable to do. I'm sure that if he was in my place, he would have mastered this in an instant, Naruto said, letting out a weary sigh. Dad told me that, when Orochimaru invaded the village, He used Impure World Resurrection on him and Kushina, and upon seeing the elemental rays Nan, managed to replicate it in an instant. Because Jiraiya told him the secret behind it, Hiruzen pointed out. Though, now that you mention the rays Nan, and trying to master the tailed beast ball. What? What about them? Naruto asked, his curiosity started to pique. Apparently, after seeing the tailed beast ball during the Third Ninja War, Minato believed humans could use that jutsu. Hiruzen started to explain. He tried to replicate it, but he wasn't successful at first. Well, of course, you need to be a dash. Naruto interrupted himself when he realized the last part of what the former Hokage had said. What do you mean at first? To put it simply, that's how he came up with the idea of the rays Nan, Hiruzen said. His attempts to replicate the tailed beast ball failed, as he couldn't emulate the shape manipulation of the chakra. Then he decided to spin the chakra in order to stabilize it. The result was the rays Nan. Naturally, it wasn't as powerful as the jutsu it was trying to copy, but it's still a very powerful one, don't you think? Wow! I wasn't aware of Desh, Naruto said in awe, before an idea dawned upon him. Hey, wait a minute. If the tailed beast ball was the inspiration for the rays Nan, then maybe I can use the principles behind the rays Nan to master the tailed beast ball. Thanks for the idea, old man Hokage. The blonde excitedly said, as he reactivated his chakra mode, and resumed his practice. I'm glad I could be of help, Naruto-kun, Hiruzen said with a kind smile. Blunt Sword Ninja Art, Underground Fisher. Blunt Sword Ninja Art, Earthbreaker. Jinin charged the axe half of his weapon with chakra, before hitting the ground with it, sending an underground shockwave that cracked the ground as it moved forward. Miyako, however, channeled chakra through the hammer half of her weapon, before smashing it onto the ground, shattering it, and sending many rocks and pebbles flying in every direction, and most importantly, stopping Jinin's attack. Not bad, girl, not bad, Jinin said, acknowledging his opponent. You make good use of the helmet splitter. I've been training every day since the day I became its owner. I want to be as good as you were in life, Miyako said, as she swung the hammer half of her weapon at Jinin. The undead swordsman started to swing his hammer as well, albeit in circles. Blunt Sword Ninja Art, Hurricane Hammer. A powerful tornado raised around Jinin, managing to deflect the incoming attack, before Jinin swung the hammer forward, sending the tornado at Miyako. The blue-haired girl put her weapon down and started making hand seals as fast as her hands allowed her. Water release, wild water wave. Miyako spewed a massive torrent of water from her mouth at the incoming tornado. The two elemental forces clashed, splashing water everywhere, but in the end, Miyako's jutsu won out, and the tornado was dispelled. Unfortunately, just as the two attacks died down, Jinin leaped at the now unarmed Miyako, ready to strike her down. You shouldn't have dropped your weapon, girl. You never drop your weapon, Jinin said in an even but still chastising tone. Miyako ignored Jinin's reprimand, and quickly pulled a pair of kunai with explosive tags attached to them from her ninja tool pouch, and tossed them at the incoming Jinin. The undead ninja tried to swat them away, but Miyako detonated them before he even had the chance. The explosion didn't catch Jinin inside, but the resulting shockwave managed to push him backwards, allowing the blue-haired woman to pick up her weapon. A good ninja has more than one weapon, no matter how good it is, Miyako replied. Jinin landed on his feet, sliding back a bit, before breaking his movement with the help of his copy the helmet splitter, by stabbing the axe half into the ground. Nice save. You won't die easily. That's good, he complimented, as he pulled the axe half of his weapon back. I didn't get to become part of the 7 swordsmen by dying easily, Miyako spat back. And neither did you, despite your end. I guess so, Jinin conceded. Miyako got ready for the next attack, but after waiting for a few seconds, it didn't come. Let me ask you something, girl, given that you have my sword, that Jinpachi and Kushimaru are dead, and that Yagura is no longer Mizukage, I take your side won the civil war, right? Yes, thankfully we did, Miyako did. Albeit we didn't enjoy our victory as much as we could. Yagura was mind-controlled by the Akatsuki, and we were unable to break the brainwashing before they took him away and extracted the 3 tails from him. In fact, I'm surprised he hasn't been reanimated alongside you guys. I see. That was regrettable, Jinan said. Is the village stable, at the very least? The village is at the most stable it has ever been. When the truth about Yagura came out, his supporters pledged their loyalty to Mei-sama and the rebellion, Miyako explained. In the meantime, we also made efforts to build ties with other villages as well. Good. That's all I wanted to know, Jinan said, and without any warning, he charged at Miyako. The blue-haired Kunoichi parried the incoming axe blow with the axe half of her helmet splitter. Don't you regret it? Miyako asked, as she struggled against the undead man. Siding with Yagura. No, was his firm reply. I fought for what I believed was right. If I will go down in history as a villain, then so be it. How can you say that? Miyako replied, before pushing Jinan back and trying to smash him with the hammer half. If you knew that Yagura was mind-controlled, would you have still fought for him? But I didn't know that. Or at least, I didn't have solid evidence about it, Jinan said, as he dodged the hammer blow. Thinking about scenarios that will never happen, wondering what could have been, it's pointless. All that matters is the present, the future, and what do you plan to do in the former to reach the latter. I guess I can't help but agree with that, Miyako said, as she raised her weapon, preparing for an attack. The future I want is one with no more pointless war and bloodshed. And I plan to reach it by sending you back to the pure world, where you belong. For starters, at least. That's good, Jinan said, mimicking her action. Then show me what you're capable of. Show me your conviction to do what's right. I shall do it. Miyako replied, as she dashed forward. Water release, razor stream. Both Kirigakure ninjas dashed towards each other, gripping the axe half of the helmet splitter. When they were close enough, they struck, Miyako being the first one to move, delivering a diagonal downwards swipe. However, she attacked too soon, and her swing didn't reach Jinan. The bearded man noticed this, and didn't hesitate to capitalize on his opponent's mistake, and attacked. Snap! What the? The leather strap that kept both halves of the weapon linked was cut in two. As so was Jinan's head, and one of his arms, both falling from his body, before the body fell back lifelessly. What? How? Jinan's decapitated head asked. Miyako wordlessly walked towards him, and brought the axe half of the helmet splitter close to his face. It was then when he saw it, an extremely thin and long blade of condensed water, almost invisible to the naked eye, channeled through the blade of the axe, almost doubling its range. Oh. I see, Jinan said in resignation, but then he smiled. A jutsu that's both deadly and subtle. The way of Kirigakure. I like you, girl. Miyako's victory didn't go unnoticed, and several Seal Master ninjas landed besides her, and started to seal Jinan before he could fully regenerate. Regardless of being at the wrong side of the civil war, I always admired you, Jinan-san, Miyako began. You always fought for Kirigakure's future and well-being. You were the kind of ninja I wanted to become. You shouldn't have done that, Jinan said, surprising the blue-haired girl with his chastising tone. You should have strived to be better than me. And I can say that you did it. You're a worthy wielder of the helmet splitter. Just like I did, fight for Kirigakure, fight for what you believe it's right, so when your time comes, you will die without any regrets. Miyako nodded. Don't worry. I will. After Jinan was finally sealed, the Seal Masters took him to the rear guard, so the enemy wouldn't try to release him. And after a few seconds of contemplation, Miyako decided to look for a new opponent. This battle was far from over. Kisame locked his eyes on Mei, as he scanned her new form. He could sense a very powerful chakra radiating from her body. It was almost as if Mei was absorbing the ambient energy around her and making it her own. Such an interesting ability, not even Same Hado was able to do. So. Sage mode, Kisame asked, as he grinned in anticipation. I did hear from the other Akatsuki that the Jinchura key of the Nine Tails, as well as the Toad and Slug Sannin, mastered such a mode. I wasn't aware that you had Sage mode as well. Afraid? Mei asked, as he placed a hand on a hip, though she already expected Kisame's answer. Afraid? Are you kidding me? Kisame asked, almost sounding outraged. You might be the first worthy opponent I face in years. You have no idea how much I wanted to fight a sage, but they're so rare. I knew you were going to say that, Mei said, shaking her head. Don't say I didn't warn you. I can smell your chakra, it's like nothing I've experienced before. I'm going to devour all of your chakra, until nothing remains. Kisame said in excitement, as his own chakra started to flare around him. Zabuza, things are going to get ugly, Mei whispered her husband. As we are now, Kisame and I are on a completely different level. So please, I must ask you to ignore your pride and let me deal with him myself. I can't fight him and protect you at the same time. I'm not going anywhere, woman, Zabuza said, his eyes locked on Kisame. I'm the captain of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and it's my duty to recover the sword in the hands of that traitor. Not to mention, protect my wife and cage. Zabuza dash. The black-haired man raised a hand to silence her. I may be prideful and ambitious, but I'm not an idiot. I'll let you do all the heavy lifting. I'll stay close to you, and strike whenever there's an opening, or I'll protect you if you happen to be left wide open. Understood, Mei said, nodding, before her eyes also drifted to Kisame, who prepared to attack. Be careful. You too. Let's start this already. Same had a hungers, and so do I. Kisame shouted, as he started to make hand seals. Despite having webbed hands now, the shark ninja had no more trouble weaving hand seals than before. Water release, shark bullet jutsu. Suddenly, a torrent of water exploded around Kisame, swirling around a single spot, taking the form of a gigantic shark. Kisame brought both hands forward, sending the shark-shaped water projectile towards his 2 foes. Mei, however, wasn't going to stay idle, as she started to weave hand seals of her own, before slamming her palms into the ground. Sage Art, Earth Release, Titan Grip. The land started to shake, and a gigantic hand made of rock and dirt appeared between Mei and the incoming shark missile. Its stony fingers quickly wrapped around the watery shark, stopping it on its tracks. Mei then closed her hand into a fist, and the giant stone hand did the same, squeezing the shark until it exploded into a million water droplets. You think I don't know what you're doing, don't you? Mei asked. You expected me to counter that direct jutsu with one of my own and dash. Mei was interrupted when Kisame, surrounded by a cloak of raging water, shattered the giant stone hand by crossing through it, before delivering a vertical slash with his right claw. Mei, however, managed to jump in time, and Kisame only hit the ground, opening a large crater with the force of his blow. Thank goodness for the chakra sensing, or else I'd be a gunner, Mei thought, still midair. He's much faster than before. However, Kisame wasn't going to give up, and launched himself towards Mei, almost like a living torrent. However, before he could strike her, Zabuza delivered a flying kick to the shark man's temple, breaking his momentum, and sending him flying sidewards. Kisame, however, managed to regain balance while midair and landed on his feet. Well done, Zabuza. Mei praised as her feet touched the ground, before making more hand seals. Boil Release, Earth's Deep Breath. As Kisame charged once again, he started to notice that not only was the ground shaking beneath his feet, but it was starting to get warmer as well. The nature energy overflowing the zone only made the danger more obvious, and jumped away. And just as he did, the ground cracked open, and a massive geyser shot upwards. Even if it failed, Kisame could feel the sheer heat of the boiling water that rocketed into the sky. That was close, the shark ninja said. If I let that dash. However, Mei's jutsu didn't end there, as another geyser exploded close to Kisame, followed by another and another, and another. Eventually, Kisame was surrounded by burning hot geysers, and had nowhere to go. Excellent. Now let's see how you get out of his, Mei said with a smirk, as she made more hand seals. Boil Release, Majestic Burning Hurricane. All the geysers started to form a swirl around Kisame, until they turned into a massive tornado of burning steam. Even if Kisame was able to absorb chakra, he wouldn't be able to absorb all of it before he was cooked alive. However, deep down, Mei knew that if it was so easy, Kisame wouldn't be a member of Akatsuki. Water Release, Greater Exploding Water Colliding Wave. Suddenly, a massive watery torrent appeared from inside the steam tornado, dispelling it in almost an instant, before it expanded in every direction, flooding the entire zone, crushing everything on its path beneath gigantic tidal waves. Grinning, Kisame was standing at the epicenter of the ever-growing tsunami. "Oh shit!" Mei yelled, before she and Zabuza were buried by a massive wave. "Water release, multiple water gun jutsu. Don't block them, just dodge," Suigetsu said in a panicked voice. "Ikano." Kojuro stammered back. Mainjutsu mimicked a gun with his free hand, and from the tip of his finger fired deceptively large globs of compressed water in rapid succession towards the two swordsmen of the mist, which had the foresight of running in different directions. They managed to avoid the deadly watery missiles, which opened large holes in the ground when they impacted. Some of them still found some marks on some unlucky Zetsu clone or allied ninja. Given that Mainjutsu was focusing on Kojuro, Suigetsu decided it was time to strike. Using water ninjutsu against Mainjutsu wasn't going to produce any results, so he dashed as fast as he could, and tossed the sewing needle at him. Without having to stop his current jutsu, Mainjutsu parried the flying sword with a mighty swing, his copy of Hiramekarei, sending the sewing needle back at Suigetsu. "Shit!" Suigetsu cursed, as he caught his sword back, and engaged Mainjutsu in melee. This forced the older brother to stop firing water bullets at the bespectacled swordsman and focus on his younger brother. Suigetsu started with a string of aggressive thrusts, but Mainjutsu quickly turned the tide in his favor, and countered with more powerful wide swings, as his fake Hiramekarei glowed blue as Mainjutsu channeled chakra through it. "If there's a silver lining to this mess, is that I'm able to see you one more time, Suigetsu," Mainjutsu said as he continued his onslaught. "You've grown since the last time I saw you. You also got stronger." "I had to, if I wanted to get my hands on one of the 7 swords," Suigetsu replied, as he managed to stop his brother's attack and lock their blades against each other. "Not to mention that I no longer had you to protect me." Mainjutsu managed to break the blade lock and overpower Suigetsu with more fast swings. One of them managed to slice one of his arms off, which quickly broke down into water, as a few water droplets leaked from the stump. Suigetsu jumped backwards to avoid the last swing, and to give himself some time for his lost arm to grow back. Then, he noticed something. With Mainjutsu none the wiser, Kojuro was able to sneak behind him and was ready to strike. Hiramekarei had more power and thus was more effective on a hydrification user than Suigetsu's sewing needle, which was more suited for capture and torture. He decided that Mainjutsu needed to have his attention focused on the younger brother for Kojuro's ambush to work. "Heh, never thought you'd have it in you, Kojuro," Suigetsu thought, as he smirked. "Guess that all that beatings disguised as training from Zabuza Taiko did pay off, huh?" As Suigetsu charged forward, ready to impale his undead brother with the sewing needle, Kojuro moved to strike. "Hiramekarei, release." Kojuro's balda burst with chakra, said chakra forming a gigantic hammer, which would crush Mainjutsu into a puddle of water, giving the seal masters enough time to seal him before he could reform. However, just as Kojuro prepared his attack, so did Mainjutsu. "Hiramekarei, release." Mainjutsu's own sword also burst with chakra, before he split it into 2 blades, and started to spin around, turning into a blue razor tornado that both shredded and pushed Suigetsu and Kojuro back. While Suigetsu's own hydrification technique saved him from any permanent damage, Kojuro lost his flak jacket to the attack, leaving him unprotected. "Not bad, apprentice. Your stealth got much better since the last time I saw you," Mainjutsu told Kojuro, with his back still turned at him. "It would have worked if Suigetsu didn't alert me of your presence." "What?" the very outraged Suigetsu asked, his face so contorted with anger it was almost comical. "What did I do?" "You smirked while you charged towards me," Mainjutsu calmly told him. "And even if I couldn't see him, I knew he had to be close. Your sudden display of confidence despite struggling against me couldn't mean anything else. Goddammit. I knew you were good, but I forgot how good you were," Suigetsu said, as a bead of sweat trickled down his temple. "Suigetsu-san, if may offer a suggestion?" Kojuro asked. "Your sword might not be the best one to deal with your brother. Amairi-san has the best chances against him, given her affinity for lightning release." "A sensible suggestion," Mainjitsu agreed. Where is she? The girl's fighting the previous owner of her swords, Reiga Kurosuke, Suijitsu said. She really wanted to prove that she's better than her predecessor. I doubt that girl will want to lend us a hand as long as Reiga is alive. Well, living dead, you know what I mean. Then go and fetch her, Kojuro requested, as he held Hiramekarei in front of him in a fighting stance. I'll keep Mainjitsu-sensei at bay until you come back. Suijitsu was going to protest and say that Mainjitsu was going to cut Kojuro to pieces without any backup. However, he knew that there was no time to argue, and that Amaerai was their best bet. All right. Just try not to get killed, Suijitsu said, before leaping away. With his brother out of the way, Mainjitsu turned around, and smirked at the blue-haired Kirigakuer ninja. So, you and me. A one-on-one. Like in the old times, Mainjitsu commented. Except that if I lose, I die, Kojuro pointed out. If you die to me, that means I made a lousy job training you, Mainjitsu said, before dashing forward. Show me how well I trained you, and how much you improved since my demise. As Suijitsu and Kojuro fought the reanimated Mainjitsu, not far from there, Amaerai was engaged in her own little duel against Reiga Kurosuke. From time to time a bunch of white Zetsu clones would try to interfere with the fight, but all their efforts got them was being sliced to pieces by either Reiga or Amaerai. For most of the time, they kept the fight close and personal, sparks of lightning flying whenever their blades clashed. However, the two of them had the same idea of jumping back and trying ranged attacks, to test how the opponent reacted to them. Thunder Sword Ninja Art, Feast of Lightning. Both Amaerai and Reiga stabbed their swords into the ground, releasing a mass of thunderbolts, cutting through the ground as they clashed against each other, resulting in an explosion of lightning bolts that opened a crater in the ground. You're strong, girl, Reiga said, as he pulled his swords out of the ground. Your funeral will be a worthy one. Shut up. Of the two of us, I'm not the one who's actually dead. Amaerai protested, as he did the same, before raising her swords into the air. Lightning release, depth charge. After a bright blue flash of electricity, Amaerai was completely coated in a cloak of crackling lightning. Wasting no time, the angry redhead dashed at the undead swordman, trading swords swings once again, even if this time, Amaerai moved much faster and her blows packed far more power. Reiga didn't appear bothered by her spike in power, though he was pushed back with each blow. Your skill with the Thunder Fangs is commendable, but there's still much you need to learn before you can get on my level. Reiga shouted, as he tried to push Amaerai back. The redhead grinned, showing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Really? Let's see how do you like this then. Amaerai threw her sword, though not at Reiga, but to the side, as she continued to fight the undead ninja with her remaining blade. The sword she had tossed, crackling with electricity, started to spin around the two of them, flying into Reiga at random times as if it had life of its own, forcing him to split his attention to two opponents at once, one that had no body he could harm. Did you know that you can use the Thunder Fangs that way? Amaerai asked in a teasing tone as she continued her assault. That moment, the flying sword decided to strike, and when Reiga parried the blow, Amaerai attacked that arm, slicing it cleanly. Ha! Got you, old man. Reiga disengaged and jumped backwards. Time to cast the kid's gloves off, Reiga said, as his remaining sword started to crackle with electricity. Lightning release, lightning strike armor. Just like Amaerai moments before him, Reiga's entire body was coated with electricity, which shone so brightly it was almost impossible to directly look. Come at me if you dare now, little girl. Reiga said in a taunting tone, pointing his remaining sword at her. I'm not a little girl, you fucker. I'm 20. Amaerai yelled, as she charged forward. 20 times I'm going to kill you now. I'm going to cut all your limbs, your head, and whatever pathetic excuse of a manhood you have between your legs, wait until grows back, and do it again. Amaerai channeled even more chakra into her lightning cloak, making it crackle and shine with more intensity, and she and Reiga clashed again. Despite having an arm, Reiga managed to keep up with the red-headed woman until his cut arm and the sword it was holding regenerated again from ash and dust. The armor not only protects him from my attacks while harming attackers, it also increased his speed and reaction time. Amaerai thought in realization. It's like the fourth Raikage's famed lightning chakra mode, only on a lesser scale. Still, if I don't find a way to counter it, I'm so fucked. What's wrong, little girl? Did you realize your mistake of fighting an actual swordsman of the mist? Raiga boasted. All of Amayuri's worries and doubts quickly evaporated, as her temper, as short as her stature, quickly replaced them with pure, undiluted anger. Stop calling me a little girl. Amayuri bellowed, as the electricity across her body flashed brightly. That's it, you're so fucking dead right now. Thunder Sword Secret Art, Eye of the Storm. Amayuri started to spin in place, turning herself into a tornado of lightning, before dashing towards Raiga, carving a furrow as she moved. Raiga merely chuckled at Amayuri's attack. So, spinning it is, then. Fine by me, the thick-lipped zombie said with a chuckle, as he crossed his copies of the Thunder Fangs over his head. Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon Tornado. Like Amayuri, Raiga started to spin, and the lightning coursing through his body started to form a vortex of wind and electricity. Said vortex then took the shape of a dragon. The lightning dragon let out a metallic-sounding roar, which was more like a screech, before lunging at the incoming Amayuri. Both lightning attacks clashed, and in the beginning, Amayuri managed to power through Raiga's dragon tornado. However, her advance became slower and slower, until it appeared she might be pushed back. However, all the energy gathered by the two ninjas eventually reached a critical point, resulting in a massive explosion that sent both swordsmen flying backwards, leaving a rather large crater in the place of their clash. Ugh! Amayuri groaned, as she tried to get back on her feet, using her swords as support. Note to self, never try shit like that again, ugh. Hey, need some help? A new voice asked. Amayuri was a little startled upon seeing Suijutsu suddenly landing beside her. He faced Raiga, who was also getting back on his feet, and took a fighting stance. Get lost, dumbass. I didn't ask for your help, nor I need it. Amayuri angrily berated. Really? Because it doesn't look that to me, Suijutsu said. Before Amayuri could protest, he continued. Listen, you may not need my help, but Kojuro and I need yours. We're fighting against my brother, and he's kicking our asses so badly it's not even funny. Of all of us, your skill set is the most fitting to deal with him. I'm not going to do your fucking job. Now scram, I have a relic that needs to be sent back to Oblivion, Amayuri dismissively said. Goddammit Amayuri, this isn't a game. Can't you just put your pride and ego aside? Suijutsu hotly asked, making the redhead glare. We're fighting a war, for fuck's sake. I can't deal with my opponent on my own, and neither can you. So stop being so fucking stubborn, and let me help you so can help me in return. Amayuri's fingers gripped around her swords, as she clenched her teeth at the white-haired ninja. She wanted to yell at him to leave her alone, but she was forced to admit that he had a point. If that Dumbo ass got himself killed, then Migetsu would more than likely move to fight another swordsman, herself included. In the end, common sense won, even if barely. Fine, you win, Amayuri finally said in defeat. But how do you plan to help me against Raiga, smartass? He has a similar skill set to mine. You'll be nothing but dead weight. Suijutsu merely smirked at her. Just leave that to me. Water release, underwater breathing. Zabuza barely had the time to make the seals that would allow him not to drown underwater before he and Mei were engulfed by a massive wall of water. The two of them had to strengthen their bodies with chakra as much as they could so the crushing torrent wouldn't break their bodies. The masked man looked at his wife, who appeared to be fine despite the fact that she didn't use the same jutsu as him to breathe her underwater. However, he could see 3 gills at the side of her neck and guessed there were other 3 at the other side, and sighed in relief knowing that she'd be okay. She'll be better than me. This jutsu will drain my chakra little by little, while I guess that she can breathe her underwater at no additional cost as long as she keeps that form, Zabuza thought, before his eyes drifted towards Kisame. And the same can be said of him, if those gills around the shoulders are any indication. Now, time to rip and tear. Kisame shouted, and shot like a missile towards Mei, leaving a trail of bubbles, as he extended his arms and large claws grew from each of his fingers. In no time, he would close the gap between himself and Mei. Kisame was already fast underwater, and when he was merged with Samehada, his speed increased even more. Mei, however, wasn't going to let the Akatsuki kill her without putting up a fight. She made a hand seal. Sage Art, Tentacle Grip. 4 of Mei's locks-turned tentacles grew in size and length, and lashed at the incoming shark man. Kisame merely dodged the first 2, while slashing at the other 2 with his claws, cutting them off. Seeing her counter-attack ineffective, Mei opted to fall back. Not that she was going to escape from him. "I'm craving some fried squid," Kisame said, as he prepared to strike Mei with a claw swipe. However, Kisame's claws didn't tear soft flesh like he expected, but met metal instead. It took him a second to realize that Zabuza managed to get in the way between Kisame and his prey, and used his executioner's blade to parry the attack. "You aren't the only one who can move fast underwater," Zabuza said, as he defiantly stared at the shark man. Water release, multiple water bullets. Before Kisame could attack again, Mei spat many missiles of highly pressurized water at him, forcing the shark man to fall back, even if briefly, to dodge the deadly projectiles. Making a U-turn, Kisame shot towards Mei and Zabuza once again. "Zabuza, I'm afraid that not even with Sage Mode I'll be able to match Kisame. At least, not as long as we're underwater," Mei suggested. "We should try to go back to dry land." "I agree. We can't let him have such a bug advantage," Zabuza said, as he watched Kisame charge towards them again. "Be ready to swim to the edge of the water." "I'll prove some cover," Mei said, as she started to make some hand seals. Boil release, skilled mist jutsu. Mei exhaled a massive cloud of acidic mist from her mouth, which manifested in the shape of a mass of superheated bubbles that spread in every direction, forming an improvised smoke screen between them and their Akatsuki foe. "That should be enough to cover our escape," Mei thought, before he looked at Zabuza. "Come on, swim towards the border." Nodding in return, both Zabuza and Mei started to swim away as fast as they could towards the edge of the water, taking with the bubble cover. Kisame wouldn't know which direction they took until it was too late. Or at least, that was in theory, given that no matter how fast they swam, it felt like they didn't move at all. "How wide does this improvised sea spread?" Mei asked, upon noticing that they weren't making any progress. "It's as if the water moved at the same pace as we do," Zabuza replied, just as perplexed. "You can't escape from me," Kisame's voice said from behind. Much to their surprise, and a little horror, Kisame managed to power through the barrier of acidic bubbles as if they were nothing, and found the 2 Kiri ninjas with amazing ease, before lunging at them with the same gusto as a predator hunting their favorite prey. "As long as I'm fused with Samehada, I can sense chakra. Especially if you're trapped inside my erratifical sea, which amplifies my sensing ability," Kisame boasted, as he dived at them. Once again, Zabuza put himself between Mei and Kisame, and made a hand seal with his free hand. Water release, water clone jutsu. Using the water around him, Zabuza created an army of clones, which instantly dived at Kisame, ready to cut him to pieces. However, this turned out to be a little more than a distraction for the shark man, who was able to destroy them with one swipe of his claws, while absorbing their chakra. Then again, all what Zabuza hoped was that they could give them some time to form a plan. "Well done, husband," Mei said, as she floated beside him. "But they won't keep him busy for long." "I know," Zabuza acknowledged. "Come on, let's keep swimming. We can't be that far away from the border." "Actually, we are. I've been noticing that the chakra in the water doesn't stay still, it moves as well. It's like you said, the artificial sea moves alongside Kisame. As long as he chases us, we won't make any progress," Mei said. "Then let's split. Kisame can only chase one of us, allowing the other a safe escape. Hopefully, he'll go after me, given that I'm the easiest enemy," Zabuza said, as he prepared to swim again, but Mei grabbed his shoulder. "No. I won't let you sacrifice yourself like that," Mei said, and continued before Zabuza could protest. "I have another idea. I'm going to the bottom. I need you to keep Kisame distracted a little more. Can you do that?" Zabuza saw that Kisame just finished destroying the last of the water clones, and was now swimming at them once again. "Understood. Now go," Zabuza said. Mei nodded, and swam to the bottom of the artificial sea, while Zabuza intercepted Kisame once again, who was ready to strike Mei down. "You think you can protect her from me? That's so cute," Kisame said in a mocking tone, as he engaged Zabuza. "In fact, she's the one who needs to protect you. Do not underestimate me," Zabuza said, as he tried to stab at the shark ninja, who dodged Zabuza's blows with insulting ease. "Give me a reason not to underestimate you then." Kisame fired back, as he tried to get past Zabuza, seeing how Mei was getting to the bottom. Feeling a little more restless, Kisame went on the offensive, delivering a flurry of claw swipes at Zabuza. "I don't know what that woman is trying to do, but it will be useless. Samehada is a powerful sword indeed. But its power blinded you, and made you overconfident," Zabuza said as he expertly blocked the blows. However, he couldn't help but worry upon seeing how Kisame's strikes were leaving pretty big dents on his sword. Not to mention that it was becoming increasingly difficult to move underwater. "Come on, Mei, whatever are you planning, do it now. If you're so eager to die protecting that woman, then so be it," Kisame said, smirking menacingly, as spike-like scales grew all over his arms and shoulders. "I can't wait to see her face when I present her your decapitated head." Meanwhile, swimming as fast as she could, Mei managed to reach the bottom of the artificial sea. Wasting no time, she made several hand seals, before slamming both hands into the ground. Sage Art, Earth Release World Breaker. Mei allowed herself to float away from the bottom as the ground beneath her started to shake violently. Soon, cracks started to spear and spread in every direction, growing larger and wider, forming a spiderweb of fissures. Many pieces of rock and dirt separated from the ground and started to lazily float around, and that moment, what Mei was aiming for finally happened. Above Mei, the still fighting Zabuza and Kisame felt a powerful water current pulling them down towards the ground. It didn't take them long enough to realize what was going on. "That woman, just what the hell she did?" Kisame said, forgetting momentarily about Zabuza, while trying to swim upwards as fast as he could. "That's what you get for underestimating her," Zabuza said, swimming as well, but not taking his eyes from Kisame. "Let's see how you fight us now that you won't have field advantage." Soon, the entire artificial sea was drained by the gigantic cracks in the ground, lowering the water level to a meter or so above surface, allowing Zabuza and Mei to merely use water walking to stand above it. "Good job, Mei. That was impressive," Zabuza told his wife. "A compliment from you?" Now, it had to be something truly amazing to deserve something like that, Mei chuckled in return. "I'll give you more compliments if we manage to kill this guy for good and get Samehada back," Zabuza replied. "Your sappy and corny exchange might kill me if you keep it for long," Kisame replied, unamused, and pretending to gag. "What's wrong, Kisame? Don't you like sweetness?" "I think we all could do with a little more sweetness in our lives," Mei replied, before she placed a hand on Zabuza's shoulder. "You should have seen Zabuza before. Nothing like he is now." "Yes, I can see. One of the deadliest, most powerful swordsmen, now tamed and under the control of a weak woman that feeds him lies in order to keep afloat a corrupt system," Kisame fired back, as he once again grew spike-like scales over his arms and shoulders. "Now let's see what you taste like." As Kisame dashed forward, Mei made a hand seal, and more tentacles shot forward as they grew in size. Kisame, however, started to spin around his feet while jumping from one side to another. With each spin, his blade-like long scales sliced some of Mei's tentacles, and absorbing some of their residual chakra. That moment, Zabuza appeared behind him, ready to strike him down. However, with a move of his arm, Kisame was able to parry Zabuza's blow with the blade scales of his arms. "Didn't you listen when I told you I can sense chakra in this form?" Kisame said, sounding a little irritated. "Your silent killing won't be of any use against me." Kisame pushed Zabuza's sword backwards, and before the latter could defend, he delivered a wide chop with his other arm. His blade-like scales started to glow blue with chakra, and the moment they hit the executioner's blade, they cleanly cut the sword in two, much to the masked swordsman's anger, but above all things, shock. "Shit, my sword!" Zabuza cursed, as he disengaged Kisame and jumped back to Mei. "Normal weapons are useless against me, Zabuza. Not even the other 7 swords are a match for Samehada's power when it manifests through this form, Kisame boasted, before letting out a taunting chuckle. There's nothing you two can do to cause me or Samehada any harm. You okay? Did he hurt you? Mei asked, a bit concerned. I'm mostly fine, Zabuza said. He looked at his sliced sword with sadness and anger. Even if it still could be used, he was only half as long now. Damn, I'll have to kill a lot of people to repair so much damage. He then noticed his wife's severed limbs. What about you? Don't worry, I have a healing factor in this form, Mei replied, as one of her head tentacles slowly regrew. It takes some time, but it allows me to fight for longer. Let's see how well your regeneration goes against this. Kisame said in a mocking tone as he clapped his hands together. Water release, Divine Myceltrum. The water all around the place started to stir and shake, as it started to gather around Kisame, forming a column of spiraling torrent, elevating the shark ninja above the Mizukage and her captain swordsman. The gigantic watery column started to move towards the 2 Kiri ninjas, almost like a tsunami that came back to life. You think you can counter that? Zabuza asked, as he saw the giant mass of water ready to engulf them. I'll try, Mei said, as she started making hand seals. Earth release, mountain sandwich. Mei slammed her hands into the watery floor, and 2 gigantic rock formations raised to the sides of Kisame's titanic whirlpool, depriving it of momentum and splashing the water around as the liquid tornado was crushed. Kisame, however, managed to leap out of the way of Mei's jutsu in time, and started to make hand seals. Let's see how well you do against my strongest jutsu. No matter what you do, you won't be able to stop it. Water release, Great Shark Bullet Jutsu. Water started to gather around Kisame's arms, which took the shape of a gigantic shark. The blue-skinned man then Thursday stead both hands downwards, releasing it at Mei and Zabuza. You will be surprised, Mei confidently said, as she started to make hand seals of her own. Sage Art, Lava Release Pyroclastic Meltdown. Mei expelled a barrage of lava projectiles from her mouth towards the coming water shark. The 2 attacks eventually clashed, resulting in the lava projectiles exploding upon contact in a fiery blast, and struggled to push each other back. Kisame was expecting that his attack would literally eat through Mei's, and absorb its chakra to become even stronger, but for some reason, it was unable to cut through the lava explosions. I don't get it. I can feel it absorbing the chakra of the lava release attack. Why it's not pushing forward? Is that woman pouring more chakra into her jutsu than it gets absorbed? Kisame thought, as he descended towards the water. Then, he noticed something. The intense heat of Mei's lava blasts was slowly but surely evaporating his shark. That cheeky woman. She knew she couldn't beat my jutsu with brute force, so she opted to destabilize it through heat. I have to dash. Water release, Water Dragon Jutsu. Kisame felt a spike of chakra below him, and looking down, he saw the water gathering in a spiraling column, before it took the shape of a serpentine dragon. The dragon then let out a roar, and lunged at the still airborne Kisame, was unable to dodge, and was trapped between the watery beast's jaws. Forgot about me already? I might not be as strong as Mei, but I can sure be a thorn in your side. Zabuza boasted, as he made another hand seal. As the water dragon arched down, Kisame started to absorb its chakra. However, it was too late. Before the dragon could break down into harmless liquid, Kisame was slammed against the floor, making a huge splash. Even if that wasn't nowhere enough to put Kisame down, it did cause no small amount of harm. Damn, that hurt more than what I'm willing to admit, Kisame thought, as he tried to get back on his feet. Being fused with Samehada granted him a healing factor that he could keep running by absorbing more chakra from his opponents. However, right now it wasn't healing him as fast as he was hoping. Splashing sounds warned him that Zabuza wasn't done. And indeed, he was coming at him with his broken weapon. Don't think I'm done yet, Zabuza said, as water started to gather around his ruined weapon, taking the shape of the missing chunk Kisame had cut before. Water release, Water Spurred Blade. Excellent. That fool is going to provide me with enough chakra to heal my wounds. Kisame happily thought, as he prepared to catch the attack. I only need to dash. Fire release, Double Searing Lash. Suddenly, Kisame felt searing pain as two whips made of fire wrapped themselves around his forearms, and pulled them back, leaving him defenseless against Zabuza. He tried to absorb them as well, but deep down he knew that he couldn't do it in time in order to stop Zabuza's attack. "Time to end this already," Zabuza said, as he delivered an horizontal chop to Kisame's torso. The moment the watery blade made contact and dug into the Akatsuki's flesh, sharp blue scales started to pour from the wound instead of blood or guts. Zabuza continued to dig even deeper, until Samehada was forced out of Kisame's body. Kisame stumbled forward, falling on one knee. The forced way the fusion was terminated, leaving him dazed. Still, he was lucid enough to know that without his sword, he'd be defenseless against Mei. He extended his arm. "Samehada, to me." Like a loyal dog, Samehada flew towards Kisame. However, Zabuza managed to get in the way, and the sentient sword let out a whimper of pain as Zabuza kicked it away. "No! Samehada!" Kisame shouted, as he tried to move towards his sword. "Not this time," Zabuza said. "Mei, now's your chance." Mei nodded, and made more hand seals as fast as her hands allowed her. Water release, water severing wave. Mei expelled a high-pressurized stream of water from her mouth, as thin as a thread. She quickly moved the stream in a wide arc towards Kisame, cleanly cutting his head from the rest of his body, which fell to the ground, motionless. There was a moment of silence as the two Kirigakure ninjas processed what had happened. Did they win? Was the fight really over? Is he dead? Mei dumbly asked, as exhausting caught up to her, and fell to her knees. Zabuza walked towards the headless body, and kicked it a couple times. "I'm no medical ninja, but I don't think this guy is getting up anytime soon." "Heh, just like I said. In the end, he wasn't that good without his precious Samehada." Speaking of which, the sentient sword managed to crawl towards the dead Kisame, and started to whimper like a puppy who just lost its owner. "Look at that. It seems Samehada is crying the death of his master," Mei observed, before her expression hardened a little. "It will be the only one to cry his death. Today, justice has finally been done. Our greatest criminal has been punished, and the treasure he stole is finally back to its rightful owners. Zabuza, put this sword on a scroll. Careful not to touch it too much. I know how Samehada works. And no, I don't plan to replace my executioner's blade with it," Zabuza grumbled, as he pulled out a sealing scroll. "Do you have any idea in mind for somebody to wield it?" "A couple names, yes," Mei replied with a nod. "But now is not the time to talk about that. Kisame might be dead, but the battle isn't over yet, and our allies need us." Zabuza nodded back, and after he finished sealing Samehada, he handed the scroll to Mei, and the two of them returned to the main battlefield. Check the description for the links to the author.